They could have done so. There is no reason why British technical and scientific education should have remained negligible, in a period when a wealth of rich amateur scientists and privately endowed research laboratories or of practical experience in production clearly no longer compensated for the virtual absence of university education and the feebleness of formal technological training. There was no compelling reason why Britain in 1913 had only 9,000 university students compared to almost 60,000 in Germany, or only 5-day students per 10,000, in 1900, compared to almost 13 in the USA, why Germany produced 3,000 graduate engineers per year while in England and Wales only 350 graduated in all branches of science, technology, and mathematics with first and second class honors, and few of these were qualified for research. There were plenty of people throughout the 19th century to warn the country of the dangers of its educational backwardness. There was no shortage of funds, and certainly no lack of suitable candidates for technical and higher training. It was no doubt inevitable that British pioneer industries should lose ground relatively as the rest of the world industrialized, and that their rate of expansion should decline, but this purely statistical phenomenon need not have been accompanied by a genuine loss of impetus and efficiency. Still less was it predetermined that Britain should fail in industries in which she started with the arguable disadvantages neither of the older pioneer, nor of the latecomer, but substantially at the same time and point as the rest. There are economies whose lag can be explained by purely material weakness. They are too small, their resources too scarce, their supply of skills too meager. Britain clearly was not one of them, except in the vague sense that any country of her size and population had, in the long run, more limited possibilities of economic development than much vaster and richer countries like the USA or the former USSR, but certainly not significantly more limited possibilities than the Germany of 1870. Britain then failed to adapt to new conditions, not because she could not, but because she did not wish to. The question is, why not? An increasing popular explanation is the sociological one, which puts it down to lack, or decline, of enterprise among businessmen, to the conservatism of British society, or to both. This has the advantage for the economists of throwing the burden of explanation on the historians and sociologists, who are even less capable of bearing it but just as willing to try. There are various versions of such theories, all quite unconvincing, but the most familiar runs something like this: the British capitalist aimed at eventual absorption into the socially more respected and higher stratum of the gentlemen or even the aristocrats, and when he achieved it, and the British hierarchy was only too willing to accept him as soon as he had made his pile, which in the outlying counties might be quite a modest one, he ceased to strive. As an entrepreneur he lacked that built-in urge to maintain a constant rate of technical progress almost for its own sake, which is believed to be characteristic of American industrialists. The small family firm, which was the characteristic type of enterprise, was fairly effectively insulated against excessive growth, which risked the loss of family control. Consequently, each generation became less enterprising, and, sheltered behind the vast ramparts of pioneer profits, had less need to be. There is some truth in such explanations. The aristocratic scale of values, which included amateur status and not apparently trying too hard among the criteria of the gentleman, and inculcated them in the public schools which indoctrinated the sons of the risen middle class, was indeed dominant. Being in trade was indeed an awful social stigma, though trade in this sense meant small-scale shopkeeping much more than any activity in which really big money, and therefore social acceptance, could be gained. The wealthy capitalist could certainly, upon shedding his more provincial crudities, and from Edwardian times even without shedding so much as his accent, win his knighthood or peerage, and his children slid into the leisure class without any difficulty whatever. The small family firm certainly predominated. The ramparts of profit were indeed high. A man might have to work hard to raise himself into the middle class, but once in a moderately flourishing line of business, he could take things very easily indeed, unless he made some appalling miscalculation, or hit an abnormally bad patch in the course of an unusually bad slump. Bankruptcy was, according to economic theory, the penalty of the inefficient businessman, and its spectre haunts the novels of Victorian England. But in fact the risks of incurring it were extremely modest, except for the very tiny and marginal man in such occupations as small shopkeeping, the fringes of the building trade, and the underside of a few still dynamic industries such as metals. In Edwardian England, including 2 years of crisis, the average bankruptcy was for liabilities of no more than £1,350. Indeed, the risk of loss through bankruptcies became steadily less during the last 30 years before the First World War. In important industries it was negligible. Thus in 1905-9, which includes a depression, out of the 2,500 or so firms in cotton manufacture an annual average of only 11 went bankrupt, something less than 0.5%. Freed from the specter of sudden impoverishment and social ostracism, the very horror of bankruptcy is itself a symptom of its comparative rarity. The British businessman did not need to work much. Frederick Engels may not perhaps be a typical specimen, but there is no sign that until his retirement at the age of 49 with a comfortable life income for himself and the Marx family he failed to pull his weight in the flourishing firm of Erman and Engels, cotton merchants of Manchester, though the world knows that he spent as little time as he could on their business. It is equally true that British business lacks certain non-economic spurs to enterprise. A nation which is already at the top politically and economically, and tends to look down on the rest of the world with self-satisfaction and a little contempt, inevitably does. Americans and Germans might dream of making their destiny manifest, the British knew that it had manifested itself already. There is no doubt, for instance, that a nationalist desire to catch up with the British was largely responsible for the systematic German reinforcement of industry by scientific research. The Germans said so. Nor can one reasonably deny that the typically American desire to have the latest and most up-to-date piece of mechanical equipment, while providing a constant impetus to technical progress, is also often, perhaps mostly, quite economically irrational in origin. In the late 1950s or even 1960s, the average firm which installed elaborate computer equipment got less benefit from it even than the average man who exchanged the simple, small, adaptable, cheap, and superior razor blade for the electric razor. An economy which makes capital as well as consumer goods into social status symbols, perhaps because it has no others, has an undoubted advantage in the matter of technical progress over one which has not. Nevertheless, the value of these observations is limited, if only because very many British businessmen did not conform to them. Before the 20th century the average British businessman was not a gentleman and never became either a knight, a peer, or even the owner of a country house. It was Lloyd George who made provincial towns into cities of dreadful knights. The absorption of the sons of grocers and cotton spinners into the aristocracy was a consequence of the loss of impetus in British business, not its cause, and even in the 1950s, the actual management of medium-sized firms, the sort of people who would in 1860-90 certainly have been owner-managers, contained not more than 1 in 5 who had been to a university, not much more than 1 in 4 who had been to a public school, including not more than 1 in 20 who had been to one of the top 20 or so public schools. Sociologically, the incentive to make money fast was by no means weak in Victorian Britain, the attraction of the gentry and aristocracy by no means overwhelming, especially not to the cohorts of middle-class conscious and often nonconformist, that is deliberately anti-aristocratic, Northerners and Midlanders, their heads filled with mottos like where there's muck there's brass, and solid pride in their productive achievements. They were proud of the soot and smoke in which they drenched the cities in which they made their money. Moreover, earlier in the 19th century, Britain had certainly not lacked that acute, even irrational, joy in technical progress as such, which we think of as characteristically American. One can hardly imagine the railways being developed, let alone built, in a country or by a business community which was not excited by their sheer technical novelty, for as we have seen their actual business prospects were known to be relatively modest. It is true that the large literature of popular science and technology petered out after the 1850s, and that perhaps it had always aimed at a public of artisans rather than at the middle class, at those who wanted to, or ought to, rise rather than at those who had already risen. And yet these were precisely the recruits to the bourgeois army most likely to finger the field marshal's baton in their knapsack. And even in the second half of the century there were enough of them to make the fortune of Samuel Smiles, the bard of the engineers. His self-help came out in 1859. Within 4 years it had sold 55,000 copies. The romance of technology remained strong enough to make engineering the choice of 75% of boys in at least one large public school of the 1880s. What is more, there were plainly sectors of the British economy to which few of the complaints of torpor and conservatism applied. There were the West Midlands, whose capital was Birmingham, a jungle of small firms producing essentially consumer goods, often durable metal goods, for the home market. The Midlands did transform themselves after 1860, having previously been very incompletely captured by the Industrial Revolution. Old and declining industries were replaced, and sometimes actually transformed themselves, as in Coventry, where textiles went down after 1860, but the local watchmakers became the nucleus of the bicycle industry, and through it later of the motor industry. If Lancashire in 1914 was recognizably what it had been in 1840, Warwickshire certainly was not. There were industries, such as parts of the increasingly important engineering and metals manufacture, which had all the bubbling instability of the dynamic private enterprise of the theorists, where men rose and fell, and were on the move. While an average of only 11 firms in the cotton industry went bankrupt every year in 1905-9, an annual average of 390 were bankrupted in the metal industries in the same period, mainly small men attempting independent production with inadequate resources. And there were parts of the economy, like the distributive trades, where no one could conceivably speak of stagnation. These also were based on the home market and not on exports. Simple sociological explanations therefore will not do. In any case, economic explanations of economic phenomena are to be preferred if they are available. There are indeed several, all resting tacitly or openly on the assumption that in a capitalist economy, at all events in its 19th century versions, businessmen will be dynamic only insofar as this is rational by the criterion of the individual firm, which is to maximize its gains, minimize its losses, or possibly merely to maintain what it regards as a satisfactory long-term rate of profit. But since the rationality of the individual firm is inadequate, this may not work out to the best advantage of the economy as a whole, or even of the individual firm. This is partly because the interest of the firm and the economy may diverge in the short run or the long, because the individual firm is to some extent powerless to achieve the objects it would wish to, because it is impossible for the accountancy of the individual firm to determine its best interests, or for other analogous reasons. All these are merely different ways of expressing the proposition that a capitalist economy is not planned, but emerges from a multitude of individual decisions taken in the pursuit of self-interest. The commonest, and probably best, economic explanation of the loss of dynamism in British industry is that it was the result ultimately of the early and long-sustained start as an industrial power, for it illustrates the deficiencies of the private enterprise mechanism in a number of ways. Pioneer industrialization naturally took place in special conditions which could not be maintained, with methods and techniques which, however advanced and efficient at the time, could not remain the most advanced and efficient, and it created a pattern of both production and markets which would not necessarily remain the one best fitted to sustain economic growth and technical change. Yet to change from an old and obsolescent pattern to a new one was both expensive and difficult. It was expensive because it involved both the scrapping of old investments still capable of yielding good profits, and new investments of even greater initial cost, for as a general rule newer technology is more expensive technology. It was difficult because it would almost certainly require agreement to rationalize between a large number of individual firms or industries, none of which could be certain precisely where the benefit of rationalization would go, or even whether in undertaking it they were not giving away their money to outsiders or competitors. So long as satisfactory profits were to be made in the old way, and so long as the decision to modernize had to emerge from the sum total of decisions by individual firms, the incentive to do so would be weak. What is more, the general interest of the economy would very likely be lost sight of. The British iron and steel industry is a good example of the first effect. British iron masters were slow to adopt the Gilchrist-Thomas basic process because they could import non-phosphoric ores easily and cheaply, and because a great deal of capital sunk in plant for the production of acid steel would lose its value. It is perhaps true that other nations had a very much greater incentive to switch to basic steel, since they would derive much greater benefits from it, whereas Britain might at most hope not to lose. And yet her slowness to exploit the new process, and her own resources of phosphoric ores, adequately is extremely striking. If Britain in the 1920s could produce almost 5 million tons of basic steel as against 2.5 million of the old acid steel, then why could she not, some 20 years after Britain had invented the process, have produced more than 800,000 tons of it, against over 4 million of the old steel? Why were the phosphoric ore deposits of eastern England not seriously exploited until the 1930s? The answer is that the heavy investment in obsolete plant and obsolete industrial areas anchored the British industry to an obsolete technology. Railways and coal mines are good examples of the second effect. Two illustrations may be given. In 1893, Sir George Eliot, frightened by the national coal miners' lockout then raging, suggested the formation of a coal trust to rationalize the industry, since the independent operations of its 3,000-odd mines produced considerable inefficiencies in the exploitation of each coal field, not to mention senseless competition. The response from the collieries was negative, chiefly because the inefficient ones did not wish their share of the trust to be valued, and as they felt, undervalued, by rational criteria. Nothing was done. The second illustration comes from the railways. One of the many archaisms of the British railways, like the entire British economy, was that the freight cars transporting coal were not merely far too small for efficiency, but owned by the collieries and not the railway companies. It was long known to all experts that the most efficient size of freight car was more than twice as large as the actual, and how great the economies of a change would be. Both railways and collieries, at all events before 1914, could certainly have found the money for it. Yet because it would have involved a joint decision of both rail and coal to invest money, nothing was done until both were nationalized in 1947. The collieries did not see why they should spend money to benefit, among other things, the general business operations of the railways. The railways did not see why they should take the entire risks of an investment which would also benefit the collieries. Both would have benefited substantially, but private enterprise provided no mechanism for achieving their visible advantage. There are in a private enterprise society some ways in which such problems can nevertheless be solved, though they operate as it were tangentially, and by no means always. We have seen, pages 87 to 93, how the problem of the construction of a British capital goods industry was solved in the early railway age, but of course that situation was highly exceptional. Sheer catastrophe can sometimes come to the rescue of capitalism, as in Germany in two wars which destroyed and removed so much old plant that new and modern plant simply had to be installed. The threat of economic catastrophe can also produce a very strong incentive to spend money on modernization which would otherwise have not been spent. And, indeed, during the Great Depression, especially in the 1880s and 1890s, the obvious threat to British industry and its generally gloomy situation led to a good deal of talk about modernization, to a good deal of pressure by one industry for the modernization of others on which its profits depended, and actually to some modernization. We have already noted Sir George Eliot's ambitious plan for the rationalization of the coal mines, stimulated by the rise of militant trade unions, which was also characteristic of this period of depression, cp 167. Another industry, gas manufacture, was actually driven by trade union pressure to turn itself into the most rapidly mechanizing in Europe. The railways were under heavy pressure from their industrial customers and from politicians to reduce their transport costs, especially between 1885 and 1894, and major, but still inadequate, changes were made, For example, the Great Western finally installed a new track in 1892. Technical change in engineering speeded up very considerably, though in part under the pressure not of economic but of military competition, that is under the spur of the rapidly expanding and modernizing armaments industry and especially the Navy. This was also the period when industrial combination, cartels, trusts and the like, was widely discussed, and some such concentration actually took place. However, by American and German standards these changes were comparatively modest, and the urge to undertake them soon slackened. The Great Depression was, alas, not great enough to frighten British industry into really fundamental change. The reason for this was that the traditional methods of making profits had as yet not been exhausted, and provided a cheaper and more convenient alternative to modernization, for a while. To retreat into her satellite world of formal or informal colonies, to rely on her growing power as the hub of international lending, trade and settlements, seemed all the more obvious a solution because, as it were, it presented itself. The clouds of the 1880s and early 1890s lifted, and what lay before the eye were the shining pastures of cotton exports to Asia, steam coal exports to the world's ships, Johannesburg gold mines, Argentine tramways, and the profits of city merchant banks. In essence, what happened, therefore, was that Britain exported her immense accumulated historic advantages in the underdeveloped world, as the greatest commercial power, and as the greatest source of international loan capital, and had, in reserve, the exploitation of the natural protection of the home market and if need be the artificial protection of political control over a large empire. When faced with a challenge, it was easier and cheaper to retreat into an as yet unexploited part of one of these favored zones rather than to meet competition face to face. Thus the cotton industry merely continued its traditional policy when in trouble, of escaping from Europe and North America into Asia and Africa, leaving its former markets to the exporters of British textile machinery, which made up a quarter of all the country's rapidly increasing machinery exports. In so far as they exported, British coal flowed rapidly in the wake of the British steamship and the vast merchant fleet. Iron and steel relied on the empire and the underdeveloped world, like cotton. By 1913 Argentina and India alone bought more British iron and steel exports than the whole of Europe, Australia alone more than twice as much as the USA. In addition, the steel industry tended, like coal, to rely increasingly on the protection of the home market. The British economy as a whole tended to retreat from industry into trade and finance, where our services reinforced our actual and future competitors, but made very satisfactory profits. Britain's annual investments abroad began actually to exceed her net capital formation at home around 1870. What is more, increasingly the two became alternatives, until in the Edwardian era we see domestic investment falling almost without interruption as foreign investment rises. In the Great Boom, 1911-13, which preceded the First World War, twice as much, or even more, was invested abroad than at home, and it has been argued, and is indeed not unlikely that the amount of domestic capital formation in the 25 years before 1914, so far from being adequate for the modernization of the British productive apparatus, was not even quite sufficient to prevent it from slightly running down. Britain, we may say, was becoming a parasitic rather than a competitive economy, living off the remains of world monopoly, the underdeveloped world, her past accumulations of wealth and the advance of her rivals. That, at all events, was the view of intelligent observers, only too keenly aware of the country's relative loss of momentum and decline, even though their analysis was often defective. And, especially in the Indian summer of Edwardian England, the contrast between the needs of modernization and the increasingly prosperous complacency of the rich grew ever more visible. As Britain ceased to be the workshop of the world, it became, as the disillusioned Democrat and ex-Fabian William Clark pointed out, the best country in the world to be rich and leisured in, a place for foreign millionaires to buy themselves estates. Situated as she is close to the historic lands of Europe, ships from all the world calling at her ports, with an old and well-ordered society, a secure government, an abundance of the personal service desired by the wealthy, a land of equable climate, pleasant if not grand scenery, a large and ample life organized to sport, amusement and the kind of enjoyments pleasing to the leisured classes. How can England help being attractive to the wealthy people who speak her own language? 5. Chatsworth and Stratford-on-Avon, he predicted, not Sheffield and Manchester, would draw the foreigner to Britain. It had ceased to compete with the Germans and the Americans. But could it last? The prophets already, and not incorrectly, predicted the decline and fall of an economy symbolized now by the country house in the stockbrokers' belt of Surrey and Sussex and no longer by hard-faced men in smoke-filled provincial towns. Rome fell, said the character in Bernard Shaw's Misalliance, 1909, Carthage fell, hindhead's turn will come. Like most of Shaw's jokes, it was meant seriously. And yet there was, especially in the last years before the First World War, an atmosphere of uneasiness, of disorientation, of tension, which contradicts the journalistic impression of a stable belle epoque of ostrich-plumed ladies, country houses, and music hall stars. These were not only the years of the sudden emergence of labor as an electoral force, of radicalization on the socialist left, of flaring bushfires of labor unrest, but also years of political breakdown. Indeed, they were the only years when the stable and flexible mechanism of British political adjustment ceased to function, and when the naked bones of power emerged from the accumulations of tissue which normally concealed them. These were the years when the Lords defied the Commons, when an extreme right, not merely ultra-conservative but nationalist, vitriolic, demagogic, and anti-Semitic, looked like emerging into the open, when scandals of financial corruption racked governments, when, most serious of all, army officers with the backing of the Conservative Party mutinied against laws passed by Parliament. They were the years when wisps of violence hung in the English air, symptoms of a crisis in economy and society which the self-confident opulence of the architecture of Ritz hotels, proconsular palaces, West End theatres, department stores, and office blocks could not quite conceal. When the war came in 1914, it was not as a catastrophe which wrecked the stable bourgeois world, as the sudden death of the breadwinner wrecked the life of respectable families in Victorian novels. It came as a respite from crisis, a diversion, perhaps even as some sort of a solution. At all events, there is an element of hysteria in the welcome the poets gave to it. 10. The Land. 1850 to 19601. After the middle of the 19th century, British agriculture ceased to be the general framework of the entire economy, and became merely a branch of production, something like an industry, though of course the biggest industry by far in terms of employment. In 1851 it employed 3 times as many as the textile industries, indeed, it employed a quarter of the entire occupied population, and even in 1891 it still employed more than any other industrial group, though by 1901 transport and the metal industries complex had passed it. Still, between 1811 and 1851 its contribution to the gross national income fell from 1/3 to 1/5, and by 1891 it was merely 1/13. By the 1930s it had become a very minor factor indeed. Agriculture provided work for only about 5% of the occupied population and less than 4% of the national income. However, it is worth special attention for 2 reasons, apart from the fact that it always is given special attention in books of economic history. First, because in the eyes of anyone except an academic economist it was plainly not merely just another industry. In terms of sheer area, and appearance, the great bulk of Britain remained, and indeed still remains, a place where plants grow and animals feed. In social terms, it was the foundation and framework of an entire society, rooted in remotest antiquity, which rested on the man who made the land produce, and was governed by the man who owned land. While the former was not of great political importance, once farming ceased to be the occupation of the bulk of the population, the latter was. The political and social structure of Britain was controlled by landlords, and what is more by a rather small group of perhaps 4,000 people who between them owned something like 4/7 of the cultivated land, which they let to 250,000 farmers who in turn employed, I take 1851 as a convenient date, about 1,250,000 laborers, shepherds, and so on. Such a degree of concentrated land ownership was unparalleled in other industrial countries. What is more, the richest individuals in Britain continued to be large landlords, deep into the 19th century. This powerful landlord interest was naturally anxious to preserve both its economic and its social and political position, and its traditional influence as well as its political stranglehold over the nation made it the most formidable of vested interests. Until 1914 the counties could easily outvote the boroughs in Parliament, that is to say, though with increasingly numerous reservations, non-industrial Britain could outvote industrial Britain. Until 1885 landowners still formed the absolute majority in Parliament. The second reason for taking a special look at agriculture is that its fortunes reflect, in an exaggerated and distorted form, those of the economy as a whole, or rather, the changes in national economic policy. This is partly because agriculture is more sensitive to the intervention or non-intervention of governments than other sectors, and partly because, for this reason as well as for the reasons mentioned above, farming is pretty steadily involved in politics. Agriculture under free trade reflected the triumph of the British economy in the world and anticipated its decline. Agriculture in the state interventionist economy of the mid-20th century demonstrated the possibilities of economic modernization more convincingly than industry. British farming had risen and flourished with the Industrial Revolution, or more precisely with the limitless expansion of the urban and industrial sector's demand for food. For practical purposes it enjoyed a natural monopoly of this market, for transport costs made more than marginal food imports impossible until the third quarter of the 19th century. Conversely, if British farming could not feed the British population under normal circumstances, nobody could, and prices for farm products were therefore high, and the incentives as also the means to undertake agricultural improvement were considerable. The Corn Laws which the farming interest imposed upon the country in 1815 were not designed to save a tottering sector of the economy, but rather to preserve the abnormally high profits of the Napoleonic War years, and to safeguard farmers from the consequences of their temporary wartime euphoria, when farms had changed hands at the fanciest prices, loans and mortgages had been accepted on impossible terms. Consequently, as we have seen, their abolition in 1846 did not in fact lead to any fall in wheat prices for another generation. The post-Napoleonic slump therefore concealed the strength of British farming, all the more so as it discouraged agrarian investment and technical progress. In the booming middle decades of the 19th century advance was correspondingly rapid and impressive. For a generation everything went the British farmer's way, though not the Irish peasants'. There was no shortage of capital, the new means of transport widened his markets and not yet those of his overseas competitors, new scientific knowledge, such as Liebig's researches into agricultural chemistry, was available, and the insatiable demand of industry for unskilled manpower thinned the ranks of his labor force, and encouraged him, almost for the first time in many parts of England, both to pay higher wages and to look for labor-saving methods. For the first time agriculture came to depend, not on devices for battering down the economic inflexibility of traditional peasant agriculture and the application of the common sense long learned by better farmers to the practice of worse ones, but on the use of industry, machinery, outside fertilizers, and artificial feeding stuffs. Yet this golden age could not last. It was threatened by two powerful facts: the necessity of the British industrial economy to import heavily, so that its customers would be able to buy its exports, and the capacity of new lands to undersell British agriculture even in its home market. It took a generation of railroad and ship to create a sufficiently large agriculture in the virgin prairies of the temperate world, the American and Canadian Middle West, the pampas of the River Plate lands and the Russian steppes. When they were capable of full production, nothing could protect the high-cost domestic farmers against them except high tariffs, and while other European countries might be willing to impose these, Britain was not. The 1870s and 1880s were an age of universal catastrophe for agriculture, in Europe because of the flood of cheap food imports, in the new overseas producing areas because of the glut in output and the rapid fall in prices. British farming was all the more vulnerable because it had expanded its traditional and least competitive products, the basic bread grains, and especially wheat. The Great Depression therefore faced both British farming and the landed interest with an acute crisis. It could survive only by shutting out the competitive outside world or by adjusting itself to the loss of its natural monopoly. The first choice was no longer possible, and it is significant that it was a conservative government, under Disraeli, who had won his leadership of the party by his opposition to free trade, which took the crucial decision not to protect British agriculture, in that period of turbulent and continent-wide farming discontent, 1878–80. The fortunes of the economy, it was clear, depended on its industry, trade, and finance which, so it was thought, required free trade. If farming went down, so much the worse for it. The large landowners were not prepared to do more than make a nominal protest, for if their income was not already diversified by forays into urban real estate, mining, industry, and finance, it could easily be so salvaged. The Earl of Verulam, for instance, in the 1870s had an annual income of about £17,000, which he usually overspent, of which £14,500 came from rents and timber sales. His son the third Earl extended his small share portfolio to some 15 companies, mainly in the colonies and other overseas parts, and became a multiple director of companies, again mainly of African and American mines. By 1897 almost a third of his income came from such unbucolic sources. Moreover, though one would not think so from the tone of contemporary lamentations, not all British farming collapsed. Cereals and wool suffered, but livestock and dairy farming did not, and in general the sort of mixed farming which the Scots had, fortunately for themselves, had imposed on them by their implacable climate was in no trouble. Nevertheless, in agriculture as in industry, the Great Depression was a moment of truth for Britain, and in both the truth, briefly glimpsed, was soon shut out again. Instead of facing its situation as one country among many in a competitive world, Britain retired behind the ramparts which still gave it some natural protection, abandoning cereal farming for the less vulnerable livestock and dairy production, low-quality meat, in which refrigeration broke down the immunity of the home producer after the 1880s, for high-quality produce, the farm for the orchard and market garden. By Edwardian times agriculture once again seemed moderately stable, though some of the profits were due to a decline in expenditures on maintenance and investment. The interwar price depression showed that this recovery was illusory. It was in any case bought at the cost of a major contraction of agriculture, and especially of tillage. In 1872, at the peak of the Golden Age, 9.6 million acres were under cereal crops, 17.1 million under pasture. In 1913 there were 6.5 million acres under cereals, and 21.5 million under pasture. In 1932, at the bottom of the interwar depression, the figures were 4.7 million and 20.3 million. In other words, the area under cereal crops had halved in 60 years, and after 1913 the entire area under both tillage and pasture diminished. This sorry record contrasts with the fortunes of other European countries equally hit by the depression of the 1870s and 1880s, but which discovered ways of meeting its challenge other than that of evasion. Denmark, which began to supply the breakfast tables of Britain with bacon and eggs towards the end of the 19th century, is the obvious example. The strength of these lively and modern-minded farming communities lay not in any major technological transformations of production, but rather in revolutions of processing, storage, marketing and credit, and especially in the spread of cooperation for these purposes. Under the pressure of crisis such cooperative methods developed fast everywhere, except in Britain. The truth was that, as in so many other fields of British activity, the economic structure of the pioneer, admirably suited for its purpose in the initial stages, had become a fetter in further development. The strength of British farming in the 18th and 19th centuries was the concentration of land ownership in the hands of a few very rich landlords, ready to encourage efficient tenants by the terms of their leases, capable of substantial investments and of taking at least some of the strain of bad times by reducing rent or allowing arrears to accumulate. This certainly eased the pressure on farmers during the Great Depression, and kept their political temperature low, except, characteristically enough, in the few regions of small peasant tenants such as the Highlands of Scotland and Wales, and of course Ireland, where the 1880s were a time of acute, and sometimes revolutionary, unrest. At the same time it made revolutionary new departures less essential for collective survival. Nor did the very individualist structure of the relationship between landlord and commercially minded tenant, or farmer and trader, encourage collective action. In brief, the large capitalist landlord, who had once been a force pressing progress forward, was now a shock absorber. The large commercially minded farmer, once immeasurably superior to the family peasant, pioneer or otherwise, as a unit of efficient agriculture, was now too small for optimum efficiency, but too large and well established to subordinate himself to a cooperative organization capable of operating on a larger scale. No alternative existed between the individual farm and the intervention and planning of the state. Eventually the state stepped in. But before it did so, the failure of British agriculture had brought about a fundamental change in British landed society, whose repercussions were felt far beyond the countryside. The old landed aristocracy and gentry abdicated. They sold their land, and under the temporary impact of the war and post-war boom after 1914, they found plenty of purchasers among tenant farmers who bought their holdings and profiteers who bought themselves the country seat which was the badge of their social success. In the early 1870s perhaps 10% of the land of England was farmed by owner-occupiers, and in 1914 not much more, but by 1927 36%. After that the agricultural crisis stopped further land transfers for some time. Precisely 1/4 of England and Wales, writes F. M. L. Thompson, had therefore passed from being tenanted land into the possession of its farmers in the 13 years after 1914. Such an enormous and rapid transfer of land had not been seen since the dissolution of the monasteries in the 16th century, perhaps not since the Norman conquest. 3 Yet the curious thing about this virtual revolution in land ownership is that hardly anyone noticed it at the time, except the tiny percentage of the population professionally concerned with agriculture and the real estate market. And this in spite of the fact that radicals had campaigned against the evils of the aristocratic land monopoly for generations, though with greater success in the towns than in the countryside, and that as recently as 1909-14 the Liberal government, and in particular its Welsh Chancellor of the Exchequer, Lloyd George, had made the campaign against the dukes the cornerstone of his demagogy. No doubt the absence of fuss about the actual retreat of the landed aristocracy was largely due to the irrelevance of agrarian demands to the great bulk of the British working class, which had far more urgent concerns, especially during and after the First World War. Such demands were notoriously easy to pass resolutions about, notoriously slow to reach action. Lloyd George's miscalculation was precisely the belief that an issue which raised genuine and concrete passions in the peasant society of North Wales could for long divert a movement of industrial workers. Yet there was more to the lack of interest in Britain's rural transformation than this. The landed classes as such were simply ceasing to be of national importance. The old-fashioned earl was becoming as much of a backwoodsman without automatic political power as the old-fashioned squire had long been. Those who lacked the share portfolio and the guinea pig directorships of the adaptable aristocrat disappeared from sight, as often as not to Kenya or Rhodesia, where the color of the lower orders' faces guaranteed another 2 generations of undisturbed gentlemanly life. They found a few mourners, like the brilliant and quixotic novelist Evelyn Waugh, but on the whole their funeral was private. The truth is that the foundations of a British society dominated by the landed classes all collapsed together with and during the Great Depression. Land ownership ceased, with some exceptions, to be the basis of great wealth, and became merely a status symbol. Trade and finance maintained its facade. In one of its strongholds, Ireland, it was actually challenged by a revolutionary movement of peasants in the 1880s, organized by Michael Davitt's Land League, and its political triumph could only be postponed at the price of the quiet liquidation of the landlord's economic power soon after. Simultaneously, land ownership lost its perquisite of local political power in Britain, partly because of the democratization of the national franchise in 1884-5 and of county administration in 1889. Partly because administration became too complicated to be left to part-time and unqualified squires. Democratization did not shake the conservatism of the countryside, for the dissenting, radical liberal impetus which made so many farm laborers vote against squire and parson in their first free election, 1885, was on the point of exhaustion, and the Labour Party inherited few purely rural strongholds outside the old radical and Puritan bastion of East Anglia. But its quality had subtly changed. The Conservative Party, which had been kept alive for a generation after free trade as a nobleman's and squire's rump, revived from the 1870s. But in reviving it ceased to be essentially the agrarian party. It was the Midland manufacturer and imperialist Joseph Chamberlain who reconverted to protectionism in the early 1900s, though the passion with which it clung to tariffs thereafter owed something to the dumb resentment of its rural backwoodsmen, ready to die in the last ditch of the House of Lords against the damned radicals. So did the party's equally passionate imperialism, for the empire provided investments, jobs, and sometimes even estates, and the defense of landed property against revolution was an even more dramatic and certainly a more genuine problem in parts of it, for example Ireland, than in Britain. But though the Irish question in the 1880s brought virtually all important landed aristocrats into the conservative fold, leaving the liberals denuded of their traditional Whig nobles, even the Tory party was now a businessmen's party. It was no longer led by a Bentinck, a Derby, a Cecil, or a Balfour, but, after 1911, by a Glasgow Canadian iron merchant, Bonar Law, and two Midland industrialists, Baldwin and Neville Chamberlain. Meanwhile, the acute and this time virtually universal farming crisis between the wars forced governments to take action after 1930, and thereby to save British agriculture. The essential devices were protection and the guarantee of farm prices, increasingly combined, as in potatoes, milk and, rather less successfully, pigs and bacon, with state-initiated marketing boards. These were half-hearted measures, since even the conservative governments still accepted the 19th-century liberal view that a large volume of food imports was essential to British prosperity, and that agriculture, like any other languishing industry, must contract until it found its modest level of profitability, or else go under. Since in the late 1930s about 70% of the country's food, as measured in calories, was supplied from imports, the traditional argument that farming deserves special treatment because it feeds the people hardly seemed to apply. Yet when war broke out it evidently did. The blockade of Britain and the shortage of shipping made the expansion of food production essential. Fortunately, the 1930s had already laid some sort of basis for systematic government planning, devoted primarily to the expansion of arable farming. In the course of the war, arable acreage rose by 50%, from 12 to 18 million acres. The number of sheep, pigs, and poultry fell substantially, though the number of cattle, valuable for milk, rose by about 10%. The yields of this increased area of often marginal land increased substantially, thanks to what amounted to a major technological revolution. The quantities of fertilizer used increased twice or three times over, phosphates and nitrogens, but, above all, between 1939 and 1946 the machinery on British farms multiplied from 2 million to 5 million horsepower. The number of tractors multiplied almost fourfold, as did combine harvesters. Within 5 years British agriculture changed from one of the least to one of the most mechanized of farming systems in advanced countries. This was done by a combination of financial incentives and planned compulsion. The county war agricultural committees could and did decide what was to be cultivated and where, allocate labor and machinery, often from collective machinery depots analogous to the Soviet machine and tractor stations, and replace inefficient by efficient farmers. The immediate results were dramatic. The British people was adequately fed while its food imports were halved. Home output almost doubled, measured in calories, between 1938 to 9 and 1943 to 4, with an increase of only about 10% in the labor force, and that mainly of inexperienced women or casual workers. The long-term results were scarcely less impressive. In 1960, output per head of the agricultural population was higher in Britain than in all West European countries except the Netherlands. The British farming population produced about its proportion of the gross domestic product, as did the Dutch. In all other West European countries, except some backward ones lacking industry, it produced less. In other words, British farming was no longer a way of life, but it had become, by international standards, an efficient industry. 11. Between the wars 1. The Victorian economy of Britain crashed in ruins between the two world wars. The sun, which, as every schoolboy knew, never set on British territory and British trade, went down below the horizon. The collapse of all that Britons had taken for granted since the days of Robert Peel was so sudden, catastrophic, and irreversible that it stunned the incredulous contemporaries. At the very moment when Britain emerged on the victorious side in the first major war since Napoleon, when her chief continental rival Germany was on her knees, when the British Empire, sometimes lightly and unconvincingly disguised as mandates, protectorates, and satellite Middle Eastern states, covered a greater extent of the world map than ever before, the traditional economy of Britain not only ceased to grow, but contracted. Statistics which had advanced almost without a break for 150 years, not always at equal or satisfactory rates, but still advanced, now retreated. Economic decline, something that economists argued about before 1914, now became a palpable fact. Between 1912 and 1938 the quantity of cotton cloth made in Britain fell from 8,000 million to barely 3,000 million square yards, the amount exported from 7,000 million to less than 1,500 million yards. Never since 1851 had Lancashire exported so little. Between 1854 and 1913 the output of British coal had grown from 65 to 287 million tons. By 1938 it was down to 227 million and still falling. In 1913 12 million tons of British shipping had sailed the seas, in 1938 there was rather less than 11 million. British shipyards in 1870 built 343,000 tons of vessels for British owners, and in 1913 almost a million tons, in 1938 they built little more than 500,000. In human terms the ruin of the traditional industries of Britain was the ruin of millions of men and women through mass unemployment, and it was this which stamped the years between the wars indelibly with the mark of bitterness and poverty. Industrial areas with a variety of occupations were not wholly devastated. The labor force in cotton fell by more than half between 1912 and 1938, from 621,000 to 288,000, but Lancashire had at least some other industries to absorb some of them. Its unemployment rate was by no means the worst. The real tragedy was that of areas and towns relying on a single industry, prosperous in 1913, ruined between the wars. In 1913-14 about 3% of the workers in Wales had been unemployed, rather less than the national average. In 1934, after recovery had begun, 37% of the labor force in Glamorgan, 36% of that in Monmouth, were out of work. 2/3 of the men of Ferndale, 3/4 of those in Bryn Mawr, Dowla and Blaina, 70% of those in Merthyr, had nothing to do except stand at street corners and curse the system which put them there. The people of Jarrow, in Durham, lived by Palmer's shipyard. When it closed in 1933 Jarrow was derelict, with 8 out of every 10 of its workers jobless, and having as like as not lost all their savings in the crash of the yard, which had so long been their harsh and noisy universe. It was the concentration of permanent, hopeless unemployment in certain derelict areas, politely renamed special areas by a mealy-mouthed government, which gave the depression its particular character. South Wales, Central Scotland, the North East, parts of Lancashire, parts of Northern Ireland and Cumberland, not to mention smaller enclaves elsewhere, resisted even the modest recovery of the later 1930s. The grimy, roaring, bleak industrial areas of the 19th century, in northern England, Scotland, and Wales, had never been very beautiful or comfortable, but they had been active and prosperous. Now all that remained was the grime, the bleakness, and the terrible silence of the factories and mines which did not work, the shipyards which were closed. At all times between 1921 and 1938 at least 1 out of every 10 citizens of working age was out of a job. In 7 out of these 18 years at least 3 out of every 20 were unemployed, in the worst years 1 out of 5. In absolute figures unemployment ranged from a minimum of rather over 1 million to a maximum, 1932, of just under 3 million, at all events, according to the official figures, which for various reasons understated it. In particular industries and regions the record was even blacker. At its peak, 1931-2, 34.5% of coal miners, 36.3% of pottery workers, 43.2% of cotton operatives, 43.8% of pig iron workers, 47.9% of steel workers, and 62% or almost 2 in 3, of shipbuilders and ship repairers were out of work. Not until 1941 was the back of the problem broken. Long-term mass unemployment was not to return until the 1980s. The years of slump followed those of World War, and everybody lived in the shadow of these cataclysms. Though their effect varied considerably from one region, industry, or social group to another, they had very general consequences. The first was fear, of death or maiming in war, of helplessness and poverty in peace. Such fear does not necessarily correspond to the reality of the danger. In the Second World War the average citizen's chances of death were not in fact very high, and the majority of workers between the wars were not likely to be out of work for very long. Yet even those who knew this also knew themselves and their relations to be only a hair's breadth from the abyss. Even in peacetime a job lost meant more than a period of uncertainty or poverty. It might mean a family of lives destroyed. This acrid fog of anxiety was the atmosphere which men and women breathed during a generation. Its effect cannot be statistically measured, but, equally, it cannot be left out of any account of these years. It was visibly reflected in the pattern of politics in Britain, which increasingly dominated the life of the citizen through the growing activities of the state. The war and the years of ferment which followed multiplied the electoral forces of the Labour Party, essentially the class party of the manual workers, over eightfold. Its votes grew from 500,000 in 1910 to 4.5 million in 1922. For the first time in history, a proletarian party became and remained the major alternative government party, and the fear of working-class power and expropriation now haunted the middle classes, not so much because this is what the labor leaders promised or performed, but because its mere existence as a mass party threw a faint red shadow of potential Soviet revolution across the country. The leaders of the trade unions and the Labor Party were far from revolutionaries. Few of them even trusted themselves in government, which they regarded as essentially, or anyway normally, the function of employers and upper classes, their own being to demand improvements and concessions. But they stood at the head of a vast movement united by the consciousness of class separation and exploitation, and capable of showing its force in such unparalleled acts of solidarity as the General Strike of 1926. Theirs was a movement which had lost confidence in the capacity, perhaps even in the willingness, of capitalism to give labor its modest rights, while at the same time it observed a broad and perhaps somewhat idealized, the first, and at that time the only, working-class state and socialist economy, Soviet Russia. The Depression produced a further swing to labor, though the later phase of it was delayed by a temporary stampede of frightened and disoriented citizens to the so-called national government under the impact of the crisis of 1931, CP 220. The Second World War ended with the first effective Labour government of Britain, and by 1951 the party polled more votes than it had ever done in history. In the prosperous 50s it ceased to advance. Only one part of the Victorian economy seemed briefly to resist collapse, the City of London, source of the world's capital, nerve center of its international trading and financial transactions. Britain was no longer the greatest international lender, indeed, she was now on balance in debt to the USA, which had taken her former place. However, by the middle of the 1920s, British overseas investments earned more than ever before, and so, even more strikingly, did her other sources of invisible income, financial and insurance services and so on. But the interwar crisis was not merely a British phenomenon, the decline of a former industrial world champion, all the more sudden and sharp for having been delayed for decades. It was the crisis of the entire liberal world of the 19th century, and therefore British trade and finance could no longer regain what British industry lost. For the first time since industrialization began, the growth of production in all the industrial powers faltered. The First World War reduced it by 20%, 1913 to 21, and hardly had it resumed its rise to new heights, when the slump of 1929 to 32 reduced it temporarily by about a third, largely due to the simultaneous collapse of all the major industrial powers except Japan and the USSR. What is more to the point, the three great international flows of capital, labor, and goods, on which the liberal world economy was based, dried up. World trade in manufactured goods only just regained its 1913 level in 1929 and then plummeted by a third. It had not quite recovered by 1939, its value halved in the 1929 slump. World trade in primary products, which was so vital for Britain, which sold largely to their producers, fell by considerably more than half after 1929. Though the primary producers desperately sold increased quantities at knockdown prices, they were in 1936-8 unable to buy more than two-thirds of what they had been able to buy in 1913, or much more than a third of what had been within their reach in 1926-9. A network of walls rose along the world's frontiers to prevent the free entry of men and goods and the exit of gold. Britain, the international junction of a flourishing traffic system, saw the traffic on which she depended disappear, while her investment income from the depressed industrial and the even more hard-hit primary producers fell. Between 1929 and 1932 her foreign dividends fell from £250 to £150 million, her other invisible earnings from £233 million to £86 million. Neither had recovered by the time the Second World War broke out, to reduce her foreign holdings by over a third. When in 1932 free trade was finally buried, see pages 222-3, the Victorian economy went with it. It was only just that the Liberal Party, which had been essentially the party of the liberal world economy, should have finally lost its political prospects with its traditional raison d'être in 1931. Those responsible for the economy were shocked, numbed, and profoundly puzzled by this collapse of all they had taken for granted. The failure of businessmen, politicians, and economists to recognize the facts, let alone to know what to do about them, was overwhelming. We are now aware of the unorthodox minority which anticipated the thinking of our own generation, the Marxists who actually predicted the great slump and gained prestige both from their prediction and from the immunity of the USSR to it, or J. M. Keynes whose critique of the prevailing economic orthodoxy has in turn become the orthodoxy of a later era. We tend to forget how small and uninfluential a minority they were, until after the economic catastrophe had become so overwhelming, in 1932-3, as to seem to threaten the very existence of the British, and the world, capitalist system. The businessmen of the 1920s went into it with little more than the conviction that if wages and government spending could be cut savagely enough, British industry would once again be all right, and with indiscriminate calls for protection from the economic hurricane. The politicians, both Conservative and Labour, went into it with little more than the almost equally futile slogans of Richard Cobden or Joseph Chamberlain. The bankers and the officials who were the guardians of Treasury orthodoxy dreamed of a return to the liberal world of 1913, put their confidence in balanced budgets and the bank rate, and staked all on the impossible hope of maintaining the City of London as the world's financial centre. The economists, with what can only be described as a quiet heroism worthy of Don Quixote, nailed their flag to the mast of Say's law, which proved that slumps could not actually occur at all. Never did a ship founder with a captain and crew more ignorant of the reasons for its misfortune or more impotent to do anything about it. Nevertheless, when we compare the interwar depression with the period before 1914, we are inclined to judge it a little less severely. It is hard to find anything positive to say about the Indian summer of the Edwardians, that season of almost deliberately missed opportunities which made certain that the decline of the British economy would be a catastrophe. It had not even achieved that most modest of objectives, the stability of the standard of living of the poor, though it had made the rich a great deal richer, cf. pages 144-5. On the other hand, perhaps just because economic catastrophe left very much less scope for complacency, the interwar years were not entirely wasted. By 1939 Britain looked a great deal more like a 20th century economy than she had done, in comparison with other industrial states, in 1913. By the four criteria listed in Chapter 9, Britain was no longer a Victorian economy. The importance of scientific technology, of mass production methods, of industry producing for the mass market, but above all of economic concentration, monopoly capitalism and state intervention was very much greater. The interwar years neither modernized the British economy nor made it internationally competitive. It remains old-fashioned and undynamic to this day. But at least certain foundations for modernization were laid, or rather certain major obstacles to it removed. The reason why the interwar catastrophe had not more fundamental consequences is threefold. The pressure on the economy was not desperate enough, for political reasons, state management and planning, such as was to transform the French economy after the war, was used very sparingly, and virtually all economic changes initiated in this period were defensive and negative. The pressure on the economy was inadequate, partly because the peculiar international position of Britain somewhat blunted the impact of the sharpest spur to action, the Great Slump of 1929-33. Since the traditional basic industries of Britain were already depressed after 1921, the effect of the slump was less dramatic. Those who are already low do not fall so far. Moreover, while the export industries were battered, the rest of the economy benefited abnormally from the disproportionate fall in the cost of primary products, food and raw material, from the colonial and semi-colonial world. Again, because the Victorian economy had relied so very little on production for the domestic mass market, the scope for a shift into home sales was considerably greater. Britain was in crisis, but she was not faced in the starkest and least avoidable form with the alternative, compete or die. Second, the state refrained from adequate intervention. Its capacity to intervene effectively was demonstrated in both world wars, but especially the second. When it did, its achievements were sometimes little short of sensational, as in British agriculture, which it transformed between 1940 and 1945. The necessity for its intervention was evident, for several of the basic industries, notably railways and coal mines, were so run down as to be quite beyond the scope of private restoration, and several others were clearly not capable of rationalizing themselves. Yet after both wars the apparatus of state control was dismantled with nervous speed, and the state's reluctance to interfere with private enterprise remained profound. Its interventions, like the gestures of industry itself in the direction of modernization, were essentially protective in a negative sense. This is particularly obvious in the field of economic concentration, for in 1914 Britain was perhaps the least concentrated of the great industrial economies, and in 1939 one of the most. There was of course nothing new about economic concentration. The growth in the scale of productive units and units of ownership, the concentration of a growing share of output, employment, and so on in the hands of a declining number of giant firms, the formal or informal restriction of competition which may reach the point of monopoly or oligopoly, all these are among the best known tendencies of capitalism. Concentration first became noticeable during the Great Depression, in the 1880s and 1890s, but until 1914 its impact in Britain was strikingly smaller than in Germany and the USA. In its industrial structure Britain was wedded to the small or medium-sized, highly specialized, family-operated and family-financed, and competitive firm, just as in its economic policy it was wedded to free trade. There were exceptions, notably in the public utilities and heavy industries, iron and steel, heavy engineering, shipbuilding, which had long required higher initial capital investments than could be raised by individuals and partnerships, and where concentration was fostered by the needs of war. But broadly speaking, the small and disintegrated industry in the open market prevailed, and as it continued to be prosperous, and generally lacked government protection or aid, there was no great reason for it to decline. The average size of plant increased. The public joint stock company, which hardly existed outside banking and transport before the last quarter of the century, entered industry and multiplied after 1880, and this further increased the size of firms. There were already in 1914 some outstanding examples of great capitalist combinations, and a few which had reached the point of monopoly. The tendency to concentration undoubtedly existed, but it had certainly not transformed the economy. However, between 1914 and 1939 it did so, accelerated partly by the First World War, partly by the Depression, and especially, after 1930, the Great Slump, and almost invariably fostered by a benevolent government. Unfortunately, it cannot be easily measured, for the statisticians, like the academic economists, did not seriously investigate its quantitative importance or its theoretical implications until after 1930. Yet there can be no doubt about the broad facts. Before 1914 there were already a few monopolist products, sewing cotton, Portland cement, wallpaper, flat glass, and some others, but in 1935 at an absolute minimum upwards of 170 products were produced substantially by 1, 2, or 3 firms. In 1914 there had been 130 railway companies, after 1921 there were 4 giant non-competing monopolies. In 1914 there had been 38 joint stock banks, in 1924 there were 12, of whom the Big Five, Midland, National Provincial, Lloyd's, Barclays, Westminster, completely dominated the field. In 1914 there had been perhaps 50 trade associations, mainly in iron and steel. By 1925 the Federation of British Industries, founded, like the National Association of Manufacturers, in the last years of the war, alone had 250 such associations affiliated to it. After the Second World War there were perhaps 1,000. In 1907 an expert inquirer could still write, "Great as is the extent to which industry has passed into the hands of large combinations, greater still is the domain still subject to the individual trader too." By 1939, an expert observer had to note that as a feature of industrial and commercial organization free competition has nearly disappeared from the British scene. 3. In terms of employment, economic concentration was fairly marked by the middle 1930s. Broadly speaking, there were then a little over 140,000 factories in Britain. There were then in Britain only 519 plants employing more than 1,000 workers, out of a total of a little over 140,000 factories, of which all but some 30,000 were very small establishments of less than 25 workers. Yet these few plants then employed about 1 in 5 of all workers covered by the census of production, and in several industries, electrical machinery, motor and cycle manufacture, iron and steel rolling and smelting, silk and artificial silk, newspaper production, shipbuilding, sugar and confectionery, more than 40%. In other words, 1/3 of 1% of all factories employed 21.5% of all workers. But since increasingly a single firm owned several plants in the same industry, not to mention in other industries, the actual concentration of employment was even higher. There were 33 trades in Britain in which the 3 largest firms employed 70% or more of all workers. We cannot compare this precisely with the situation before 1914, but we have some guide in the structure of typical old-fashioned industries, which, as one might expect, were less affected than the technologically new ones characteristic of the 20th century. In 1914 the average coal mine, an unusually large undertaking by contemporary standards, employed some 300 men, and as late as 1930 the typical cotton weaving firm was one which employed 1 to 300 workers, and almost 40% worked in plants of less than 200. In the average British industry in 1935, a little more than a quarter of workers were employed by the top 3 firms. In the most highly concentrated industries, chemicals, engineering, and vehicles, iron and steel, 40% or more were employed by the top 3, in the least concentrated, mines, building timber, 10% or less. It is fairly certain that before 1914 most of British industry was much more like the last than either of the 2 others. But the most striking change was not so much the conversion of Britain into a country of giant corporations, oligopolies, trade associations, and so forth, but the positive approval of business and government for a change which would have horrified J.S. Mill. It is true that opposition to economic concentration had always been much weaker in practice than in theory. Britain possessed no powerful movement of radical democratic little men such as that which time and again imposed the, quite ineffective, antitrust legislation in the USA, and the socialists, though hostile in theory to concentration, were opposed to it because it served private ends rather than at all costs. In practice, the labor movement was not opposed to it at all. Nevertheless, the belief in competitive capitalism was almost as firm and dogmatic as that in free trade. But what we see between the wars is the systematic effort of governments to reduce competition, to foster giant cartels, mergers, combinations, and monopolies. The iron and steel industry had been riddled with price-fixing arrangements even before 1914, but it was not, as it became after 1932, a giant restrictionist cartel in open partnership, through the Import Duties Advisory Committee, with the government. The belief in free competition died quickly and painlessly before the belief in free trade. Now economic concentration is not in itself undesirable. Often it is essential, especially in the extreme form of nationalization, to ensure adequate industrial progress. The belief that monopoly capitalism is ipso facto less dynamic or technologically progressive than unrestricted competitive enterprise is a myth. Yet the economic concentration which took place between the wars cannot be primarily justified on grounds of efficiency and progress. It was overwhelmingly restrictive, defensive, and protective. It was a blind response to depression, which aimed at maintaining profits high by eliminating competition, or at accumulating great clusters of miscellaneous capital which were in no sense productively more rational than their original independent components, but which provided financiers with investments for surplus capital or with the profits of company promotion. Britain became a non-competing country at home as well as abroad. In a sense, the strong domestic orientation of British business in this period was also a defensive response to the economy's crisis. Industries like iron and steel frankly fled from the bleak international scene into the protected home market, though such flights could not save the old, export-oriented industries like cotton from disaster. The government after 1931 systematically protected the home market, and certain industries, notably motor manufacturing, rested entirely on the protection, which in this instance had existed since the First World War. However, it was not mere escapism which made British business turn inwards. It was to a great extent the discovery that the mass consumption of the British working class held unsuspected sales opportunities. The contrast between those branches of the economy which had always looked outwards, and those which flourished because they had not, was bound to strike the most superficial observer. The most startling example of expansion during this depression period was retail distribution, see also pages 140 to 41. The number of tobacconists' shops rose by almost two-thirds between 1911 and 1939, the number of confectionery outlets multiplied 2.5 times, 1913 to 38, the number of shops selling medical preparations multiplied more than 3 times, and shops selling such things as furniture, electrical goods, hardware, grew even faster. And this, while the small shopkeeper lost ground and the large enterprises cooperative, department store, but above all the multiple shop, gained ground rapidly. The discovery of the mass market was not new. Certain industries and industrial areas, notably the Midlands, had always concentrated on the domestic consumer, and had done well by this policy. What was new was the visible contrast between the flourishing home market industries and the despairing exporters, symbolized in the contrast between an expanding Midlands and Southeast, and a depressed North and West. In a broad belt stretching between the Birmingham and London regions, industry grew. The new motor manufacture was virtually confined to this zone. The new consumer goods factories multiplied along the Great West Road out of London, while emigrants from Wales and the north moved to Coventry and Slough. Industrially, Britain was turning into two nations. The turn to the home market has some connections with the striking expansion of technologically new industries, organized in a new way, mass production. Though some of the new interwar industries had good export sales, fundamentally, and unlike the 19th century staples, they relied on domestic demand, and indeed often on natural or government protection from outside competition. Several, and normally those which relied on a more complex and scientific technology, relied even more directly on government support or backing. The aircraft industry would not have existed otherwise, and the entire buoyant complex of electrical industries benefited more than is measurable from the government monopoly of the wholesaling of power and the construction of the national grid, a system of power distribution unparalleled at this time anywhere else. The other side of this picture was, of course, a distinct, and in spite of some patchiness very widespread, improvement in the standard of living of the working classes, which benefited both by the cheapening and widening of the range of goods available, and by their being more efficiently sold. By 1914 only the food market had been seriously transformed in this manner. The rise of the mass market was somewhat delayed after 1914 both by the effect of the two wars, the first rather more than the efficiently and equitably administered second, and by the insistence of government and employers that the solution to depression lay in cutting wages and social security payments. Nevertheless, and even allowing for mass unemployment, there was probably some overall improvement. The least sanguine estimates, which spread the losses of unemployment, somewhat unrealistically, over the whole population, still suggest a modest average rise of 5% in real wages, and the more rosy ones, which do not allow for unemployment, of anything up to 40%, though this is very implausible. And there is little doubt that between the wars the new mass production economy really triumphed. It is true that the mass goods which now came on the market or were decisively cheapened were not yet the expensive consumer durables which few could afford, except perhaps for the bicycle. While by 1939 the USA already provided 150 new refrigerators per year for every 10,000 of its population and Canada 50, Britain in 1935 got only 8. Even the middle class had only begun to buy motor cars at the modest rate of 4 per 1,000 consumers, 1938. Vacuum cleaners and electric irons were perhaps the only pieces of domestic machinery, apart from the already ubiquitous radio set, which were bought in quantity by the end of the 1930s. The new goods which made the greatest impact were cheap articles of domestic and personal use, of the kind sold in the rapidly multiplying variety stores of the Woolworth type, the expanding and diversifying chemists. The number of boot stores rose from 200 in 1900 to 180 in 1938, and similar emporia. Cheap cosmetics, for instance, came into use in this period, and so did fountain pens. Both, incidentally, belonged to the short list of most heavily advertised commodities, with cigarettes, drinks, and manufactured foods. For advertising also came of age between the wars, and with it the modern national multi-million circulating press, which depended on it. In one field, however, technological revolution already created an entirely new dimension of life between the wars. In addition to the traditional and declining music hall and the equally old-fashioned but expanding palette danse, two technologically original forms of entertainment triumphed after 1918, radio and cinema. Of these the first was more revolutionary than the second, for it brought round-the-clock entertainment ready-made into people's actual homes for the first time in history. though this was not the primary purpose of the uncommercially minded public corporation which controlled it, the BBC. The cinema took the place of both gin palace and music hall as the poor man's dream substitute for luxury. The gigantic and baroque Granadas, Trocaderos, and Odeons, their names hinting at exotic languor and luxury hotels, their cushioned seats opening vistas of million-dollar spectacles and huge organs rising to blow out heavy sentiment amid changing colored lights, rose in the working-class districts with the rate of unemployment. They were probably the most effective dream producers ever devised, for a visit to them not only cost less and lasted longer than a drink or variety show, but could be, and was, more readily combined with the cheapest of all enjoyments, sex. The rise in the standard of living remained modest and limited. Much of it was due, at least for those in employment, to the fortunate fact that years of slump also tended to be years of falling costs of living. £1 in 1933 bought 4 shillings more than it had in 1924, and a man earning £3 a week, the average of employed male workers in 1924, was still about 5 shillings better off in 1938. The improvements which came with full employment in the 1940s and with prosperity in the 1950s would not have seemed so remarkable if those of the interwar years had not been so unimpressive. Nevertheless, the paradox that depression, mass unemployment and, at least for very many members of the working class, a rising standard of life went together reflects the changes in the British economy between the wars. For a country with Britain's international position, the turn to the internal market was not to be welcomed without qualification. After the Second World War, when governments attempted to encourage the new industries to export, their now established preference for the much easier domestic market was only too obvious. More serious, even the new British industries remained less technologically dynamic than the best of the foreign ones, and where new innovations came from Britain, as they often did, British industry often proved incapable of developing them commercially, or unwilling to do so. In the pure sciences, Britain's position was eminent, and became even more distinguished after 1933 with the exodus of Germany's best scientific brains, though it depended dangerously on a very small number of men in 1 or 2 universities. Britain's place in the development of nuclear physics, of the theory of computers, and in industrially as yet less important branches of science like biochemistry and physiology was assured. But it is fair to say that between the wars few looked to Britain for the development of new techniques, except in the state-sponsored field of armaments, for example radar and the jet engine, and even fewer for a model of what modern industry should be like. Among the very few typical products of our century which were actually developed practically in Britain was television, which was first broadcast here in 1936, but even this, characteristically, owed its advance not merely to a go-ahead private firm, electrical and musical industries, but to the dynamism of the state-owned BBC. It is perhaps significant that Britain remained far ahead of all countries except the USA in its use of television, a rare situation. To some extent this sluggishness was due to the failure of British business to undertake the systematic and expensive research and development which was increasingly essential for the advance of industries based on scientific technology. The Balfour Committee on Industry and Trade in 1927 bitterly contrasted the slow progress made in respect of scientific research generally with the record of German and American industry. For this failure was not so much one of research, for even in the USA, as in Britain, the really major expansion in this field occurred during and after the Second World War under government auspices, and mainly for military purposes, as in development, that is in the expensive nursing of discovery or invention towards commercial practicability. Few inventions could be developed except by some giant, the Calico Printers Association's researchers, who happened on a most valuable artificial fiber, terylene, simply passed it on to Imperial Chemicals in Britain, DuPont in the USA. But the British giants were on the whole less interested in innovation than their opposite numbers abroad. Nevertheless, when all reservations have been made, the record of British industry between the wars was not unimpressive. The output of all British manufacturing industry, including, that is, the declining ones, grew considerably faster between 1924 and 1935 than between 1907 and 1924, and this at a time of depression and mass unemployment. Total industrial output per head may have just about doubled between 1850 and 1913, or a little more. It hardly changed between 1913 and 1924. But from then until 1937 it rose by about one-third, considerably faster than in the heyday of the Victorians. Naturally, this was achieved mainly by the new growth industries. The output of electrical goods almost doubled between 1924 and 1935, that of motor cars more than doubled, as did the supply of electricity. The output of aircraft and silk and rayon, mainly the latter, multiplied 5 times over in the same brief period. In 1907 the growth industries had produced a mere 6.5% of total output, in 1935 they produced almost one-fifth. At the outbreak of the Second World War Britain was therefore a very different country economically from 1914. It was a country in which there were fewer agriculturalists but many more government employees, fewer miners but very many more road transport workers, fewer industrial workers but many more shop assistants and office workers, fewer domestic servants but many more entertainers, and within manufacturing industry, fewer textile workers but more in metals and electricity. See figures 4 and 7. It was a country with a different industrial geography. Even in 1924 the traditional industrial regions, Lancashire and Cheshire, West Yorkshire, the North East, South Wales, Central Scotland, had produced half the total net output of industry. In 1935 they produced only 37.6%, barely more than the new industrial regions which had grown rapidly since then, Greater London and the Midlands. And this was natural. South Wales had, even in 1937, 41% of its workers in the declining industries, but the Midlands only 7%, the North East 35% but London only 1%. It was a country of two divergent sectors of the economy, the falling and the rising, linked only by 3 factors: the great accumulations of capital which grasped both, the increasing intervention of government, which spread over both, and the archaism, born of Britain's unusually successful fit into the pattern of 19th-century world liberal capitalism, which surrounded both. The liberal world economy of the era of British world hegemony was dead by 1939. It died, if we can assign its death a precise date, in 1929-33, and though it was to revive in a new form after the 1970s, neither its global context nor its structure were the same as before. But if its ghost stalked any country, it was Britain, which had learned the job of workshop to the world, of its trader, shipper, and financial center, but did not quite know what to do now that this occupation became redundant. But in the next generations this redundancy implied a change in the functions of government which the 19th century would have regarded as inconceivable. To this we must now turn. 12. Government and Economy 1. The characteristic disposition of British or other governments towards the economy before the Industrial Revolution was that, if necessary, they should do something about it. This also became the universal attitude of governments towards the economy after the Great Depression of 1929-33. However, there have been 2 periods when this presumption, which represents what might be called the norm of history, and indeed of common sense, has been replaced by its opposite, and both governments and economists believed that the state should not intervene in the economy. Since 1979 Britain has been living through the second era of such abstentionism. The first coincided with the rise, triumph, and domination of industrial Britain, and it was, indeed, uniquely suited to the situation of this country, and perhaps to one or two others like it, such as the USA in its era of post-Second World War hegemony. The second era suits no single national economy, but reflects the rise and triumph of a global economy, and benefits primarily transnational and business enterprises for whom states and their laws are troublesome obstacles on the road to profit. The history of government economic policy and theory since the Industrial Revolution is essentially that of the rise, fall, and revival of laissez-faire. Policy is of course based on theory, though not always on the best theory. It might therefore appear logical to begin this chapter with a brief consideration of economic theory, all the more so since the subject of inquiry was, for a large part of the period with which the book deals, dominated by the British, though never to quite the extent that patriots have suggested. However, there are two reasons for not spending much space on the development of British economic theory, which is in any case very adequately treated in a large specialist literature. In the first place, economics, an essentially applied subject, is inevitably much influenced by the prevailing climate of practical discussion and reflects the situation of the economy. When its prospects appeared bleak, it was more likely than not to become the gloomy science, as in the first third of the 19th century, when problems of wage payment began to preoccupy industrialists. Economists, who had hitherto not thought much about them, began to do so, when during the interwar depression mass unemployment dominated the horizon. The most characteristic modification of economics, Keynesianism, had the provision of full employment at its core. Moreover, a good deal of economics has the function not so much of telling government or business what they ought to do, as of telling them that what they are doing, or not doing, is right. In the second place, government policy tends to reflect not so much the best contemporary economics, even allowing for the time lag between the control of policy by middle-aged men who have learned their theory in their youth and the rise to influence of younger men, as the politically most acceptable economics, and often the simplified and vulgarized version of the science, which is what economics tends to become in the hands of administrators, managers, and applied technicians. When there is a powerful consensus among economists, it is all the easier for policy to accept it as orthodox, that is to say, to operate by means of theory hardened into dogma. Total government laissez-faire is of course a contradiction in terms. No modern government cannot influence economic life, because the mere existence of government must do so. The public sector, however modest, is nearly always a very large industry in terms of sheer employment, and public revenue and expenditure form a significant proportion of the national total. Even at the peak of British laissez-faire, around 1860, government expenditure amounted to several percent of the national income. And of course any government activity, any system of public laws and regulations, must affect economic life, quite apart from the fact that the least interfering government rarely finds it possible to abstain from controlling certain obviously economic matters such as the currency. What is at stake is not the fact of government intervention, or even, within certain limits, its weight, but its character. In the classical liberal economy, its object is to create and maintain the best conditions for capitalism, which is regarded as an essentially self-regulating and self-expanding system which tends to maximize the wealth of the nation. At the outset of the British Industrial Revolution, the major problem was to create these conditions. From about 1846, the abolition of the Corn Laws, it was to maintain them. From the last quarter of the century it became increasingly clear that they could not be maintained without growing government intervention in matters which, according to pure theory, were best left untouched. But until 1931, the abolition of free trade, the attempt to maintain the liberal economy was not abandoned. After 1931 it was. This, in a nutshell, and all nutshells are bound to constrict their contents, is the history of government policy in the age of British industrial glory. To create the best conditions for the smooth operation of private enterprise meant, in the first place, to eliminate the numerous forms of existing government interference which could not be justified by the prevailing economic orthodoxy. These, in the early 19th century, were of four kinds. First, there were the remains of the traditional economic policy now commonly called mercantilism, which had as its object the exact opposite of economic liberalism, namely the systematic fostering of national wealth through state power, or state power through national wealth, which often amounted to the same thing. Second, there were the remains of the traditional social policy, which assumed that government had a duty to maintain a stable society in which every man had the right to live in the, generally low, station to which the Almighty had called him. Even after this view had lost ground at the highest levels of policy, it was persistently held not only by the laboring poor, but also by the more traditionally minded of their betters. For instance, as late as 1830 the gentry and magistrates in the several counties affected by the great farm laborers' riots insisted, against higher advice, on recommending the fixing of minimum wages and the abolition of machines which created unemployment. They were rapped on the knuckles for it from Westminster. Third, there were the vested interests of such social groups as stood in the way of rapid industrial progress, notably the landed classes. Lastly, there was the sheer accumulated lumber of tradition, the huge, heterogeneous, inefficient and expensive pile of institutions and institutional gaps which clogged the road of progress. Of these the first posed the most serious problem in theory, the third, and in so far as vested interests protected it the fourth, in practice. The second had, essentially, only the poor on its side. Except for the Poor Law, the social code established in the Tudor era had long fallen into obsolescence, though here and there in the 18th century strong, that is normally very riotous, bodies of workers had still sometimes secured the legal fixing of prices or wages or the legal control of other conditions of labor. By the end of the 18th century it was assumed that labor was a commodity to be bought and sold at the free market price, and when in the hard years of the Napoleonic Wars the early working class movement attempted to revive the legal protection of the old code, its relics were abolished by Parliament without fuss in 1813. Thenceforth, until the early 20th century, the legal fixing of wages, though not the legal control of hours and some other labor conditions, was officially regarded as the certain prelude to ruin. As late as 1912 Asquith, an unemotional man, wept as he proposed the inoperative miners' minimum wage bill, which a national coal strike had forced down the throats of the government. The Poor Law could not be abolished for political reasons, for it was supported both by the natural and profound conviction of the poor that a man has a right to life, if not actually to liberty and the pursuit of happiness, and the powerful prejudice of the agricultural community in favor of a stable social order, that is to say against the ruthless conversion of both men and land into mere commodities. Only in Scotland had Calvinist logic abolished the right of the poor to maintenance, putting their relief entirely into the hands of the charity of their social betters in the kirk, though of course it was in a sense morally obligatory. Moreover, it has lately been argued that a fairly indiscriminate poor law may have been useful in the early stages of industrialization in absorbing the large amount of concealed unemployment, especially in the countryside, at a time when the rate of industrial expansion was as yet unable to provide sufficient employment for the growing population. There is indeed evidence that the 18th century poor law, in spite of bourgeois theory, became more generous, and when poverty became catastrophic, during the hard years of the middle 1790s, the country gentry went dead against the grain of economic theory in the Speen-Hamland system. In its most ambitious versions this set out to establish a minimum wage based on the cost of bread, if necessary subsidized out of the rates. Speen-Hamland did not arrest the pauperization of the farm laborers, and in any case was not widely or lastingly applied in its full form, but it horrified the theorists, for it took the poor law further away from their ideal. This was, a. to make the poor law as cheap as possible, b. to use it as an engine, not of relief for concealed or overt employment, but for driving unemployed labor resources onto the free labor market, and c. to discourage the growth of population which, as was then widely believed, must lead to growing pauperization. It was regrettably impossible not to provide any relief to the destitute, but it must be deterrent and in any case less eligible than the lowest paid and least attractive jobs on the market. A new poor law with these inhuman characteristics was pushed through Parliament in 1834, by a combination of political pressure and lies disguised as statistics. It created more embittered unhappiness than any other statute of modern British history, even though the revolt of the not entirely helpless workers prevented its full application, no relief outside the workhouse, separation of families within it, and so on, in the industrial North. Oddly enough, nobody has seriously investigated whether it actually made labor supply more flexible. It is improbable that it did. The argument for carting away the institutional rubbish heap was more convincing, if only because this visibly saved a lot of money. The power of the older vested interests, notably crown, church, and aristocracy, but also the impenetrable jungle barricade of the lawyers, limited the scope of such rationalization. The more wholehearted, though also some of the more elementary reforms, such as, for instance, the application of reason to spelling, weights and measures, generally require a social revolution to push them through, and there was none. Nevertheless, though the monarchy, the established church, the old universities, the war office, the foreign office, the law courts, and some other ancient monuments survived the era of radical reform fairly unscathed, a good deal was achieved, mainly in the course of 3 bouts of political and administrative spring cleaning, in the 1780s, in the 1820s and 30s, and again from 1867 to 1874. The gaps in reforming activity between these bouts were due chiefly to the fear of social revolution in the Jacobin and Chartist periods. Economical reform, the attack on the practice of using the central state apparatus as a warehouse of financial favors for private distribution by great political patrons, began in the 1780s, though it did not get very far. The principle of a salaried public service, instead of one living on the fees and profits of office, of the separation of private and public funds, and of systematic accounting for such funds was at least enunciated. The budget, the word came into use in the late 18th century, probably owed more to the needs of wartime finance after 1793, but it reflects these preoccupations. A considerable clean-up of the criminal law and the fiscal system took place under middle-class ministers in the 1820s, and the newly reformed Parliament after 1832 launched a major attack on old abuses. It succeeded where the older vested interests saw no harm in it, notably in the Poor Law and Urban Administration, Municipal Reform Act, 1835, but ran into the sands elsewhere. However, after 1860 some of the earlier proposals were at least partly realized with the substantial transformation of the civil service, the partial reform of the ancient schools and universities, the institution of a public system of primary education, and even some modest trimming of the thickets of the law. The reason for this refusal to be more than half rational was not the mythical taste of the British for continuity and their equally mythical distaste for logic. Few countries have ever been more totally dominated by an a priori doctrine than Britain was by laissez-faire economics in the period when institutional reforms were left incomplete, and few countries' institutions were more radically and ruthlessly reconstructed than those of India, in this very same period, and by precisely the kind of Britain whom this myth tends to idealize. The continuity of British institutions in this era was the result of a political compromise between older vested interests, which could not be broken without the risk of revolution, and the new industrialists, who were unprepared to run such a risk except in matters they regarded as absolutely vital, that is to say in economic policy. Over the issue of protectionism or free trade they were prepared to fight to the death, if necessary at the cost of a hunger insurrection which the most militant of them were prepared to provoke. And the landed interest realizing this, gave way quietly over the abolition of the Corn Laws in 1846 fortified by the much reduced vulnerability of their rents by 1846. But nothing else was worth this risk. The cost of institutional inefficiency, high though it was little more than petty cash to the most dynamic industrial economy of the world. An economy which, to take an obvious example, could raise all the investment capital it needed and more, under an obsolete legislation which virtually precluded normal joint stock enterprise, was not going to cavil at little extras. True, institutional inefficiency, for example the need to pass special acts of parliament at extortionate cost for every railway line, helped to make the British railways much more expensive per mile than all others. There is no evidence that British railway building was in the least inhibited by this. The removal of all these obstacles to laissez-faire was simply a matter of how much pressure the new industrialists could, or wanted to, exert against the social groups which stood in their way. The dismantling of the old mercantilist policies alone raised issues of theoretical principle also. It is true that to some extent it was simply a matter of vested interest. But it was easy to show that the West India interest, which stood for slave owning and a monopoly sale of colonial sugar, or the old woolen cloth interest, which stood for the systematic supervision and protection of what had always been England's staple industry, were, even fiscally, less important than cotton, especially as they had far less political backing than the landed interest. It was not so easy to show that the interests of British capitalism would be best served by a total withdrawal of all government support and protection for manufacture and trade. All the more so, since the triumph of the British economy had been achieved in the past very largely because of the unswerving readiness of British governments to back their businessmen by ruthless and aggressive economic discrimination and open war against all possible rivals. But that very triumph made complete laissez-faire possible, indeed desirable. By the end of the Napoleonic Wars, Britain's position was unassailable. As the only industrial power, she could undersell anyone else, and the less discrimination there was, the more she could undersell. As the only naval power in the world, she controlled access to the non-European world, on which her prosperity rested. With one major exception, India, she did not, economically speaking, need even colonies, for the entire underdeveloped world was her colony, and would remain so if, under free trade, they bought in the cheapest market and sold in the dearest, which meant, if they bought and sold in the only big market there was, Britain. This, at all events, is how matters looked to men who readily confused the historic accident of Britain's early industrial start with the fortunate dispensation of a providence that had, apparently, fitted the British to be the workshop of the world and the rest to produce cotton, timber, or tea. All that British industry needed was peace, and there was peace. The two main pillars of mercantilism had therefore crumbled. They were the desirability of protecting British trade by economic means, including the maintenance of a private reservation for it in the colonies, and the need to defend it by force of arms. The first had already been abandoned by Adam Smith, the second still, and very reasonably, preoccupied him. After 1815 even this lost its force. And so, mainly in the 1820s, the surviving parts of the mercantilist code were abandoned. The navigation laws were relaxed, though not formally repealed until 1849, the system of colonial preferences in the 1850s, the prohibition on the export of British machinery and technical experts lifted. It had long been a farce. The remainder of the system went with the Corn Laws after 1846, see Chapter 5. By the middle of the 19th century, government policy in Britain came as near laissez-faire as has ever been practicable in a modern state. Government was small and comparatively cheap, and as time went on it became even cheaper by comparison with other states. Between 1830 and the 1880s, the annual public expenditure per head of population trebled in Europe, and rose even faster, but from a ridiculously low base, in the countries of European stock abroad, but in Britain it remained substantially stable. Except for the mint, some armaments establishments and, inevitably, some building, government kept out of direct production. It even succeeded in avoiding direct responsibility for some things normally regarded as obvious functions of government, such as, until 1870, education. Where it intervened, and the complexity of national affairs was bound to multiply ad hoc government administrative incursions, it was, like the traffic policeman, to regulate but not to encourage or discourage. It was not widely accepted that the one implies the others. Two examples will illustrate the degree of government abstention. Britain was the only country which systematically refused any fiscal protection to its industries, and the only country in which the government neither built, nor helped to finance, directly or indirectly, or even planned any part of the railway system. Yet there were two ways in which government had to intervene in the economy under all circumstances, and such economic policy as it had therefore concentrated on these: taxation and currency. The traditional 18th century bases of revenue had been three: impositions on consumption, of imported products by customs duties, of home products by the excise, on property, that is mainly land and buildings, and on various legal transactions, that is stamp duties. In 1750, as indeed during most of the 18th century, something like 2/3 had come from the first, the excise normally producing about twice as much as the customs, and most of the rest from direct taxes, though stamp duties tended to rise. Then there was also borrowing, mainly for special purposes. The modern fiscal system has retained the first of these pillars and replaced the second by the death duties, which are a levy on property, but above all it added a third, the progressive tax on incomes. By 1939 customs and excise provided only 1/3 of revenue, direct taxes on income or profits provided about 40%, death duties about 8%. The balance came mainly from the much swollen activities of government enterprise, namely the post office, and from the novel tax on motor cars and lesser sources. Income taxes were first introduced as a temporary measure during the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars, 1799 to 1816, but, in spite of the obvious distaste of the citizenry and the economists, they were reintroduced for good, though still thought of for a long time as a temporary expedient, in 1842. As late as 1874 Gladstone proposed to abolish income tax, it was then running at the ruinous rate of 2d. in the pound, and had he won he might have done so. It began to rise steeply after 1900, especially after 1909. Death duties, which would fall mainly on the large accumulations of the landed aristocracy, were never so unpopular in business circles, but until the end of the century, when they were faced by the combined new demands of social expenditure and armaments, the landed interest held them successfully at bay. They became a serious source of revenue just before the First World War, but still a minor one compared with income taxes. Until the 20th century this pattern of taxation developed not out of any systematic or rational view of the most effective or socially equitable methods of raising revenue, or even out of any consideration of the economic effects of different kinds of taxation. Fiscal policy was dominated by three considerations: how to interfere least with businessmen, how to put the least burden on the rich, and how nevertheless to raise the necessary minimum for meeting public expenditure without going more heavily into debt. Primitive political economy had favored indirect taxes, such as customs and excise, on the ground that they were socially unfair. The poor paid a larger share of their income in them, leaving the rich more capital to accumulate for the benefit of the entire economy. Thatcherite policy reverted to this principle. Laissez-faire fiscal theory, though more sophisticated, was also more superficial. It did not like indirect taxes because they interfered with the free flow of trade, and partly also because, in so far as they raised the cost of living of the poor, they might also raise the minimum wage necessary to keep them from starving. Between 1825 and 1856 a bonfire of older duties reduced indirect taxes to the minimum needed to get revenue, and their load on the citizen lightened perceptibly. The doctrine of free trade prevented it being raised. Since Britain also lacked any profitable government enterprises beyond the post office, such as those which supplied the new German Empire with over half its revenue, in the long run direct taxes on income and property had to carry a growing burden. The fundamental object of public finance was to keep expenditure low and the budget balanced. This policy, which makes little sense when in the modern guided or managed economy, was much less irrational under laissez-faire, and so was the equally firm conviction that the public indebtedness ought to be reduced. It had grown steadily throughout the 18th century and steeply during its last and greatest war against France, 1793 to 1815, and indeed wars were the chief reasons for borrowing, though after 1900 there was a significant amount of borrowing for investment for the growing state sector of the economy. The century of peace after 1815 reduced the debt gradually to about 3/4 of its peak, 1819, but after 1914 it rapidly multiplied 10 times over. As with the income tax, the hope that this source of funds would be temporary, disappeared. The second unavoidable economic activity of government, the control of the currency, brought it much more directly into the path of business. The initial problem was how to keep the pound sterling stable, mainly in the interests of British international trade and finance. The case for what often looked like a permanent deflationary bias is by no means as evident as 19th-century orthodox economists assumed, brushing away the occasional proponents of controlled inflation, such as the Birmingham banker Atwood, but for a country which was the fulcrum of the international trading and financial system it was not unreasonable. Since the early 18th century the basis of this stability had been the gold standard, a fixed and rigid relationship between the unit of the currency and a fixed quantity of gold. Before 1931 it broke down only twice, in the course of the two Great Wars, 1797 to 1821 and 1914 to 25, the slump killed it for good. However, something like it was re-established in 1945 for about 25 years, this time on the basis of the US dollar. The gold standard raised two problems. First, how to control the issue of coin or banknotes and to avoid debasement or overissue. Second, and more difficult, how to influence the flow of gold into, out of, and within the country, without resorting to exchange controls or the suspension of convertibility, both of which were regarded as profoundly undesirable except by the inflationist minority. The logical alternative, to adjust issue to the supply of bullion, might work when gold flowed in, but might create an impossible stringency when it flowed out very rapidly. It was indeed in the latter situation that the gold standard had from time to time to be suspended, as in the crises of 1847, 1857 and 1866, or abolished, as in 1797, 1914, and 1931. The solution to the first problem was the centralization of note issue in the Bank of England. Coinage had long been monopolized by the mint. This was for practical purposes achieved, after decades of passionate discussion, by the Bank Charter Act of 1844, and was by then quite beside the point, because non-monetary means of payment, bills of exchange, checks, and so on, were increasingly used for all except petty cash transactions. They were quite unaffected by the control of banknote issue. The second problem was solved, or so it was believed, by the manipulation of bank rate, the rate at which the Bank of England was prepared to discount bills of exchange, that is to advance money against them. The bank was supposed to act as the lender of last resort. Bank rate was supposed to indicate what assistance it was prepared to give the other banks, while at the same time, so it was argued, protecting its crucial reserve of bullion by drawing gold to London with a sufficiently attractive, that is high, rate. Since the City of London was the financial centre of the country, and indeed increasingly of the world, bank rate came to set the general rate of short-term loans throughout the world, and in doing so it would, so the theory ran, smooth the fluctuations of credit, encouraging or discouraging as the economic situation suggested. This type of manipulation began seriously in the middle of the 1840s. All this assumed two things: first, that the Bank of England would act as a central bank and nothing else, and second, that there were no economic fluctuations which could not be teased out by such short-term hints. The first condition was gradually realized in the half-century after the Bank Charter Act, as the bank slowly and reluctantly abandoned its ordinary banking business and profit motives and learned its obligations as a state bank. After the bearing crisis of 1890 it had probably done both. The second remained a pious myth. The stability of the British currency rested on the international hegemony of the British economy, and when it ceased no amount of bank rate manipulation did much good. And there is no evidence that bank rate, or any other government method of intervening on the market as a lender or borrower, diminished the sharpness of the booms and slumps which punctuated the movements of the economy every few years. The foundations of laissez-faire crumbled in the 1860s and 1870s. As other countries industrialized, it became evident that free trade was not enough to maintain Britain as the only, or even the chief, workshop of the world, and if she was so no longer, the basis of her international economic policy needed to be revised. As the Great Depression hit her, it became less evident than it had seemed before that the only thing the British economy needed from government apart from low taxes and a stable currency was to be left alone. As the working classes got the vote, in 1867, but especially in 1884-5, it became only too obvious that they would demand, and receive, substantial public intervention for greater welfare. As a great power emerged in Europe with Germany, and two new ones abroad with the USA and Japan, world peace, with its corollary of low budgets, could no longer be taken for granted. Furthermore, though this was not yet obvious, one might already begin to suspect that the logical consequence of unrestricted private enterprise would not be a modest state apparatus in an unobserved corner of the competitive economy of smallish masters. It might well be an increasingly large and bureaucratic state amid increasingly large, bureaucratic, and very incompletely competitive big corporations. It was not to be expected that business opinion and government policy adjusted themselves to this new situation. During the Great Depression, small groups of ideologists emerged who demanded a clean break with laissez-faire individualism, which was so identified with British capitalism that the two terms were often confused, just as its opposite, state interference, was widely identified with socialism. The genuine socialists, who reappeared in Britain in the 1880s, saw things mainly from the point of view of the working class, the proponents of various anti-laissez-faire policies of national efficiency, and imperialism, from the point of view of the international competitive position of the British economy, or more generally, and dangerously, from the point of view of some vast national or racial destiny which had called Britannia to rule both waves and far-flung shores. But the socialists remained small minority groups even within the labor movement, though they rapidly provided it with an unusually large number of leaders. Not until 1918 did the Labour Party commit itself even in theory to a program of the socialization of the means of production, distribution, and exchange. The systematic imperialists, to give a name to a trend which is difficult to define clearly, occupied a similar position within the ruling classes, and therefore had a much more direct impact on policy. But they were, as the career of Lord Milner shows, if anything less typical of prevalent political opinion in the upper classes, and fortunately so, for their thought pointed uncomfortably towards what later came to be known as fascism. The bulk of labor and, to a much greater extent, naturally, of the business classes, drifted from what the ideologists called individualism towards collectivism in little spurts and eddies, pushed by the pressure of events. Events, of course, were always pushing, yet at 5 times more sharply and irresistibly than at others, during the Great Depression, especially in the late 1880s and 1890s, after 1906, during and immediately after the First World War, under the impact of the 1929 slump, and during the Second World War. The first period produced no real change in economic policy, for, to the lasting misfortune of Britain, the Depression eventually passed before business and politics had been sufficiently frightened. It merely raised the question whether traditional orthodoxy, and especially its quasi-religious symbol free trade, should be abandoned. Nor, and for analogous reasons, did it produce any serious change in social policy. On the other hand, imperialism and war, considered by their champions as solutions to both the economic and social problem, revolutionized British foreign policy. If the state had to adjust its approach, it was largely because of the administrative and above all the financial burdens of flag and saber rattling. Naval expenditure increased from an annual average of about £10 million in 1875 to 84 to well over £20 million per year in the second half of the 1890s and well over £40 million in the last pre-war years. Government loans for direct enterprise largely connected with armament and communications rose from zero before 1870 to around £50 million just before the First World War. It was this rather than the negligible expenditure on social welfare, other than education, which made the old policy of cheap and inactive government impossible. The emergence of a Labour Party, and behind it of radical strike movements, did not affect policy much before it produced 40 working-class MPs in 1906, but led to the construction of an ambitious framework of social welfare legislation by 1912. Its costs were still small, but it marked two major departures from the principles of the old laissez-faire state. The Poor Law, though it resisted attempts to abolish it until 1929, was no longer assumed to exhaust public responsibility for the poor, and, more important, the necessity for direct government intervention in the labor market, if need be by actually fixing wage rates, was recognized. So, an equally novel departure which can be traced back to the national coal lockout of 1893, was the necessity for government to intervene in labor disputes which might damage the entire economy, a contingency which nobody had considered in the happy days when Britain had no effective foreign competitors. These changes implied two others: the official recognition that trade unions were not simply bodies just tolerable by the law, but bodies involved in government action, and the use of taxation, at least potentially, as a method of damping down social discontents by reducing excessive inequality of income. The political radicalization brought about by the First World War translated several of these changes from theory into expensive practice, and faced governments with the even more awful prospect of a labor movement actually committed to the nationalization of industries. In 1919 the nationalization of the mines had actually to be promised, for one disingenuous moment, to the embattled miners. But the major effect of the war was to destroy temporarily, but almost totally, the entire Victorian system. A world war could simply not be combined with business as usual. By 1918 the government had taken over the running of several industries, controlled others by requisitioning their output or licensing, organized its own bulk purchase abroad, restricted capital expenditure and foreign trade, fixed prices, and controlled the distribution of consumer goods. Fiscal policy was used, clumsily, to divert more resources to the war effort than the people were willing to forego, largely by indirectly induced inflation. One part of this fiscal war effort, the so-called McKenna duties of 1915, on the import of cars, cycles, watches, clocks, musical instruments and film, made the first de facto breach in the wall of free trade. They were later retained, to the lasting benefit of the British motor industry, as protective duties. In fact, between 1916 and 1918 Britain was forced to evolve a first incomplete and reluctant sketch of that powerful state economy of the Second World War. It was dismantled with unseemly haste after 1918. Little of it remained by 1922, and in 1925 one last nostalgic effort actually restored the gold standard, and with it, it was hoped, all the happy self-regulating freedom of 1913. Nevertheless, nothing could be quite the same again. The apparatus of government remained larger and more comprehensive than before. The protection of key industries was no longer a theoretical issue. The compulsory rationalization and amalgamation of industries by government, or even their nationalization, was now a matter of practical policy. Above all, the possibilities of government action had been tested. It would henceforth be possible to hate state intervention, but no longer to claim reasonably that it could not work. Curiously enough, the interwar depression encouraged the state's interventions in business much more than did its welfare activities. Labor political pressure slackened after the early 1920s. The immediate reaction of government opinion to the vast swelling of welfare expenditure under the pre-1914 schemes, there were no substantial new ones, was a feverish effort to reduce them to actuarial soundness, that is, to cut them to the bone. The automatic reaction of financial orthodoxy to the 1929 slump was to cut expenditure generally. The 1931 cuts in the salaries of public employees produced the first mutiny of the British Navy since 1797. The cut in unemployment benefits and beneficiaries, and above all the imposition of the means test, produced hunger marches and unrest. The resentment accumulated in consequence of these desperate measures to keep welfare expenditures under control was one of the main reasons for the delayed electoral triumph of Labour in 1945. But in the short run the depression did not lead governments towards the welfare state, it led them into desperate efforts to prevent its extension. On the other hand, the needs of the crisis-stricken industries cried out for government action, and the short period of decontrol was therefore followed by an unprecedented era of state intervention in business, which was palatable only because it was so obviously in favor of business. The government's own sector of the economy was not revolutionized, though private enterprise was supplemented or replaced in some industries, either naval or, more likely, of military importance, or both. Even before 1914 the Navy had broken through laissez-faire by making the British government a part owner or subsidizer of the Suez Canal, the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, 1914, the Cunard Steamship Company, 1904, and, at the cost of a notorious corruption scandal involving high figures in the government, the Marconi Radio Telegraph Company, 1913, while the Post Office, 1912, had bought out the main telephone company, thus virtually nationalizing the service, though the word was still taboo. After the war, public support for such industries was extended, notably air transport and radio communications, and broadcasting was built up as a public monopoly, mainly for political reasons. However, the main interventions of government, its inhibitions lifted by the wartime experience, were still aimed at making private industry more efficient rather than at replacing it. In practice, this meant breaking down its traditional competitive and dispersed pattern. Between the wars, and especially during the 1930s, Britain, as we saw, turned from one of the least into one of the most trustified or controlled economies, and largely through direct government action. It achieved the amalgamation of the railways, 1921, the concentration, indeed the partial nationalization of electricity supply, 1926, the creation of a government-sponsored monopoly in iron and steel, 1932, and a national coal cartel, 1936, though success was less in cotton. Equally unthinkable in terms of Victorian capitalism, the government set about regulating prices and output by legal compulsion, notably in agriculture, about one-third of whose output was brought into state-sponsored marketing schemes in the early 30s, pigs, bacon, milk, potatoes, and hops. By the end of the 1930s some of these schemes had reached the verge of nationalization, for example of coal royalties, 1938, and of British Airlines, 1939, while the collapse of industry in the depressed areas had produced at least the principle of a policy for the direct and subsidized fostering of industry by government planning. Politically, the expansion of state activity during and after the Second World War was still shocking. Economically and administratively it merely continued along well-explored paths. But the most dramatic consequence of the slump was the death of free trade. And since free trade was the almost religious symbol of the old competitive capitalist society, its end not merely demonstrated as it were publicly that a new era had begun, but encouraged the vast extension of government management. While it lasted, government action was an exception, an individual and regrettable departure from the ideal, which had to be carefully scrutinized and strictly limited. After it had gone, what was the point of measuring it in the homeopathic doses of the past? That free trade was swept away with the gold standard in 1931 was natural. It is much more surprising that it did not go earlier. It had come under fire as early as the 1880s when the fair traders suggested retaliation as a bargaining weapon against the other countries which were then putting up tariffs on all sides. At one moment, 1886, even the Vatican of Cobdenite Orthodoxy, the Manchester Chamber of Commerce, was in two minds about this. After 1902, Joseph Chamberlain's tariff reform campaign made it into a major issue of domestic politics and converted the Conservative Party to it. The rather defensive assumption behind it was that, as British industry could no longer dominate the whole world, it might as well concentrate on the quarter of it which was in a British Empire fenced off against the aggressive foreigners. The case against free trade was indeed powerful, especially when British industry was no longer either the largest or the most efficient in the world, and when the country was notably lagging in the technologically new industries of the 20th century. The classic Manchester argument that an industry which could not produce more cheaply than any other on the world market ought to go out of business might bear the sacrifice of a few small occupations, or even of British agriculture, but hardly of a large chunk of Brighton's basic industries and prospects. Moreover, while it was reasonable in 1860 to neglect the contingency of major war, it was so no longer from the 1890s. And, as Adam Smith had recognized, the needs of national defense overrode even freedom of trade. There were three reasons which nevertheless maintained free trade against all its critics. First, the Great Depression of 1873–96 lifted before it had frightened government and business sufficiently, see pages 168–9. Second, and more important, the vast sector of the British economy which depended on international trade had nothing to gain by protection, unless the mere threat of it was enough to tear down foreign tariffs, which was unlikely. Tariffs protected the domestic market. They could do little to protect the export market, and insofar as they cut down the exports of other countries to Britain, with which they paid for their purchases of British goods, they made the situation worse. Not until the basic and export-oriented industries of the late 19th century collapsed after the First World War, and the domestically oriented industries became decisively important, was the road to protection clear. Last, and most important, British finance triumphed even as British industries flagged. As we have seen, trade and finance rather than industry, London rather than Manchester or Birmingham, had always provided the bulk of the really rich, i.e., politically influential, among the middle classes. The world domination of the City of London became, if anything, more complete than ever before in 1870 to 1913, and its role in the balance of payments more vital. The city could function only in a single untrammeled world economy, at all events one in which free flows of capital were unimpeded. Governments, themselves closer to the city than to industry, knew it. Even during the First World War heroic efforts were made to safeguard it against disturbance. Given the choice between industry and finance, industry would have to suffer. It was not until the slump of 1931 finally destroyed the single web of world trading and financial transactions whose center was London and the pound sterling that free trade went. Even then it was not Britain that abandoned it. It was the world that abandoned London. By the middle 1930s laissez-faire was therefore dead even as an ideal, except for the usual financial journalists, spokesmen for small business, and the economists, and even the economists were fighting a rearguard action. J. M. Keynes, the typical unsound writer of the 1920s, became the basis of a new economic orthodoxy thanks to the General Theory, 1936, which did not say much that had not been adumbrated before, but said it when his readers lived in the shadow of the 1931 crisis. Two economic policies therefore faced each other, both equally remote from John Stuart Mill. On the one hand there was socialism, based essentially on the aspirations of the working class movement, but greatly strengthened by the experience of the USSR, which impressed even non-socialist observers by its apparent immunity to the Great Slump. It contained little by way of precise policy except the ancient demand for the nationalization of the means of production, distribution, and exchange and the slogan of planning which the Soviet five-year plans made extremely fashionable. On the other hand there were those, mainly economists who came from liberalism, like J. A. Hobson, or who still remained liberals, like Keynes and Beveridge, who wished to save the essentials of a capitalist system, but realized that this could now be done only within the framework of a strong and systematically interventionist state, or even through a mixed economy. In practice the difference between these two trends was sometimes hard to discern, especially as some Keynesians abandoned the liberalism of their inspirer for socialism, and as the Labour Party tended to adopt the Keynesian policies as its own, in preference to the more traditional socialist slogans. Still, broadly speaking the socialists favored their proposals because they were for social equality and justice, the non-socialists theirs, because they were for the efficiency of the British economy and against social disruption. Both agreed that only systematic state action, whatever its nature, could get rid of and avoid slumps and mass unemployment. The Second World War bypassed these discussions after 1940 by forcing Britain, in the interests of survival, into the most state-planned and state-managed economy ever introduced outside a frankly socialist country. Its construction owed something to the experiences of 1916–18, which it developed systematically, something to the experiences of the 1930s, and something to the new Keynesian economics which rapidly infiltrated government through the massive recruitment of academic and other outsiders into the civil service. But it also owed much to the implicit political pressure of the working classes, which injected a deliberate element of social equity into public policy, such as had been notably absent during the First World War. The government was not only closer to the working classes, if only because the war, unlike the first, was and remained deeply popular. It not only applied a systematic policy of fair shares. It also anticipated a vast extension of welfare legislation, for example by the Beveridge Report of 1942, and, a revolutionary departure, committed itself to the maintenance of a high level of employment as a primary object of government, 1944. By the end of the war it was clear that the road back to 1913 was pretty effectively barred. The apparatus of economic management and control was dismantled rapidly after 1945, as after 1918. From the middle 1950s there was a very obvious return to policies favoring private enterprise and the free market. Nevertheless, the scope left to unrestricted business was even then far smaller than it had ever been before 1941, and those who demanded flexible employment, a higher percentage of unemployment than 1 or 2%, were not politically influential. The labor governments of 1945 to 51 were, in a sense, the delayed results of the bitter experiences between the wars. Yet in terms of government policy their achievement was not revolutionary. They nationalized some industries which had been de facto under public control for a long time, the Bank of England, cable and wireless, the airlines, and public utilities such as gas and electricity, some others which had been so run down as to be beyond private salvage, notably the coal mines and railways, and two which were not actually bankrupt, iron and steel and road haulage. These were denationalized in the early 1950s. The state sector of the economy which thus emerged was somewhat, but not significantly, larger than that which emerged at the same time in several continental countries. No serious attempt was made to operate it coherently. The standard form of nationalization was one developed ad hoc between the wars, for broadcasting, electricity supply and London transport, namely the public corporation operating as an autonomous and in theory profit-making entity, if necessary against other public corporations. The concept of social profitability, the argument that an enterprise which is unprofitable by itself may in fact save the rest of the economy far greater sums than it loses, came into practical politics only at the end of the 1950s, mainly in connection with investments in public transport. Nor did the government, having dismantled most of the wartime mechanism for this purpose, make a serious attempt to plan the economy except by ad hoc and mainly negative interventions. Such mechanisms for coordinating and controlling the joint development of the public and private sectors as were tentatively devised and not until the end of the 1950s, NEDC, owed little to labor inspiration, but a great deal to the planning experiments in France, whose rapid economic advance increasingly impressed observers. On the other hand, the welfare planning of the labor era was, thanks to the comprehensive national insurance system, 1946, and above all to the National Health Service, 1948, far more ambitious than anything which had preceded it. The actual level of expenditure, either per capita or as a proportion of the national income, was not outstandingly high, at all events after a decade or so of inflation. In 1964 it lay very much below all common market countries as a percentage of national income. However, thanks to the labor reforms, the UK acquired a greater variety of social security services and a more complete coverage than any nation in Europe. What John Stuart Mill or Gladstone would have thought of the government-dominated economy of Britain in 1960 makes for entertaining speculation. Government expenditure amounting to almost 30% of the gross national product, or even 40% if we include local government, public enterprises investing 32% of gross fixed investment, the public sector as a whole 42%. In fact, however, these developments were not peculiar to Britain, or indeed to countries of any particular political orientation. By 1960 11 West European countries, and the USA, had government expenditures in excess of 25% of the GNP, and 5 characteristic sectors of the economy, railways, airlines, electric power, central banks, and coal, were substantially under government control in France, Italy, and the Netherlands, and but for coal, West Germany, as well as in Britain. Austria had a larger public sector than Britain. France spent a higher proportion of its GNP on government outlays. Indeed, in many respects other countries had made more serious public inroads into the traditional territory of private enterprise, France and West Germany with the public ownership of large sections of the automobile industry, France and Italy in oil, France in aircraft, Austria in iron and steel, Italy and Austria in engineering. None of these countries claimed to be socialist. All of them reflected the transformation of the traditional capitalist economy into a mixed economy of government and large corporations, the operations of each sector becoming increasingly difficult to distinguish. The major question of policy was no longer whether or to what extent the state ought to enter the economy. It was how it should control the economy, how far it should refrain from taking over hitherto unoccupied commanding heights of the economy because it wished to make a present of their profits to private enterprise, and what the objectives of its control should be. A new chapter in the history of the relations between government and the economy opened in Britain, and for that matter in most Western countries, in the 1970s, essentially for 2 reasons. The golden years of the long boom, described in the next chapter, came to an end, and consequently so did the virtually automatic rise in public revenue, which had encouraged governments to launch themselves into increasingly comprehensive and generous programs of social expenditure. During the 1970s all advanced capitalist states literally became welfare states, that is to say states in which the greater part of public expenditure went on welfare, income maintenance, care, education, etc., and people engaged in such activities formed the largest body of all public employees, in Britain about 40%. Believers in the old verities of a laissez-faire free market, silenced since the 1930s by their own failure in the Great Slump, by their irrelevance to the economics of war and Cold War, and by the extraordinary advance, even in Britain, of government-steered economies since 1945, were listened to again, especially when the relative but dramatic decline of the British economy could no longer be concealed by general prosperity. The 1970s familiarized both economists and governments with stagflation, the unexpected combination of economic stagnation, hitherto usually teamed with deflation, and inflation, hitherto usually a sign of expansion. Inflation now became, and until the late 1990s remained, the bugbear of governments, which also faced the revival of mass unemployment on the scale of the 1930s. This unbalanced budgets geared to full employment. The governments of the 1980s and 1990s first slowly, then with increasing speed, became the architects of a new era of laissez-faire, in some ways more extreme than the old, trying to dismantle public welfare systems, deregulating, privatizing, deliberately substituting the profit-making incentive for all other economic concerns. The basic principle behind these efforts, announced by the speechwriters of President Reagan of the USA who, with Britain's Mrs. Thatcher, was the main champion of the new policies, was, government is not the solution, but the problem. In Britain this effort to push back the frontiers of government from Downing Street led to a greater increase in central government power than at any time since the Tudors. As in other Western countries, rich and with democratic electorates, it did not lead to a reduction of the public expenditure on housing, social security, welfare, and health. However, it led to a shift in the system both of raising government revenues and organizing government spending, from what might be called the visible to the invisible sector. Direct and progressive taxation, such as the income tax, became unpopular, and political parties increasingly competed in promises not to raise it, and even to lower it. Since the total burden of taxation did not, and could not, be reduced, at the end of the 18 years of conservative governments dedicated to tax cutting it was a shade higher than in the tax and spend labor era of the late 1970s, revenues had to be raised in less transparent ways, mainly by economically regressive indirect taxes. Similarly, the amount of public outlays directly under electoral scrutiny, whether by Parliament nationally or under local government, declined, as 30% of central government expenditure, 1992, was transferred to more than 5,000 boards of government appointees for special purposes, which became known as quangos. 13. The long boom 1. The British economy of the 1960s contained very little of importance that could be traced back to the days of Queen Victoria, some elements which emerged in the days of Edwardian imperialism, more which belonged to the era of King George V, 1910–35, and not very much that was not already in existence or predictable on the eve of the Second World War. If we look at the 20 great industrial units of 1965, we shall find only one which would have meant much to the contemporary of Benjamin Disraeli, the P&O Steam Navigation Company. A number, such as Shell and the British, American Tobacco Company, now BAT Industries, would have been familiar to the Edwardians, though not on their modern scale or in their modern diversifications. Others, though familiar as expanding combines to students of economic concentration at that time, only took their modern form between the wars. Imperial Chemicals, Unilever, an Anglo-Dutch firm like Shell, and the merged West Midland Metals Group Guest, Keene, and Nettlefold. All three were still among the top 30 British companies by capitalization in the early 1970s, none was any longer in the list in 1996. Some of them would have become familiar between the wars, such as the car and aircraft makers, but not before. None represented a development belonging essentially to the previous 30 years. The great high street banking units dated back to the merger of 1921, which created Barclays, Lloyds, Midland, and the two banks, National Provincial and Westminster, that merged in the 1970s into the National Westminster. The great insurance and building societies acquired their dominant position as holders of capital in the same period. Small savings channeled through such institutions had amounted to no more than £32 millions or 13% of net accumulation in 1901–13, but to £110 millions or half of total investment in 1924–35. However, in this field the long boom brought significant change. In the era of full employment and social security, not only did small savings rocket, by the end of the 1960s the amount of savings in building societies was only a little less than the total of bank deposits, but the rapidly growing pension funds became increasingly important as investors, and by 1970 almost rivaled insurance companies, investment trusts and, another rapidly growing medium for smaller savings, unit trusts as operators in the market. Between 1957 and 1970 such institutional investors almost doubled their share of total equity ownership. By then they already owned 1/3 of all shares quoted on the stock exchange, and the proportion held by or on behalf of British individuals had fallen below 0.2. It went on declining throughout the period of Thatcherism, which did its best to turn Britain into a nation of share buyers. However, that other characteristic development of the ultra-free market era, the transformation of the great Victorian mutual benefit units such as the building societies into shareholder-owned, and sometimes very large, banks, had not yet begun. Neither, of course, had the systematic sale of nationalized industries, often at giveaway prices, which was to be the special hallmark of the conservative decades. Nor had the deindustrialization of the 1980s as yet devastated the manufacturing scene. The changes since the end of the long boom have therefore probably been more drastic than those between the war and 1973. Whether they have fundamentally changed the economy is not so clear. 17 out of the 30 largest British companies of 1971, by market capitalization, have disappeared from the corresponding list of 1996. However, if we omit the two denationalized giants, British Telecom and British Gas, most of the names would have been familiar 25 years earlier. Still, how many in the 1960s would have expected that in 1994–96 the sectors of the economy with the highest market value of listed equities, after banks and oil, which is less surprising, would be pharmaceuticals, telecommunications, and media. Or that engineering, vehicles would have declined to a capital value of the same order as textiles and apparel? On the other side of the picture, until the 1980s the trade union movement remained the incompletely reformed and rationalized giant that had emerged between the great labor unrest of 1911 and the general strike of 1926. Its older giants were the Transport and General Workers Union, the result of mergers in 1924 and 1929, the General and Municipal Workers, which had finally emerged as such in 1928, the Amalgamated Engineering Union, born as such in 1921, the older Miners' Federation, converted into the National Union of Mine Workers in 1944, and the National Union of Railwaymen, 1913. The years of the long boom were favorable to unionization. The trade union movement reached a strength of 9 millions shortly after the Second World War, 10 millions in the 1960s, and, in a major spurt, a peak of 13 millions by the late 1970s. However, contrary to widespread belief, Britain was not among the most unionized industrial economies. It was distinctly inferior to the Scandinavian countries, Belgium and Austria, and roughly on a par with Italy. From 1980 on, the combination of economic depression, deindustrialization and a militantly anti-union government weakened the union movement and changed its character. In the early 1990s it fell below 9 millions. In 15 years the blue-collar organizations among the largest 10 British unions had fallen from 4.8 to 2.7 millions, while the public service and white-collar unions in this group maintained their strength and now, through a giant merger under the name of Unison, formed the largest single British trade union. Only in the field of government action has there been a major change, though not perhaps a greater one than could already be foreshadowed in the 1930s. As we have seen, the British economy reacted in 4 main ways to the collapse of its traditional foundations between the wars. 1. The traditional basic industries, and all that pertained to them, declined with their export markets. 2. The commercial and financial sector, though disoriented by the collapse of the liberal economy, maintained sufficient strength, especially in the formal and informal empire, and sufficient international relations, not to collapse in the same manner. It had certain alternative possibilities, which it continued to exploit, backed by the unwavering support of governments which regarded the city and the pound sterling as vital economic assets. 3. The technologically new mass production industries, based essentially on the home market, expanded and flourished all the more, because Britain had a long way to catch up in the development of a mass consumption economy. On the other hand, just because such expansion was easy, it did not produce industries capable of very effective international competition, and because the internal market was the main preoccupation of the dynamic sector of industry, a fairly consistent friction developed between its interests and those of the nation's international dealings, as reflected in the balance of payments. 4. There was a striking development both of concentration in the private sector and of state action in the economy, and indeed the two processes were closely connected. All in all, the British economy has continued to evolve along these lines, and attempts to influence its motion, mainly by government action, have served to regulate these tendencies rather than to change their direction. The traditional basic industries have continued to decline, and so, in spite of almost unbroken and desperate efforts to the contrary, has the export orientation of these industries. Coal has retreated. On the eve of the Second World War, production was 20% below what it had been on the eve of the First World War. After the disruption of the Second World War it recovered, but even at its peak in the early 1950s never quite reached the 1939 output, and since then it has declined again, to a level about 1/3 below that of 1913. Coal exports fell from 98 million tons in 1913 to 46 million in 1939, and since the war have never reached 20 million. In spite of the optimistic plans to reach 25 to 35 million by 1961-5, in the early 60s they ran at the derisory level of about 5 million. The industry was virtually destroyed, partly by deliberate government policy, after the great and badly mismanaged national strike of 1984-5. but from the 1970s exports of North Sea oil more than replaced coal exports. Textiles have continued to fade away. In 1937 only about half the quantity of woven cloth was produced as in 1913, in the 1950s peak production barely reached two-thirds of 1937, and the average for the decade, 1951 to 60, was little more than half that figure. Shipbuilding appeared to hold up rather better, mainly owing to the increased size of ships, especially tankers, yet the best year of the 1950s, measured by the tonnage commenced in that year, was below the best year of the 1920s, before the slump virtually destroyed the industry, just as the best of the 1920s had been a little worse than 1913. The industry ceased to exist in the 1980s. Since the 1930s, or at any rate since the Second World War, most serious observers have been reconciled to this decline. Whatever the foundations of British prosperity were going to be, they would no longer be coal and cotton, pig iron, steel girders or shipyards. The real problem, it was increasingly obvious, was how to plan the double contraction of the old and obsolescent sectors of the economy in such a way as to minimize the profound human suffering it entailed. The spontaneous collapse of Britain's traditional economy between the wars showed what human catastrophes it could bring about: industries and regions left empty and helpless, their industry dead, their housing and social equipment slowly decaying for want of maintenance and investment, their men seeping away to more prosperous parts of the country or, much more probably, frozen to their old street corners, demoralized, aging, increasingly difficult to employ, waiting for the improbable return of even the old times, when life was hard but a man could work at the only trade he knew. The shipbuilding industry might minimize its financial losses by simply shutting down uneconomic yards, but only at the cost of the unintended assassination of communities of craftsmen and laborers, like Jarrow. Special measures to encourage employment and industrial diversification in such distressed areas, notably Scotland, South Wales, and the North East, for example by letting factories at attractive terms in newly set up trading estates, were pioneered in the 1930s. The war helped even more by successfully mobilizing the civilian population for the war effort, that is by providing plenty of work everywhere. Regional development was encouraged after 1945, and especially in the later 1950s, when it became clear that the general prosperity and economic expansion did not automatically reduce the gap or even the growing divergence between the prosperous South and Southeast and the relatively prosperous, but also relatively backward, North and Wales. Regional development thus goes back to the 1930s. On the other hand, the planned rationalization of contracting industries as a social process hardly began until the Second World War. It implied systematic thought about the effect of such contractions on the workers within the industry, and in the 1930s the bodies mainly concerned with their defense, the trade unions, were rather weak and politically out of favor. The Second World War gave them strength through labor shortage and the need to mobilize active support for the war effort, and the labor government of 1945–51 reinforced their position. Moreover, it brought some of the most obsolescent and declining industries, mines and railways, under nationalized ownership, and therefore under greater trade union pressure than they would have been in private hands. As a result, a remarkably difficult, and potentially tragic, situation was handled both successfully and fairly. Point 3 In coal mining, employment was cut down by about 1/6 between 1949 and 1960 with a minimum of actual dismissals and redundancy. The number of coal mines was reduced by almost a third, the output per man shift at the coal face raised by almost a third, and mechanization strikingly increased. A glance at the human wreckage in such areas as the Appalachians in the USA gives a measure of both the humanity and the success of the British experience. On the railways the success was less marked, partly because the terms on which they were nationalized were far more onerous. They cost the nation about 7 times the price of the mines, partly because the railwaymen, unlike the miners, failed to establish adequate wages for themselves when they could still have done so, partly because of uncertainties about what exactly transport rationalization meant. But as the old declined, the new rose. Manufacturing multiplied about 2.5 times, in value, between the middle 1920s, 1924, and 1957. Yet within industry, how striking the disparities between the branches which actually declined, like mining, those which rose much less than the average, such as textiles, leather, clothing, those which more or less kept pace with the average, such as food, drink, and tobacco, paper and printing, and those which leaped ahead. The great complex of engineering and electrical goods, even though it included the sluggish shipbuilding, rose by 343%. Chemicals quadrupled its output, vehicles, mainly motor cars and aircraft, and the other manufactures which represent so many of the new consumer goods industries, almost quintupled it. Being based on modern science and technology, which are indispensable for warfare, the two world wars, the second even more than the first, fostered these new industries. The number of coal miners fell from about 770,000 in 1939 to about 710,000 in 1945. But the number of workers in the new electronics industry virtually doubled, from 53,000 at the peak of the pre-war boom to 98,000 in 1944. War helped to tilt the British economy away from the 19th and towards the 20th century. The 30s dug the foundations, the war laid them. After the adjustment from war to peace, the building could rise into the air. If we take the motor and electronics industries as typical of the new 20th century orientation, we can illustrate this process by their example. Point 4. The motor industry was preserved from destruction after the First World War by the McKenna duties, which safeguarded it from the overwhelmingly greater American industry, at that time virtually the only exporter in the world and undoubtedly capable of swamping all other mass-production car manufacture. In 1929 the USA exported about 3 times as many as Britain, France, Germany, and Italy put together, and almost twice as many cars as were manufactured in Britain. British output rose to about 180,000 cars and 60,000 commercial vehicles before the Great Slump, more than doubled in the 1930s, and more or less recovered its pre-war level. The war economy needed few private cars, by 1948-9. Commercial vehicles came out of the war with a much greater output than before. The new line of tractors emerged with almost double their pre-war production. By 1955 car output had doubled once again. By the end of the 1950s it had passed the million mark, by the mid-60s it was around 2 million, while the production of commercial vehicles reached double the pre-war output in 1949, and doubled again by the later 1950s. In electronics, as we have already seen, the war almost doubled pre-war employment, though post-war adjustment took longer, largely because the major domestic market of the 1930s, radio sets, had ceased to expand. Most people by then had radios, and the major domestic market of the 1950s, television sets, had not yet established itself. Still, between 1950 and 1955 employment in the industry doubled again, and now stood at about 200,000. That is to say, whereas in 1939 there had been about 15 coal miners for every man or woman employed in electronics, by the middle 1950s there were only about 3. One welcome consequence of this shift from old to new was that it looked like providing some sort of answer to the prize question of the British economy, exports. Between the wars these had struggled along as well as they could with the products with which Britain had dominated the world markets before 1914, which, by that time, already included a fair amount of machinery. Even in 1938 almost 30% of our exports still consisted of textiles and coal, though about 20% were already made up of machinery, vehicles, and electrical goods. Since the markets for the old staples were gone for good, there was not much hope here. But by the middle 1950s the situation had already changed quite fundamentally. The old exports were down to less than 10% of the total, coal had virtually disappeared, whereas the engineering electrical vehicle building complex alone now provided 36% of our foreign sales. At last, it seemed, Britain had something to sell to the 20th century as distinct from the 19th century world. and there can be no doubt that the unbroken decline of British exports was halted, perhaps even modestly reversed, in the 1950s. In 1900 our exports had amounted to about 36% of our total domestic consumer expenditure, in 1913 to over 40%, that is for every £1 spent for all purposes on goods and services in Britain, 8 shillings worth were exported abroad. In the best years between the wars, 1935 to 9, exports amounted to 27% of domestic consumer expenditure, but in the 1950s, on average, to just over 30%. In other words, whereas British production between the wars veered sharply away from overseas markets to the home market, after the Second World War it began to turn its face back to the sea and what lay beyond. This was, of course, part of the greatest international boom in the history of the Western economies, the so-called Golden Age of 1950 to 73. International trade in manufactured goods increased tenfold between the early 1950s and the early 1970s, though world manufacturing output only quadrupled. The UK enjoyed a share in this bonanza, though a more modest one than other European countries. This boom was a change welcomed, indeed desperately advocated, by all post-war governments, which have filled the air since 1945 with a permanent buzz of, probably ineffective, exhortation to export or die, and the files of their departments with an endless series of plans and devices to encourage exports and from time to time to discourage domestic consumption. And the export performance of the British economy was indeed remarkable. The volume of exports was raised by about 2.5 times after 1938, that of imports by less than half. Whereas in the 1930s less than two-thirds of our imports were paid for by exports of merchandise, by the end of the 1950s well over 90% of them were. Nevertheless, it must be qualified by two observations. It has not, for reasons we shall discuss shortly, solved the problem of the British balance of payments, and by international standards the export drive has been somewhat half-hearted and not conspicuously impressive. 5 By insular standards, the modern industries have done unexpectedly well, by world standards they have not. Once again the motor industry may illustrate these weaknesses. It began to export, mainly to the Empire, in the 1930s, but its real opportunity came after the Second World War, when for a few years it had the field virtually to itself, partly because of the decline of American car exports, partly because of the disruption of the continental car industries thanks to the war, partly because the policy of keeping down domestic consumer demand which the Labour governments favoured deprived the industry of the easy option of selling at home. Simultaneously, of course, it received considerable assistance with its export drive. In the 3 great years of post-war restocking, 1949 to 51, the British motor industry exported over 1 million cars, more than twice as much as the USA, and more than twice as much as France, Italy, and Germany put together. In those years, 1948 to 52, something like two-thirds of British motor output went abroad. Yet with the end of domestic austerity, the industry naturally turned to the home market and its relative export efforts slackened. Meanwhile the other European motor industries, though themselves supplying even more buoyant home markets, exported with tremendous zest. By the middle 1950s Germany sold more cars abroad than Britain, and the 3 main continental producers between them exported about twice as much as this country, though they did not produce twice as many cars. By 1963 Germany produced considerably more cars than Britain, and both France and Italy almost as many. In 1955 Britain had still outproduced Germany by a good margin, and turned out almost twice as many vehicles as France, 4 times as many as Italy. While Britain acquired new sources of visible exports, the invisible ones, which had once more than balanced our international payments, languished. Britain was simply no longer the center of the world's commercial and financial system, nor its major maritime carrier. On the other hand, British investments abroad apparently held their own rather well. They had taken a bad beating after 1914. Wars forced their liquidation, slump devalued and discouraged them, and from the 1930s a new cloud darkened the foreign investors' horizon, the nationalization of industries, which was threatened not only by certified Bolshevik governments, but by all independently minded regimes in the underdeveloped world. Inevitably this hit such traditional outlets for British capital as railways and public utilities, and threatened even mines and oilfields. Nevertheless, the outward flow of British capital resumed after 1945 on a vast scale. Perhaps something like £4,000 millions were exported between 1946 and 1959, at an annual rate of between a third and a quarter of net investments in fixed capital at home. This was well below the best Edwardian years, 1909–13, but probably up to the late 19th century level. It was offset, however, by a rather large import of foreign, mainly American, capital, particularly from the 1950s. By 1950 it could be guessed that foreigners drew from their British investments perhaps two-thirds of what Britons drew from their foreign ones. In some respects this new bout of foreign investment was similar to the old capital export. It went increasingly into developed rather than genuinely underdeveloped regions, and maintained a fondness for the old empire, now persisting economically as the sterling area. In other respects, however, it changed. Much less of it now came from individuals investing privately, or in such things as government stocks. Far more of it now came directly from large corporations developing overseas subsidiaries and getting a stake in foreign companies. The sun of the old-fashioned rentier was setting. The sun of the giant international corporation was at its zenith. The oil companies were the most familiar example of such corporations, and indeed but for oil investment our capital exports to the ex-colonial and semi-colonial countries would have been little more than half their actual size. They were in any case no longer very impressive, and neither was British official aid to such countries. In absolute figures, 1962, it was less than half of French aid and smaller than German. As a percentage of central government expenditure it was lower than the USA's, France's, Germany's, Belgium's and Japan's, and even as a percentage of the national income it was lower than all of these except Japan. At first sight much, in the underdeveloped countries perhaps half or even more, of this investment came from the profits retained by British businesses overseas. Yet a net outflow of capital is difficult to maintain for any length of time without a surplus in the country's balance of payments, and Britain's balance was notoriously in constant difficulties. Certainly it produced nothing like the size of our capital export. It would seem that a good deal of this came from various forms of short and long-term borrowing, from the dollar loans and grants of the first 10 post-war years, from the colonial sterling balances accumulated in London until the middle 1950s, and the balances of oil-rich sheiks which continued to accumulate there, as well as from the gold production of the sterling area, that is South Africa, and the surplus on dollar trade of part of the sterling area. Increasingly it has been also based on the foreign investment in Britain and especially the very large sums of hot money attracted to London for short periods by high interest rates. For the City of London tried more and more to compensate for the decline of its older functions, by making sterling attractive to foreign speculators, which implied, among other things, the maintenance of the pound at a stable, and overvalued, level. This was a dangerous situation, not only because of the inherent risk of borrowing short to invest long, and the large burden of payments to creditors and investors abroad, but because of the constant risk of massive and rapid withdrawals of capital from Britain. What is more, it could be increasingly argued that it imposed an intolerable burden on both industry and government. Dangerous runs on the pound occurred from time to time since 1931, and were sadly familiar during the Labour governments after 1964. Because of the government commitment to maintain sterling at an arbitrarily high and stable exchange rate, they tended to blow up into politico-economic typhoons within a matter of weeks or even days, as they drained the gold and foreign exchange held by the British government, which was thrown onto the market to buy sterling in order to maintain the value of the currency. Since British governments now owned far less in the way of such readily mobilizable assets than foreigners owned by way of equally readily saleable liabilities, every such crisis was potentially disastrous. Time and again, as in 1931 and 1964-6, such crises took governments by surprise, and forced them to seek support for the pound abroad, at the cost of adjusting their domestic policies to the wishes of our supporters and creditors. The case for maintaining sterling as a world currency, in spite of these hazards, was that the British balance of payments derived greater advantages from attracting the foreigner to sterling than were readily or quickly available in other ways, given the diminishing importance of the traditional invisible income. The case against it was that the foreigners no longer found sterling attractive because behind it there stood a great and flourishing economy, but only because they were being given special inducements to hold it, and even with these they were sufficiently nervous to withdraw at the slightest sign of trouble, real or imaginary. What was more, the special inducements, high interest rates, an overvalued pound, the domestic deflation which was supposed to maintain the foreigners' confidence, might harm the growth of the British economy as a whole. Once again factories might be sacrificed to banks, but no longer, as before 1913, to encourage the vast and certain profits of the city on which the balance of payments depended heavily, but on the increasingly risky gamble that the occasional high profits which came to London would turn out larger than the substantial losses from the recurrent and predictable exchange crises. Such crises occurred in 1947, 1949, 1951, 1955-7, 1960-61, 1964-6, and 1967, when the pound had to be devalued for the second time since the war, and it became clear that the days of sterling as a world currency were numbered. However, by then the entire international monetary system, of which sterling formed a part, was in such disarray that crisis had become endemic, affecting various countries in turn, including the USA itself, and thereby perpetuating the vulnerability of the pound. Observers incidentally noted the ironic fact that the actual payments deficits which made Britain so vulnerable were normally quite negligible. At most times they amounted to little more than a fraction of the very large military expenditures which Britain incurred in order to maintain a waning global role in politics. A reduction of this spending from the 7% or so of the national income to what, say, the French and Germans were spending for analogous purposes, would have wiped out our deficits on current account in most years. However, the imbalance of payments was the symptom of a more profound problem rather than the problem itself. It could be righted. But could this be done without jeopardizing the growth of the economy, which was already lagging by world standards? Experience seemed to show that it could not, for time and again exchange crises were solved by throttling down domestic demand, and developed again as soon as the economy advanced, increasing imports more rapidly than exports and thus once again producing a deficit. The choice seemed to be between an economy of free enterprise which was solvent because it stagnated, or lurched between alternative bouts of acceleration and hard braking, and a planned economy in which imports and capital exports were controlled by government in order to prevent economic expansion from unbalancing payments. The 1945 Labour government chose essentially the second course, making itself unpopular by the consequent austerity at home. The Conservative and Labour governments after 1951 chose the first. Such questions did not much preoccupy the bulk of Britons, who benefited from the longest and most continuous boom in the nation's modern history. Unemployment virtually disappeared during the Second World War and remained negligible thereafter, except in a few areas. It averaged 1.7% for the United Kingdom during the 1950s. Share prices virtually trebled during that decade, consumer expenditure almost doubled, rising rather faster than prices. The trading profits of companies occasionally faltered, in 1952, in 1957, and again in the early 1960s, but in general rose steadily, doubling between 1946 and 1955, rising by about a third again in the next 5 years. The echoes of the trade cycle of boom and slump were faint. In the post-war years of Labour government, business felt itself hampered by government controls, but when the Conservative governments deliberately relaxed these, few of them had any serious complaints. The sun of conservatism shone brightly on private enterprise and private consumer expenditure. It was like getting a license to print money, said a Canadian millionaire of one of the most striking innovations of this era, the introduction of commercial television. Others might have said the same, had they been equally frank, including some who would probably have been unfit to flourish in a climate less gentle for even the inefficient big businessman. The persistent worry of economists and civil servants about the critical state of the economy therefore made little impact on the British people, except in so far as travelers observed the notably higher standards of life in North America, the notably more rapid economic advance in some continental countries. For a generation to whom crisis had meant unemployment and poverty, financial stringency, production cuts, and no profits, it seemed incomprehensible to use the term of a period when 91% of British households had acquired electric irons, 82% television sets, 72% vacuum cleaners, 45% washing machines and 30% refrigerators, and when the worker's bicycle rapidly gave way to the adult's motor car, the youth's motor scooter or motorbike. Almost half the washing machines, more than half the refrigerators, and more than a third of the TV sets had been bought for the first time between 1958 and 1963. It was an unquestionable fact that most people had never had it so good in material terms, and if this was due not only to technological revolution and higher incomes but to the increasing spread of higher purchase, it was still a fact. Installment buying had become general between the wars and was already then developing its own financial institutions. It burst the bounds of traditional caution and moral reprobation of debt after the Second World War, though ancient habits were still reflected in a partly irrational dislike of higher purchase finance houses. By 1957 the British people owed a collective installment debt of £369 million, by 1964 of some £900 million, not to mention a collective overdraft of more than £4,500 million. The British standard of living now rested largely on debt, and was therefore particularly vulnerable to restrictions of credit as well as of income. Under these circumstances the spontaneous impetus to modernize the British economy was weak. Hence perhaps the surprising feebleness of structural change in its private sector. Even economic concentration does not seem to have advanced very much between the 1930s and the early 1960s, though comparisons are difficult, and in some fields fairly substantial mergers took place in the 1950s. What made the forces of change even weaker was the shelter which government now provided for one and all. There was no reason in principle why this should have been so. In other countries, socialist or non-socialist, government proved that it could act as both the pacemaker of change and the force driving the economy forward. But in Britain this was not so. The role of the government and the other public authorities had increased notably since the 1930s, as we have seen, particularly in consequence of the Second World War. So far as the ordinary citizen was concerned, it took two main forms: legal regulations and compulsion, direct and indirect social payments and subsidies, collectively called the welfare state. The ordinary worker's lot was not greatly changed by the two other extensions of public action, which affected business rather more, namely the extension of the public sector, which by the 1950s employed 25% of all working Britons, as against 3% in 1914, and the extension of the practice of managing the economy. The latter normally committed government to something like full employment, but it is not clear how far the full employment since the war was due to this laudable object. The conditions of people in public employment differed from those of the rest chiefly by their greater inflexibility, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse, and in the older kinds of public service, by greater security and pension rights. The main forms of social security payments, pensions, health insurance and unemployment insurance, introduced on a modest scale before 1914, had multiplied unexpectedly after the First World War. The Second World War and the subsequent Labour government achieved a remarkable extension of this social security system, unifying the various social benefits, creating a comprehensive health service, and adding new payments, such as family allowances for second and subsequent children. In 1 year, 1956, to take an example, about 15 million claims were made for various benefit payments in England and Wales, which is about 1 for every 3 inhabitants. 3.14 million families also received allowances for 8.4 million children, and an even larger number received the indirect subsidy of tax remission for their children, not to mention various gifts in kind such as school meals and welfare milk. 1.5 million received national assistance from the rather more humanized successor of the old Poor Law. Virtually all benefited from the National Health Service of 1948, and 90 to 95% of children attended schools maintained wholly or partly out of public funds. Never before had so few citizens entirely escaped the net of public welfare. How much this system contributed to the income of the average citizen is another and more complex question. Actual grants to people were virtually negligible before 1914, except for the Poor Law and the 5 shillings a week old age pension for those over 70. By 1938 they may have amounted to about 5 to 6% of total personal incomes, before tax. Since then, surprisingly, they have not gone up much. In 1956 they were estimated at only about 7%. This is because the rise in prices has made the present Social Security benefits less valuable in real terms than those before the war, and also because of the fall in unemployment. The apparatus of Social Security had become much more all-embracing, but its benefits to all the destitute citizens were still marginal. Moreover, by 1960 they no longer compared favorably with those available in many other West European countries, except for the health service and national assistance. This inadequacy is specially marked in the cash payments the citizen receives when unable to earn wages. Today, as before 1914 and between the wars, the man or woman who depends exclusively on unemployment pay, pensions, benefits and so on is a very impoverished citizen indeed. On the other hand, government intervention has played a major role in housing, education and, since 1948, in health. In addition to rent control, the first war and post-war initiated systematic public house building, mainly by local councils. Between the wars about 1.9 million dwellings were built directly or with public subsidies, as against about 2.7 million by unsubsidized private builders. After the Second World War the great majority of all dwellings were built by councils, though in the 1950s there was a considerable rise in the proportion which came from private builders, encouraged by the official return to a modified free market economy. Before this change, out of the 13.5 million dwellings in England and Wales, 3 million were publicly owned and another 4 million rent-controlled, so the importance of public intervention is obvious. Of course, it also operated in reverse, for example by pushing up the rents of uncontrolled tenancies. Curiously enough, however, the basic source of most people's income, their wage or salary, remained largely unaffected by the expansion of public control, except for a few interventions, mostly before 1945, to provide a legal minimum wage in industries with weak trade unions, or to encourage conditions of labor such as paid holidays. Before the Holidays with Pay Act of 1938 between 4.5 and 7.5 million people were said to enjoy paid vacations, within 5 years 15 million, and since the war almost every employed Briton. But what determined wages was essentially free bargaining between employers and trade unions, and the state's interventions, except in times of crisis, were mainly designed to foster this. Since the period 1890 to 1914 such bargains had tended to become basically national agreements between national unions and, increasingly, associated bodies of employers within a given industry, though common economic conditions, common movement of the cost of living, and the tendency of each type of worker to try to keep pace with comparable workers in other industries tended to make the whole wage structure lumber in the same direction. In practice such agreements became more imprecise as they became more national. Moreover, the national trade unions and the employers' organizations, the latter by far the most conservative bodies on the industrial scene between the First World War and the early 1960s, each in their own way favored the maintenance of formal systems of, for example, wage payment which were increasingly remote from reality, so that the gap between negotiated minimum wage rates and actual take-home pay widened considerably. In consequence, the real negotiations which determined what employers were really prepared to concede to their workers increasingly took the form of an unofficial and quite unsystematic web of bargaining between the representatives of individual firms, largely at plant level, and a growing number of shop stewards or similar grassroots negotiators. It was typical of the laissez-faire character of industrial relations that virtually nothing was known about them. Estimates of their total number in 1959 to 60 ranged between 90,000 and 200,000, except that their numbers were increasing rapidly. In the Amalgamated Engineering Union they increased by perhaps 60% between 1947 and 1961, half of this increase occurring between 1957 and 1961.6. What government intervention did was thus to stabilize the status quo such as it was. It supplemented the workers' income without, except for the very poorest, determining it. It provided a base from which each man or group could negotiate and gave recognition, and therefore permanence, to such unions or employers' associations as were in existence, but without seriously influencing, except in brief forays at times of crisis, the results of the bargains or the structure of the wages system. At bottom it left matters to the free play of negotiation and tradition. The result was a complex process of muddling through, which gradually caused the actual wage level and the actual way in which it was determined to diverge increasingly both from the theory and from the realities of industrial structure. Full employment, the general rise in living standards, and the capacity of booming industries to pass wage increases on to the consumer, at the cost of legitimizing further increases to meet the rising cost of life, obscured the disadvantages of this state of affairs, except to economists and those underpaid groups of workers whose low wages and status it tended to perpetuate. By the early 1960s criticism of it was mounting, but much of it took the negative form of opposition to trade union bargaining as such, which in turn reflected the traditional and erroneous view that the unsatisfactory condition of the economy was due to the workers. It was not. The economic irrationalities of workers and management were the two sides of the same coin. Indeed, it might be argued that the attempt to limit the pressure of unions deprived the economy of at least one powerful incentive for industrial modernization. This system of industrial relations was utterly destroyed under the conservative governments of the period 1979 to 97. Government had equally little planned effect on the structure of business. After 1945, Britain acquired a substantial public sector and retained the capacity to determine the general movements of the economy. However, with the dismantling of the very successful mechanism of wartime planning and post-war reconstruction, it lost interest in what to do with its powers until about 1960, when the spectacle of French economic success revived it again. The nationalized industries, coal, railways, and some other forms of transport and communications, and the nationalized, denationalized, and eventually renationalized steel, were the result of a combination of circumstances, but each was operated quite separately, uncertain whether its purpose was to provide a service to the rest of the economy, and if so what and at what cost, or to make a profit like any other business, or to order goods from other British industries such as aircraft, or simply to keep its deficit low enough to avoid awkward debates in Parliament and the press. Its relation to competing private businesses, run on ordinary principles of making the highest profit, was left obscure. Its policies as purchaser of products, and the size of public sector orders made it dominate several industries, were left undefined. Naturally, it played a much smaller role in the economy than it might have done. This is true not only of the nationalized industries themselves, but of the even more important body of investment controlled by the public authorities. What happened was that, except in time of war, the prevalent theory of public enterprise did not consider it as a means of assuring economic growth. Britain, the first of all developed economies, found it hard to think in the terms which came so naturally to backward nations trying to catch up advanced ones, to poor ones trying to become rich, to ruined ones trying to rebuild, or even to those with a continuous tradition of technological pioneering. British socialists thought of the public sector as an engine for achieving a redistribution of incomes and a measure of social justice, or more vaguely, and in contrast to profit-making capitalism, a public service. In fact, this meant producing the cheapest possible goods and services for the public, but since the main consumers of nationalized industries are private businesses, it meant subsidizing private business, incidentally diminishing its incentive to modernize itself. Businessmen thought of it in much the same way, if they thought about it at all, though in different terminology. Their ideal of public enterprise was one which, a. did not interfere in private business, b. cost the taxpayer no money, c. supplied goods and services below market rates, d. ordered goods and services at monopoly prices, and e. subsidized or bore the costs of research and development. These objectives were incompatible. Government, finally, saw the public sector, like public expenditure, by tradition primarily as a stabilizer of the economy, a smoother down of short-term fluctuations. Once it found itself in possession of a very large chunk of the economy, it could not merely encourage or discourage private business by fiscal and financial measures, but also throw its own huge weight this way and that is, in practice, cut down public civilian investment from time to time. But it still did not think of itself, at least for most of the period after the Second World War, as the major engine of the economy, though very slowly it became convinced that it ought to do something to ensure a more rapid rate of its growth. One reason for this failure was that government hardly thought of itself as very distinct from private industry, from the handful of economically decisive giant corporations, often constructed like public bureaucracies, whose chiefs slipped into public service in times of crisis readily, as retired senior civil servants slipped into the economy-controlling giants. It seemed unimportant that one sector operated on normal business principles, the other not, or indeed whether a sector was nominally private or nominally public, so long as the men who ran both thought in similar ways, and followed the general indications of the government economists, who in turn were not notably different from any other economists. Except for the left wing of the Labour Party and other socialists, nationalization was widely regarded as irrelevant, the existing nationalized industries as historic accidents. At one point the leadership of the Labour Party even suggested that the best way for the public to control the non-nationalized sector might be to buy government shares in the leading private companies. Outsiders might find it paradoxical that, during the financial crises of 1964-6, the governor of the nationalized Bank of England, theoretically the spokesman of government, in practice acted as the spokesman of city opinion against the government, but this was a paradox which emerged naturally from the fusion of the two sectors, and the belief that the economy was really directed by the consensus of the sort of people who ran any kind of large enterprise. The British economy in the early 1960s therefore still relied largely on the forces of natural and spontaneous evolution, though nudged along by public policy. It did so all the more because, after 1951, government deliberately abstained from administrative controls, except, theoretically, as short-term crisis measures. By then this state of affairs came under increasingly heavy criticism, and it was clear that much more systematic measures of planning, of rationalization, of destroying irrationalities and inefficiencies, would soon be needed. By international standards, British performance was poor. The fundamental problem of Britain's position in the international economy had clearly not been solved. Indeed, the relative decline of the British economy compared to others accelerated notably in the last years of the long boom without anyone much noticing. In the 10 years from 1963 to 1973, industrial production in Japan had multiplied by 2.9, in Spain by 2.5, in Austria and France by about 1.75. In Ireland and West Germany it had risen by about 2/3, in Italy, Norway, Sweden, Australia, Belgium, and the USA by about half, but in Britain by barely more than a quarter. The end of the long boom was to make it impossible any longer to overlook the seriousness of the British economy's problems. 14. Society since 19,141. In economic terms this was a century of striking net improvement in the standards of living. In social terms it was one of equally striking and disorienting change. The wars and interwar depressions kept Britain's minds largely off these secular changes. They had more urgent preoccupations, but by the early 1960s, after a series of peaceful years in which the material conditions and habits of the people altered more profoundly and rapidly than ever before, a mood of puzzled introspection and self-criticism seized the literate parts of the population. What had happened? What was happening to the country? At first sight, the most obvious phenomenon was its international decline. After 1931, Britain ceased to be the hub of the international economy. After 1945, it ceased to be even a formal empire of substantial size, and comparisons with other industrial countries became increasingly unfavorable. In fact, as we have seen, the change in Britain's international position hardly affected life within the country. The lives of businessmen depended on profits, and whatever the sources of these profits, they were remarkably healthy. The lives of workers depended on their employment and wages, and both were far higher than before. The lives of the professional classes and intellectuals depended on their employment and scope, and both expanded immeasurably compared to the days before the Second World War. The malaise which became so obvious from the late 1950s was certainly not due to material discontent, still less to hardship identifiable with Britain * decline. It was due to the apparent dismantling of landmarks which past generations had, without much thought, taken as permanent. The proverbial country of puritanical morals appeared to have become, at least as far as large sections of its younger citizens went, a country of unusually permissive sexuality. The nation which prided itself on abiding by an incorrupt law became celebrated for the daring and impunity of its robbers, and began to suspect the integrity of its policemen. The nation whose working-class citizens had hardly ever crossed the Channel except in uniform sent millions to Mediterranean beaches and alpine ski runs each year, received, with considerable reluctance, a modest but only too visible influx of colored citizens, and took to consuming scampi, chop suey and, in quantities hitherto unprecedented, wine. Or so it seemed. Since 1911, British official statistics, followed by the market and opinion researchers who became prominent after the Second World War, had treated British society as a hierarchy of 5 and later 4 classes, the familiar ABS, the professional and business middle class, the white-collar lower middle class CIS, the skilled or better paid blue-collar C2S, and the semi-skilled and unskilled of the pollsters. At the peak of the long boom, 1971, 12% of the population were classified as ABS, 20% as CIS, 35% as C2S and 33% as D. C2S and D together being a declining but still absolute majority of the British population. This was to change in the next 2 decades. However, within this social structure substantial changes took place in the balance of the sexes after the Second World War, initially without attracting much attention. The most important of these was the remarkable rise in the participation of women in the paid workforce, due largely to the growth of paid employment outside the home for married women, CP 96. Between the wars they constituted a little over a quarter of the workforce, but after the Second World War they rose steadily from 1/3 to, in 1995, half, a rise which continues. By the 1990s the decline of the old muscle-dependent industries was turning the working class into a predominantly female social stratum. The winning of a place by women in the professions and in business attracted more attention, especially after the revival of the feminist movement in the 1970s. Progress, though accelerating, was slow. Even in higher education the number of full-time women students in the mid-1990s was still a little below that of males. These changes in the social structure of Britain were difficult for the inhabitants of the country to come to terms with. The most acute malaise was that of the middle classes, by now, as we have seen, mainly composed of salary earners. The rich had little cause for complaint, though, as always, they saw themselves taxed and oppressed out of existence. Certainly there was no major equalization of property between the wars and no substantial redistribution since. Before the First World War, 1911-13, The top 5% of the population owned 87% of personal wealth, the bottom 90%, 8%, just before the second, 1936-8, 79% and 12%, and in 1960 75% and 17%. As for investment income, in 1954 the top 1% still received about 58% of all of it. Britain remained very far from being a property-owning democracy. At the very top of the scale the exceedingly rich became slightly more numerous, slightly richer per head, but formed a somewhat smaller percentage both of the number of owners and the total value of property. In 1936-8 15,000 individuals owned some 22% of all property, after the war 19,000 owned almost 15%, and since 1948 concentration once again resumed slowly. It was to accelerate dramatically in the 1980s. The bottom 40% of Britons, who had shared 24% of the nation's disposable household income in 1979, saw their share drop to 18% in 1990-1, while the top 20%'s share rose from 35 to 43%. What had happened was a modification in the basis of inequality in the context of a changing, and increasingly state-influenced economy. Those who failed to adjust to this suffered, those who seized the new opportunities prospered. Between the wars, when the ideal of a return to 1913 still haunted the rich and those in charge of the state, this was not yet as obvious as it became after the Second World War. This is most evident in the field of taxation. Officially direct progressive taxes and levies on wealth such as death duties rose to ever dizzier levels, so that the very rich were theoretically stripped of the great bulk of their excess income. In fact, and under the benevolent eye of the state, a variety of legal devices for tax evasion were perfected which largely exempted those whose incomes did not take the form of wages and salaries and were taxed at source. The most important of these loopholes was probably the absence of any capital gains tax until 1962, which brought vast and untaxed windfalls to the owners of security and negotiable real estate in the long post-war years of uninterrupted capital appreciation. The most striking new fortunes of this period, for example those of real estate speculators, were based on this. Gifts of property to relatives sidestepped death duties. And so on. The very rich, therefore, remained pretty well as affluent as before, though their composition was somewhat altered. The First World War, a paradise for profiteers, made them richer, though it also, with the help of Lloyd George's sale of peerages, reduced ad absurdum their traditional social reward, adoption into the landed aristocracy. The interwar depression troubled them a little, though not enough to create even a local legend comparable to the American myth of millionaires hurtling from Wall Street windows after the great crash of 1929. The Second World War and the subsequent labor era discouraged free spending and frightened them. Not until the conservative era of the middle 1950s did the confidence which flaunts its wealth in public return, while the official policy of relative austerity ended. As we have seen, in these years the rich undoubtedly grew much richer. They were also now joined by a comparatively new group, those whose expenditure, paid for in one way or another by firms as business expenses, was that of the wealthy, though their income and capital resources were not. Men shot grouse on moors bought by companies nominally for the sake of business contacts which could be made on them, made the fortunes of nightclubs and luxury car producers, and drank Chateau Mouton Rothschild 1921 in what formally masqueraded as works canteens for directors. Most of the middle class lived below this level and were troubled, as were some of the rich themselves, by a state of affairs in which the highest material rewards went not to a traditional nobility or to the virtues of enterprise and hard work, but depended on what by 19th century standards were lies and immorality. Their situation had, as they felt, changed considerably for the worse. By 1960 perhaps a quarter of the population belonged to this group of white-collar workers, salaried and professional classes, which had expanded continuously during the 20th century, increasingly replacing the typical Victorian middle and lower middle classes which had consisted essentially of shopkeepers, small entrepreneurs, and men living off fees and profits, to quote the income tax classification, and not wages or salaries. Both financially and socially they lived up to their name. A relatively modest income, though 1, 2, or 3 times as high as the average employed workers, already ensured a degree of comfort inconceivable among the proletariat. 1,000 a year would get a man very far. Modest ease was the ceiling of middle-class aspirations. In the hierarchic society of Britain the landed aristocracy was beyond their reach anyway, and even the millions of the plutocracy were rarely a temptation to the respectable. In Edwardian times an occasional romantic, like H. G. Wells' Uncle Ponderevo, or an occasional son of the manse, like John Buchan, dreamed of hitting the jackpot of wealth and social recognition by business or professional activities, mainly the law, and a great many young entrepreneurs from the colonies certainly hoped to make their pile and capture London. Some, like Lord Beaverbrook, did. But the path to the social peaks was narrow: Oxford, the Bar, Parliament, or Johannesburg and the Stock Exchange. Neither Sir Thomas Lipton, groceries and yachts, nor Lord Birkenhead, law, politics, and free spending, provided the dynamic for the average middle-class citizen. What he wanted was rather a position securely, and with luck increasingly, above the lower orders, ample supplies of domestic comfort, education for his sons, a sense of being the backbone of the country, and perhaps an adequate provision of religious and cultural activities. But chiefly the first of these. In economic terms a great many white-collar workers never had this secure superiority over the proletariat, for they might earn no more than the aristocracy of manual labor. It was their style of life, their social status, which differed from labor's, and they were therefore always extremely sensitive to any improvements below which might diminish these distinctions. Between the wars the thought that council houses might provide the workers with water closets caused them gloom, and the widespread belief that the rehoused toilers would use their baths only to store coal expressed their hope rather than reality. It is possible that these marginal strata sometimes lost ground, for instance during periods of inflation. They possessed no unions, except in the public services, and, to tell the truth, no skill beyond the range of their shorthand typing daughters, who increasingly replaced men at the lower levels of white-collar work. Throughout the past 50 years such men remained, pinching and resentful, a sullen army of the suburbs and massive supporters of right-wing and anti-labor newspapers and politicians. In purely financial terms there is no evidence that the situation of the less marginal middle strata changed for the worse. If we take the elementary school teacher as a far from unduly privileged example of the lower middle class, his average annual salary probably lagged behind the cost of living during the First World War, shot well ahead immediately after it, and remained fairly stable until the Second World War, when its real value increased. Pre- and post-Second World War are more easily compared from the income tax statistics, as in the Table 4 appearing over leaf. The post-war figures must be divided by about 3.5 to allow for the fall in the value of money, but it is still clear that more people were earning the pre-war equivalent of a middle-class income, and that the average income in the middle ranges of this class had probably risen. This was due not so much to improvements in the actual rate of salaries, but rather to a great deal of promotion into the expanding number of more highly paid jobs. Number of earners assessed for income tax. 1938 to 9 range of gross incomes, pound. Number. 1963 range of gross incomes, pound. Number. 200 to 400. 3,030,000. 700 to 1,500. 11,500,000. 400 to 600. 570,000. 1,500 to 2,250. 1 million. 600 to 1,500. 459,000. 2,250 to 5,000. 510,000. Over 1,500. 158,000. Over 5,000. 100,000. And yet even among these middle strata, the complaints about their plight never ceased, and indeed they were allowed even in 1914. There were several reasons for this. The rising rate of taxation, which a salaried person could hardly escape, was one. For a family of 2 adults and 3 children earning about £1,000 it, roughly, doubled in monetary terms between 1913 and 1938, and again between 1938 and 1960. The pattern of middle-class expenditure was another. It always carried a comparatively heavy burden of insurance, payments for schools, house purchase, and so on, which inevitably cut down on other things except among the rather affluent, at least for a large part of life. And until the middle class learned to use the post-1945 social services, and turned out to benefit relatively more from them than the workers, the cost of corresponding private outlays, on medical services and education, became extremely heavy. But the main reason was certainly that it became increasingly difficult or expensive to maintain that visible and qualitative superiority over the lower orders which was the real badge of middle-class status. Servants went first. Before 1914 their employment had virtually defined those with, at least, middle-class aspirations, but by 1931 only 5% of British households had resident servants, and by 1951 only 1% 5 except for the part-time cleaner domestic service disappeared, until in the 1950s it emerged again on a limited scale in the disguise of foreign au pair girls. The middle-class monopoly of domestic comforts crumbled. By 1960 not even the telephone and the motor car, and certainly not the holiday abroad, remained as secure status symbols. This did not mean more money for other things, because the obligation to keep up with the neighboring Joneses, in a society in which status was increasingly measured by money, kept up the pressure for conspicuous spending. Certain forms of it, for instance entertainment, became notably more ruinous. What is more, a mass consumption society left only the very rich the hope of marking themselves off from the rest by the obvious quality of their possessions. The gap between the woman who owned a refrigerator and the one who didn't was vast, but the gap between the owner of the cheapest and most expensive refrigerator on the market was merely a few score of pounds, easily obscured by higher purchase. What was worse, this was true even of clothes, especially of that great social equalizer, leisure time wear. To some extent the middle classes reacted after the Second World War by that last resource of snobbery, when people seek distinction in superior dowdiness, as the landed gentry had long done from the parvenus of trade by its aggressively shabby tweeds, or by actually abstaining from mass-produced consumption. That the middle class ever bought television sets less freely than the workers was a myth, but, characteristically, a widespread one in the early days of this entertainment. Conversely, many of the characteristic middle-class ways of spending money became disproportionately expensive, some of its life unnecessarily laborious. Dreaming of servants, the middle-class housewife was slower than the working-class woman to adopt genuine labor-saving devices like washing machines when she could afford them, and certainly to welcome the ready-to-eat pre-packaged foods which ease the lives of the masses. Dreaming of privacy, they hesitated to benefit by the revolution in group travel which transformed mass holidays, and attempted to cling to the old individualist form of travel, which was both more expensive and more uncomfortable. In brief, an entire mode of life became obsolete, and the most reliable way of maintaining a separate style of existence, namely intellectual and cultural activity, was not to the taste of the middle-class majority. Still, a marked emphasis on culture was probably the most important innovation in the newspapers which appealed to the middle class in the post-war period, and which now fed their readers with book reviews, and pages on the theater and the arts to an extent unusual before the Second World War. The older, established middle classes also found their monopoly of social position undermined by the entry of the sons of the lower orders, including in this instance the lower middle class, into the increasingly large and important professions. The passing of examinations and professional expertise rather than parentage and character, knowledge rather than all-round ability were hardly the test of success before the Second World War. After it, they became very much more important, and the old public schools found themselves raising money to build not war memorials and pavilions, but the unfamiliar structures of laboratories to compete with the grammar schools as nurseries of scientists and technologists. Established middle-class status no longer automatically bought positions of potential command, and when it did, they might have to be shared with newcomers from below. The deeply entrenched vested interests of the old elite, city, top industrial management, the law, medicine, and other corporate professions and the Conservative Party, resisted as best they could, which was rather effectively. In the late 1950s there were even signs of deliberate reaction. But the threat was there, and it grew stronger. The malaise of the middle classes was not therefore due to pauperization. Nor was it even due to any diminution in the distinction between classes, except in the superficial sense that they could not always be told apart so easily in public, especially when young. It was due rather to a shift in the structure and function of the middle groups in British society. It was the double malaise of those who did not adjust readily to it, and of those who found no adequate place for their talents because it was not changing fast enough, of the old gentlemen and the new players. Both united to blame the working classes. Though few workers in the early 1960s were affluent in any meaningful sense of the word, and perhaps 1 in 10 were actually in want, the malaise of the working class was certainly not due to economic hardship. Most British workers were very much better off than ever before in their history and certainly much better off than they would have ever expected to be in 1939. Indeed, their earnings grew substantially year by year, sometimes, as in the 1970s, at a dramatic rate. For the first time a majority of them were, broadly speaking, free of the struggle for elementary daily necessities and the fear of unemployment. Only the fear of old age remained to haunt them, with its combination of poverty and emptiness. Yet two factors were in the process of changing the social situation as profoundly, indeed more profoundly, than that of the middle class. The first and perhaps the less important was the mass-produced economy of mass consumption which rested on their now not quite so meager wage packets. A good deal of the pattern of life, the traditional working-class culture which, as we have seen, developed towards the end of the 19th century, reflected their social isolation. They had been the pariahs of both economics and politics. The mere presence of a man wearing the workers' cap and speaking with the workers' intonation in Parliament, Keir Hardie in 1892, was enough to create a shock which is still recalled in the history books. If they were no longer totally neglected by big business, the industry and commerce which supplied their wants was entirely distinct from that which catered to the middle classes, let alone the nobility and gentry, unless of course they deliberately bought middle-class goods. The contacts between working-class and upper-class life, apart from servants, were hardly closer than those between white and Negro life in the interwar USA, the upper-class or intellectual fashion for patronizing boxers, jockeys, prostitutes and the music hall hardly more than the passion of some whites for jazz. The proletarian world was not entirely an underworld. It had its own social structure, culminating in that mixed elite of skilled workers, small shopkeepers, small entrepreneurs, publicans, elementary school teachers and so on, in the industrial areas, which the late Victorians knew as a lower middle class. It is not to be confused with the new lower middle class of white-collar workers, nor with the small shopkeepers etc., in non-industrial areas, who neither interchanged nor identified with the aristocracy of labor. Nevertheless, for all the average middle-class citizen knew of the working-class world, or it of him, the two nations might have been living in different continents. Virtually all the institutions of the working-class world were therefore separate and created within it. They had to be. The proletarian market and shops, including the pawnbroker, the working-class sections of the hierarchically stratified pubs, their characteristic newspapers, combining racing tips, radicalism, and reports of crime, their music halls, football teams and labor movement coexisted with the middle-class world but were not part of it and barely overlapped. If anything, between 1880 and 1914 this separation grew as the size of the works increased, contact with employers diminished, or was made more difficult by the expansion of the new white-collar office staff, and non-proletarians moved from mixed streets into single-class suburbs. Nothing much changed between the wars. Woolworth, Boots, and the 50-shilling tailor were hardly yet enough to assimilate working class to middle or even lower middle class consumption, and housing developments, the rise of the council estate, if anything intensified residential class divisions. Over a large part of Britain depression welded all those who lived in its immediate shadow together into a grim block. A new class consciousness and sense of exploitation on one side, fear on the other, widened the gap between the two nations. A rigid educational system, a shaking economy, confined workers and their children to their own world. The able young proletarian still found the best opportunities for his talents within the labor movement, like Aneurin Bevan, or in school teaching. A secondary education for his son was not out of the question, though the Fisher Education Act of 1918 did not seriously widen the educational ladder. A university education, there were, in 1938, only something like 50,000 university students, 20% of them in Oxford and Cambridge, was hardly a possibility. Hence when the change became evident a few years after the Second World War, there had been little to prepare it. It was not due simply to the affluence of the new durable consumer goods. In fact, compared to other countries, they were not bought in unusual quantity, except for television sets. Thus in 1964 there were 37 cars per 100 of the British population, but 50 in Germany and 47 in France. It was not merely that more money, more comfort at home, and later more house ownership tended to shift the center of working class life from the public and collective, the pub or football match, towards the private and individual, and therefore towards a model of life previously associated with the lower middle class. In the 1950s handicap, the traditional home-fleeing, pub-seeking and wife-oppressing proletarian of a celebrated strip cartoon, became a figure of fun, though also of a certain nostalgia. The truth was that a mass consumption society is dominated by its biggest market, which in Britain was that of the working class. As production and styles of life were therefore democratized, not to say proletarianized, much of the workers' former isolation melted away, or rather, the pattern of isolationism was reversed. No longer did the workers have to accept goods or enjoyments essentially produced for other people, for an idealized petty bourgeois little man, as in the most successful mass circulation daily between the wars, the Daily Express, for a degenerate version of the middle-class matinee going, as in most of popular music, or by a moralizing teacher, as in the BBC. Henceforth, it was their demand which dominated commercially, even their taste and style which pressed upward into the culture of the non-working classes, triumphantly in the Liverpool accented tones of an entirely new pop music, indirectly in the vogue for authentic working class themes and backgrounds which swept not only TV but even that bourgeois stronghold the theatre, comically in the fashion for plebeian accents and behavior which became de rigueur in such improbable environments as those of actors and fashion photographers. On the contrary, it was the A and B market which now developed its separatist mass media and commercial or cultural institutions, most visibly in the so-called broadsheet newspapers and periodicals. Business therefore took over the task of filling the proletarian world. It did so at a time when poverty slackened its grip and diminished the need for constant collective battle against unemployment and want, and when politics absorbed the strongest organ of working-class separatism, the labor movement, into its routine. The Second World War and the labor governments of 1945 to 51 demonstrated that labor was no longer an outsider, even in theory. Its party was the permanent alternative government, whereas between the wars its periods of office had been freakish and episodic. Its trade unions were so tightly enmeshed in the web of big business and government that so traditional an activity as the strike became, at most times, associated almost entirely with unofficial action, or rank-and-file revolt. Wage changes became the almost automatic consequences of price changes or regular periodic reviews by mechanisms which operated far above the heads of union members, whose membership was now often virtually automatic. Consequently, and contrary to middle-class mythology, Britain did not suffer greatly from strikes, and indeed suffered rather less than many other more dynamic industrial economies. Nor did strikes tend to increase. On the contrary, since the peak just before and after the First World War, they have tended to diminish very substantially. As a result, there was a marked sagging in all the institutions of the traditional separatist working-class world. The secular progress of the Labour Party in national elections stopped in 1951 and did not resume. Trade union membership stagnated. The older militants complained, correctly, that the fires of passion in the movement were flickering out. Even so, non-political a phenomenon as the enthusiasm for football declined. Like cinema attendances, it reached its peak shortly after the Second World War, and thereafter drifted steadily downwards. The traditional Sunday newspaper of the urban masses, the News of the World, lost its preeminence. The mass circulation daily built and maintained by the labor movement died. Young intellectuals, discovering traditional working-class culture in its decline during the 1950s, idealized it, unduly, but their elegies did not revive it. What was perhaps more serious, economic change eroded the very foundations of the working class as traditionally understood, that is, the men and women who got their hands dirty at work, mainly in mines, factories, or working with, or around, some kind of engines. Three tendencies continued inexorably throughout the 20th century, only temporarily halted during the two wars. 1. The relative decline of industry as compared with tertiary employments like distribution, transport, and various services. 2. The relative decline of manual as compared with white-collar or clean-handed labor within each industry. 3. The decline of the characteristic 19th century industries with their unusually high demand for old-fashioned manual work. Admittedly, the non-manual workers were also workers. By 1931 only about 5% of the occupied population were employers and managers, in 1951 only 2% were actual employers, and another 5% or so worked on their own account. 90% were classified as operatives. Moreover, and particularly after the Second World War, the non-manuals increasingly accepted their status and their community of interest with the manuals by joining trade unions, which in the later 1950s showed a marked tendency actually to enter, or to cooperate with, that fortress of horny-handed toil, the Trades Union Congress. Nevertheless, the difference between office and workshop was a substantial one. In working hours, and often out of them, it remained the most visible distinction between citizens. Technology introduced another and increasingly ominous distinction. Unlike the 19th century type of industry, which had an almost unlimited demand for men and women without any qualifications except strength and willingness, the technology of the mid-20th century had less and less use for them. For a while the tertiary activities became a refuge for unqualified labor, but by the 1950s organization had begun to economize it, as in self-service stores and supermarkets, or to replace it by machines, as in the automation of routine office work, perhaps even faster than in manufacturing industry. The demand for skill increased sharply, not necessarily the flexible all-round skill or adaptability of the 19th century ideal, of workers as well as administrative, but nevertheless high specialization requiring a certain amount of training, intelligence, and above all, prior formal education. Manual dexterity was no longer enough. This was very obvious in the complex of occupations which, contrary to the general tendency for the labor force in manufacturing industry to stagnate, expanded by leaps and bounds throughout the century: engineering, metalwork and electrical work. In 1911 5.5% of the male workers had been in this field, by 1950 18.5%, by 1964 almost 1 in 5 of all occupied Britons, men and women. These industries required both more skilled and more white-collar workers than most others. Unfortunately, the traditional working class, and especially the skilled and semi-skilled who in 1964 formed rather over a third of it, were at a considerable disadvantage in these intellectual or semi-intellectual regions. This was partly due to the marked anti-egalitarian bias of the British educational system, which the Education Act of 1944 had not greatly diminished, partly to the vicious circle which automatically gave the children of the uneducated and poor a worse chance of education, and indeed progressively cut down their capacities to benefit from what education was available. In 1956 some 134,000 children sat for the General Certificate of Education, the gateway to further schooling, in the grammar schools, some 52,000 from the public schools, which represented at a maximum 7.5% of the population. But only 8,571 came from the modern schools, which contained 65% of pupils in their early teens. Since examinations and certificates of formal education increasingly determined the access to most highly paid wage work, that is salaried posts, and indeed to most positions of social respect and authority, a large part of Britain's citizens, and most workers, increasingly found themselves apparently debarred from ambition, and a considerable minority had no hopes that even their children would do better than they. Their fate was decided before they reached puberty. They could expect better wages than their fathers, and good wages with low living costs almost as soon as they left school, at least until marriages and children reduced their standard of living again. In the short run they might be better off than those whose education continued. But they reached the ceiling soon, and it was not high. Small wonder that the teenagers of this period became proportionately the highest luxury spenders of any part of the working class. Immediate enjoyment was the best that society offered them in return for the badge of permanent inferiority. Two opposed tendencies therefore developed within the old working class. On the one hand, some of it, in particular the skilled sector, was drawing closer in its functions, its style of life, its, or rather its children's, possibilities of social mobility, to the white-collar, technical, and salaried strata, while large sections of these in turn were, as their increasing trade union activity showed, drawing closer to the working class. All workers except the most destitute or isolated were rapidly adopting a style of life based on mass production, on production geared to their own desires, but that production reflected only certain aspects, and those which least distinguished workers as a class, of their aspirations, notably the desire for a higher material standard of life and more material possessions for individuals and families. When the sociologists of the 1950s talked of embourgeoisement, these were the changes they had in mind, though journalists tended to misinterpret their political significance. For, as in the affluent era after Chartism, the improvement of living standards and the adoption of some habits hitherto confined to the middle class may have made labor movements less radical, but did not turn workers into small-scale models of middle-class citizens. On the contrary, whereas in Victorian Britain cultural assimilation had been entirely a one-way current, flowing, as it were, socially downwards, in the second Elizabethan Britain it flowed both ways. But simultaneously the gap between the workers, especially the unskilled and unqualified, and the rest of society tended to widen. The difference between manual and non-manual work did not, on the whole, grow less. It was all the more obtrusive, because the clean-handed worker was no longer a freak, or a simple extension of management, but a large part of the labor force. The bigger the office, the less easy it was to overlook its substantial differences from the workshop. The old aristocracy of labor found its new situation particularly galling, though made more tolerable by the improvements of its own, and especially its children's, prospects. It had probably reached the peak of its pride and position at the end of the 19th century, when it represented the undisputed top of the working-class world, its wages far above the laborers, its position not yet seriously challenged either by the alternative labor aristocracy of the white-collar, nor by its demotion to the status of semi-skilled operators of specialized machines, many of them recruited from the unapprenticed ranks below or even from women. These positions of privilege it now lost. The dynamic and growing complex of engineering and electrical industries reflected its troubles with particular clarity, because here the demands and the structure of the 20th century clashed head-on with the entrenched strength of 19th century craft pride and privilege, all-round manual skill with the semi-skilled operation of specialized machines, traditional time wages with the spread of payment by results, artisan independence with mass production discipline or scientific management, and the supremacy of the working-class engineer with the rising tide of office and technicians. From the start of the new technological era in the 1890s, metal manufacture was a front line of class battle, as in the Great National Engineers Lockout of 1897–8, at moments of unusual technological change, as during the World Wars with their major advance in the mass production of armaments, it was the front line. The wage differential between the skilled and the unskilled narrowed ineluctably after 1914. Where the skilled man was unable or unwilling to adapt himself to the new structure of work and wages, he might actually find himself earning less than the less skilled process worker. It was not surprising that the embattled labor aristocrat turned sharply to the left. Even in the 1950s, the characteristic working-class communist cadre was a metal worker. At least a quarter of all delegates at party congresses were normally engineers, and the chief spokesman of the left in the Trades Union Congress represented such formerly conservative bodies as the Boilermakers, electricians, foundrymen, and amalgamated engineers. It is possible that by the start of the last quarter of the 20th century the new industrial structure was accepted, and for most of the 20th century this radicalism of the threatened labor aristocrat was a major factor in industrial relations. Conversely, the unskilled and unqualified benefited from such changes, and their unions, mostly formed towards the end of the 19th century by the new socialists and with extremely radical policies, moved rapidly to the right as they were officially recognized and realized that this recognition gave them greater advantages than their feeble bargaining power might have gained unaided in flourishing industries they might even earn well, though in declining or ill-organized ones their conditions were often very poor. Nevertheless, they were oppressed more than others by the vicious circle of modern industrial society in which the underprivileged found their lack of privilege reinforced, the uneducated their lack of education a permanent barrier, the stupid their stupidity fatal, the weak their weakness doubled. With the decline of the old blue-collar manual industries, not only the unskilled and unqualified, but also a vast mass of, mainly male, workers who had previously found regular, respected and self-respecting employment at good wages in the mine, yard, and mill, now joined the army of the weak, and increasingly the unorganized. Just because social mobility was now rather easier, at least for boys good at passing examinations, those who could not take this meritocratic road upwards found themselves permanently doomed to stay at the bottom, unless they won the football pools, took to crime or, the most likely prospect among the young, won the equivalent of the pools in show business or pop music, fields which now ceased to require any preliminary qualification. Sometime in the prosperous 1950s the conviction developed among a mass of citizens in the working class that their inferiority was officially ratified at the age of 11, when they were excluded from further education, perhaps even that this reflected their own inferiority. In a way this sense of exclusion affected most manual workers, except the new super-skilled and technical elite. More dramatically, it shackled a large minority of the bottom dogs, though the fact that they were and looked like remaining a minority frustrated them still further. Their resentment found no effective political expression, and was often sub-political, though among the young it sometimes flowed into vague temporary movements of mass protest against the status quo, such as the campaign for nuclear disarmament. Nevertheless, there was a marked rise in a sort of bottom dog consciousness, perhaps expressed best in the pop music in which the proletarian young discovered themselves in this decade, and which soon became the general idiom of all the young. Its two sources, the Negro blues and the protest tradition of folk song, spoke for the excluded and the rebellious. Its stars, working-class boys and, later, girls, preferably from the least middle-class assimilated backgrounds, such as Bermondsey or Liverpool Waterside, allowed the public to identify with the uneducated, the unaccepting, the unrespectable, who had nevertheless won money and an evanescent fame. A simple division into two classes was widely accepted as the basic pattern of Britain. Yet in fact affluence and technological change produced new social groups and strata whose behavior showed that they could not be simply identified with either, the intellectuals and the young. Both were in this sense new phenomena, though the origin of the intellectuals as a special social group can be traced back to the period before 1914. The sheer increase in the numbers of brain workers, overwhelmingly salaried, or the non-manual equivalent of casual labor, emphasized their collective problems. Their relative lack of involvement in management and government, their lack of traditional status, made them less conservative than others in their income bracket. They could no longer be recruited merely from the existing upper and middle classes, and the mass emergence of intellectuals from lower middle and working class backgrounds in the 1950s produced tensions which were reflected in the, sometimes rather superficial, cultural leftism of the later years of this decade. The rapidly growing universities focused their political dissidents. For the first time in British history, students became both a political force and a fairly predictably left-wing group, though this had been anticipated on a small and localized scale, smaller and more localized than historical mythology allows, from the middle 1930s. Youth as a recognizable group, and not merely as a period of transition, to be got through as quickly as possible, between childhood and adult life, also emerged in the 1950s, both commercially as the teenage market, and in habits and behavior, and politically in such movements as the campaign against nuclear weapons. However, its overt political activities were mainly confined to middle-class and intellectual youths. Both the affluence of the unmarried worker and the expansion of the educational system provided the material base for this phenomenon, but it was probably the remarkably rapid and unprepared change in the general social pattern which widened the chasm between the generations so abnormally in this period. Some writers, a few ad hoc and often temporary campaigning organizations, and of course businessmen often rising with the new market which they had first discovered, observed and accommodated these changes. Official British society and politics was taken aback both by the rise of the intellectuals and of the young. Most of their activities therefore took place, at least initially, outside the existing institutions of both, and certainly outside politics, unless a revulsion against established parties, movements, and politicians is regarded as a version of political commitment. If the emergence of youth as a self-conscious social group did nothing else, it brought some unexpected fire and gaiety, much silliness, and an atmosphere of intellectual and cultural excitement not always followed by achievements, into the life of Britain in the 1960s. Notes 1. In addition to the books in further reading and in Chapter 8, Note 1, see also A. H. Halsey, ed., British Social Trends Since 1900, 2nd edition, 1988, Paul Thompson, The Edwardians, 1973, Jane Lewis, Women in England 1870 to 1950, 1984, A. V. John, ed., Unequal Opportunities, Women's Employment in England 1880 to 1914, 1986, T. Wilson, The Myriad Faces of War, 1986, J. Winter, The Great War and the British People, 1985, B. Waits, A Class Society at War, 1987, W. D. Rubenstein, Wealth and Inequality in Britain, 1986, R. Holt, Sport and the British, 1989, Pilgrim Trust, Men Without Work, 1938, A. Calder, The People's War, 1971, P. Summerfield, Women Workers in the Second World War, 1984, H. L. Smith, ed., War and Social Change, British Society in the Second World War, 1986, B. Bouquet and C. Douglas, West Indian Women at War, 1991, A. Marwick, British Society Since 1945, 2nd edition, 1990, and the 60s, 1998. See also Figures 2, 3, 7 to 10, 35, and 41 to 52. 2. From an unpublished paper by J. S. Ravel, Changes in the Social Distribution of Property in Britain in the 20th Century, Cambridge, Department of Applied Economics, 1965. 3. The Economist, Britain in Figures, 1997. 4. Economist, May 23, 1965. 5. The number of female domestic servants per 1,000 families had been 218 in 1881 and 170 in 1911. However, it ought to be noted that the interwar unemployment had the effect of notably slowing down the decline in domestic service. In absolute figures it actually increased in the 15 years after 1921. 15. The other Britain 1. We have so far treated the economic history of Britain as a whole, devoting no special attention to Scotland and Wales, and none to Ireland, which is not, of course, part of Great Britain. Except for marginal and thinly populated areas like the Scottish Highlands, there has been only one economic history of Britain since the Industrial Revolution, though one with regional variations and specializations. On the other hand, Scotland and Wales are socially, and by their history, traditions, and sometimes institutions, entirely distinct from England, and cannot therefore be simply subsumed under English history or, as is more common, neglected. The present chapter will not discuss them to the satisfaction of Welsh or Scots readers, but it can at least serve as a reminder to English ones that Britain is a multinational society, or a combination of different national societies. It will also deal briefly with mass migrations into and within Britain, but not with Ireland, from which the most massive of these migrations came. For while economically Scotland and Wales have long been part of Britain, Ireland has not. It was a colonial economy and remains a separate one. Wales had been officially assimilated to England in 1536, but this had little effect on the relations of the two countries, which were tenuous, and on its importance in the English economy, which was negligible. Below the crust of English institutions and an English, or Anglicized, class of landlords, the Welsh lived the life of a backward subsistence peasantry in a poor and largely inaccessible country, officially conforming to whatever religion or government there was, because all were equally remote from their language and way of life. Union with England deprived them of what little they had in the way of an upper class, and produced the characteristic populism of Welsh society, in which incomes ranged merely from the poor to the very poor, and classes from the peasant and small shopkeeper to the labourer. In a sense this remained the pattern of Welsh economic development, and explains the unquenchable radicalism of its politics. Industrialization, or any other economic change, was something done to Welshmen rather than by Welshmen, and in so far as it was done by Welsh enterprise, the first step of the rising Cambrian businessman tended to be to assimilate to the only pattern of an upper class there was, namely the English. The Powells, barons of iron and coal, became anglicized as the Williams Wynnes on their estates had done before them. Industrialism merely meant that the Welsh added a few towns to what had previously been an entirely non-urban society, and a large class of proletarians to a declining class of peasants and petty bourgeois. By 1750 the threads which tied the Welsh hills to the rest of Britain had begun to tighten and grow stronger, mainly because of the development of livestock for foreign sale. Farmers tended to pay their rents with the proceeds, but also because of the modest exploitation of the mineral deposits which are the principality's major source of wealth. From the British point of view these developments were not yet of great moment, except perhaps for copper and lead, but for Wales the change was noticeable. It brought about something like the birth of a self-conscious Welsh nation out of a traditional Welsh-speaking peasantry. Its most obvious symptom was the mass conversion of the Welsh to unofficial religions, various branches of Protestant nonconformity, some of them, like the Calvinistic Methodism of North Wales, strikingly national in spirit, and a self-conscious interest in Welsh culture and antiquities. The decentralized, democratic nonconformity which became the religion of the majority of Welshmen after 1800 brought three extremely important consequences: a marked development of education, of Welsh literature, and the creation of a cadre of native social and political leadership into which the scattered elements of the Welsh petty bourgeoisie could be absorbed, the preachers and ministers of religion. It also brought an alternative set of social ambitions to the economic. Thenceforth the characteristic hope of the young Welshman would not be to become rich, but to become educated and eloquent. Unlike the Scots, the Welsh provided the industrial English economy with few captains of industry and finance, and the most eminent of them, Robert Owen of Newtown, 1771–1858, was a highly untypical capitalist, but with plenty of preachers, journalists, and eventually teachers and officials. The Welsh labour movement eventually provided a comparable cadre of leadership from the industrial working class, and another significant human contribution to English society, but its main impact outside the Principality was not made until the 20th century. Into this poor, remote, and backward region the Industrial Revolution erupted in the general form of a greater involvement in the national and international economy, and the specific form of heavy industry, iron, copper, and eventually above all coal. Curiously enough, it impoverished, but did not disrupt, agrarian society. Wales remained overwhelmingly a country of small family farms, though one of peasant tenants rather than peasant owners. No large class of agricultural laborers emerged, those who existed were not that much poorer than the peasantry, and the peasants themselves as often as not went as seasonal migrant labor to the new industries or sought some other supplementary income. Such agrarian movements as existed, and notably the Great Rebecca Riots of 1843, were general movements of all rural groups, under the leadership of small farmers, against an alien or alienated, and often absentee, class of landlords which adopted little of capitalist economy except the discovery that rents ought to be periodically raised. On the other hand, the infertile mountains saved Welsh agriculture from the major fluctuations of English farming. It could neither expand grain production much in times of a boom in cereal prices, nor had it to contract them in times of slump. Its characteristic mixed farming, with the emphasis on livestock and dairying, happened to be a fairly stable basis for the rural economy, and the Great Depressions of 19th-century agriculture were therefore felt much less, and then mainly in the form of pressure upon rents. However, the Welsh suffered the equivalent and more constant pressure of the small peasant economy, poverty, overpopulation, and land hunger, which was palliated but not removed by emigration. Central Wales began actually to lose population in the 1840s, and all rural Wales in the 1880s. Agriculture, however, was ceasing to be the characteristic occupation of the Welsh. The development of the Principality was overshadowed by the growth of industry in the three counties of Carmarthen, Glamorgan, and Monmouth, and especially the last two. From 1801 to 1911 the population of Wales multiplied between 3 and 4 times, from rather under 600,000 to over 2 million, but almost the whole of this increase benefited the industrial counties, which, by the First World War, contained well over 3/4 of the total population. This vast influx of population rested not only upon migration within Wales and local demographic increase, but also largely upon the immigration of English and to a lesser extent Irish workers. One of the consequences of industrialization was the decline of the Welsh language. Welsh-speaking Wales increasingly became little more than a mountainous agricultural annexa to the industrial south, peasant and petty bourgeois Wales to a giant proletarian, and above all coal mining, block. Nor did the systematic support for the Welsh language by means of the state educational system in the 20th century halt this decline. Until the middle of the 19th century this was not so noticeable, and in the more slowly growing industrial county of Carmarthen, the Welsh language retained some foothold. But in the second half of the 19th century, when the coal fields entered on their period of headlong expansion, Wales was utterly transformed, or rather, divided into two culturally, but not linguistically, equally Welsh sectors, which had increasingly little in common with one another except the fact of not being English. Difficulties of communication between them. The point within easiest reach of all parts of Wales is the English town of Shrewsbury, made this diversion even more noticeable. Wales had hardly any share in the characteristic industries of the first phase of industrialization, and especially textiles. Her importance lay entirely in the heavy industries, which did not fully come into their own until the second half of the 19th century, at first iron, and the less important lead and copper, later and above all, coal. Iron dominated the first part of the century, and for industrial Britain and the industrial world Wales meant primarily the great forges and foundries of Dowla and Cyfartha, and their masters the, originally English, Crauchetes and Guests. Coal, and with the rise of the steamship and British maritime supremacy, above all the exportable steam coal, utterly dominated the great Welsh boom of 1860 to 1914. The heavy industries with their fiery glow, their slag heaps and winding gear, their long rows of bare slate-roofed cottages crawling in parallel rows up the sides of denuded valleys, produced the typical nightmare landscape in which most of the Welsh lived their lives between pit and chapel. Iron rose, fluctuated, and after the mid-century stagnated. Coal fluctuated, but its rise was so extraordinary as to obscure the fragility of a region based on a single product and a single occupation. Not until after the First World War did it reveal itself, and thereafter South Wales lay derelict for a generation, while those of its inhabitants who did not emigrate, and the three counties lost population absolutely after 1921, waited and rotted between their slag heaps. The years after the Second World War brought a diversification of the local economy and prosperity, but no Welshman is ever likely to forget the years between the wars. Isolated by geography, by culture, and in the valley villages which remained the characteristic location of industry there, Welsh life remained relatively untouched by the larger currents of Britain until the end of the 19th century, though linked to them through liberalism and nonconformity. Even that national form of working-class life, association football, stopped short of the valleys, which preferred the alternative and more muscular pursuit of rugby football. Welsh culture went its own way, increasingly formalized in the local and national Eisteddfodau, festivals of competitive singing, poetry, and so forth, with their, largely invented, national rituals of pseudo-Druidism. Even the Welsh labour movement, essentially the miners' movement, had little contact with the rest of the nation, until the miners' strike of 1898. The national labour revival of 1889 began to bring Wales into Britain, partly through the nationalising influence of the socialists who formed the core of its leaders. Between then and 1914 the two countries drew more closely together on the basis of the common militancy of their left wings, and of the growing importance of the anti-conservative fringe nationalities in the British Liberal Party after its split in 1886. The political rise and triumph of the Welsh solicitor Lloyd George symbolised one aspect of this convergence, the election of the socialist leader Keir Hardie for a Welsh constituency, the other. The interwar catastrophe continued this process, which was accelerated by the development of national mass media such as the press, radio, and the cinema, and even more after the Second World War by the prosperity which brought standardized consumer goods and television. The collapse of liberalism transferred the loyalty of the bulk of Welshmen to Labour, with a marked dash of the extreme left, revolutionary syndicalist and communist, which provided the militant leaders of the miners. Depression and education spread Welshmen throughout the country as never before. The Welsh teacher, civil servant, politician, and trade unionist replaced the Welsh dairyman or nonconformist minister as the characteristic representative of his nation in England. Conversely, tourism and holidays brought Englishmen in hitherto unaccustomed quantities into the heart of Welsh Wales. What is more, after the Second World War the economic differences between England, a varied economy, and Wales, a mining annexie of it, diminished. Nor were these convergences offset by the increasing cultural and administrative autonomy of Wales, which Welsh political pressure brought in the 20th century. The case of Scotland, though in some respects comparable to Wales, is much more complex. It was united to England in 1707 as an established society with an entire class structure and system of its own, and a functioning state with an ancient history, and an entirely independent institutional framework, notably in law, local administration, education, and religion, which it retained under the Union. Unlike Wales, which developed a dualism through partial industrialization, it had always been a dual society, composed of the, speaking very roughly, feudal lowlands and the tribal highlands, which covered the greater part of its territory, though only a small part, in 1801 about 1/7, of its population. Moreover, unlike Wales, the Scots lowlands were a separate and dynamic economy, though one which deliberately sought its opportunities, and found them, in closer association with the vast markets of England, and rapidly converged with the English economy, of which it was to form a particularly dynamic sector. Compared with England, all Scotland was economically backward, and above all poor. In 1750 the prosperous Scotsman ate more simply, was housed worse, and possessed fewer household goods, except perhaps for the abundant home-produced linen, than Englishmen of more modest social standing, and rich Scotsmen, at least by southern standards, hardly existed outside the small ranks of the landed aristocracy, though trade and industry were soon to produce them. Dearth, the periodic food shortages and near famines which scourged underdeveloped countries before the age of industrialization, had long disappeared from England. In the mid-18th century it remained a reality, or the most recent of memories even in the lowlands. In economic terms, Scotland lacked capital, which meant that it had to devise a much more efficient means of mobilizing and distributing capital than England, not to mention a much more intense spirit of saving, which is still reflected in the familiar, and unjust, jokes about Scots avarice. In fact, the Scots banking system was superior to the British, and the country pioneered the joint stock bank and the popular investment trust. Again, the thinly populated country lacked labor, and constantly tended to lose some of what it had to the higher-paying outside world. Yet its poverty and backwardness ensured that this labor shortage, which was eventually remedied by a mass immigration relatively much greater than that into England, mainly from Ireland, did not produce unduly high wages. Scotland therefore retained the advantages of a low-cost producer. Thirdly, Scotland was too small and too poor to provide much of a domestic market. Its economic growth had to depend on the exploitation of the much greater English market, and even more on the world market to which it had access through its English connection. Scots industry therefore developed essentially as a low-cost producer of export goods, and this gave it its unusual buoyancy in the 19th and early 20th century, and, conversely, led to its collapse between the wars. However, though all parts of 18th century Scotland were poor, not all were economically progressing. The Highlands, and to a lesser extent the agrarian peninsula of Galloway in the extreme southwest, were moving into a state of permanent social and economic crisis, similar to that of Ireland, even to the parallel catastrophes of famine and mass emigration. In fact, in Scotland two polar opposites in social and economic life coexisted, a society which adopted and utilized industrial capitalism with unusual readiness and success, and one to which it was not merely disagreeable but incomprehensible. The foundation of Highland society was the tribe, clan, of subsistence peasants or pastoralists settled in an ancestral area under the chieftain of their kin, whom the old Scottish kingdom had, wrongly, attempted to assimilate to a feudal noble, and English 18th century society, even more wrongly, to an aristocratic landowner. This assimilation gave the chiefs the legal, but by clan standards immoral, right to do what they wanted with their property, and entangled them in the expensive status competition of British aristocratic life, for which they had neither the resources nor the financial sense. They could raise their income only by destroying their society. From the point of view of the clansmen, the chief was not a landlord, but the head of their tribe to whom they owed loyalty in peace and war, and who in turn owed them largesse and support. Conversely, the social standing of the chief in Highland society depended not on the number of his acres of moorland and forest, but on that of the armed men he could raise. The chiefs were therefore in a double dilemma. As old chiefs, their interest lay in multiplying primitive subsistence peasants on increasingly congested territory; as new noble landlords, in exploiting their estates by modern methods, which almost certainly meant either exchanging human tenants for livestock, which requires little labor, or the sale of their land, or both. In fact, they did all these things successively, first multiplying an increasingly pauperized tenantry, and later forcing it into mass emigration. Remoteness, isolation, and, until after the rebellion of 1745, the virtual autonomy of the Highlands and Islands kept the process under some control. The rapid industrialization of both England and the lowlands faced this archaic economy with the brutal choice between modernization and ruin. It chose ruin. A very few of its chiefs, notably the Campbells, Dukes of Argyll, whose family policy had long been one of systematic alliance with the progressive lowlands, attempted to combine modernization with some concern for clan society. Most of them merely raised their incomes as best they could, exchanging the barbarous simplicities of their hills for the more sophisticated and expensive pleasures of the urban aristocratic life. In 1774 Breadalbane rented at £4,900, in 1815 at £23,000. As usual, the boom years of the late 18th century and the Napoleonic Wars postponed the catastrophe. During this period the remoter coasts and islands also found a short-lived economic resource in the manufacture of kelp, an alkaline ash, from seaweed, for which there was an industrial demand. After the wars the times of horror began. Greedy or bankrupt landlords began to clear their uncomprehendingly loyal tribesmen from the land, scattering them as emigrants throughout the world from the slums of Glasgow to the forests of Canada. Sheep drove men from the hills, and crowded a growing population, increasingly dependent on potatoes for their subsistence, further into pauperized congestion. The failure of the potato crop in the middle 40s produced a miniature version of the Irish tragedy of the same period, famine and a mass emigration which led to progressive, and until the present unbroken, depopulation. The highlands became what they have ever since remained, a beautiful desert. In 1960 an area rather larger than the Netherlands was inhabited by a population about the same as that of the city of Portsmouth. The lowlands not merely adapted themselves to economic development, they welcomed it and led it. In the mid-18th century the first improving Scots lairds began to import English agricultural experts, tools, and know-how to improve Scots farming. By the beginning of the 19th century progressive agriculture was almost a Scots speciality. Northern writers, and they monopolized the literature of agricultural improvement, blamed the English for their slowness in mechanization, and Jane Austen's southern landowners debated whether it would be wise to hire one of the well-known and briskly efficient Scots farm managers. Scots economists, ever since the great Adam Smith, 1723–90, dominated the most characteristic science of the era of industrialization. Scots philosophers were the target of the English populist radicals' abuse and the English conservatives' irony. Scotsmen played a disproportionately large part in the history of invention and technical innovation, James Watt of the steam engine, Mackay and Neilson in the iron industry, Telford and Loudon Macadam in transport, Nasmyth and Fairbairn in engineering. The higher levels of English business and government were not to be filled with the proverbially successful Scotsmen until the late 19th and 20th centuries, but overseas enterprise, material and spiritual, was already a very Caledonian affair before 1850. Jardine Matheson pioneered and dominated the Far Eastern trade, Moffat and Livingstone the missions to darkest Africa. How much of this extraordinary readiness of the lowland Scots for industrial society was due to their Calvinism, or perhaps more exactly to the democratic and almost universal educational system it created, is a complex question. It is part of the even larger and perennially fascinating and important problem of the relations between Protestantism and capitalism, or more generally between ideology and economy, which have been much discussed since Karl Marx and Max Weber. We cannot plunge into it here, but it must be difficult to deny that the remarkable record of Scotsmen in the 19th century, which was by no means confined to success as businessmen or technologists, had some connection with the institutional system the country had acquired in the Revolution of 1559, which was made under the banner of Calvin and John Knox. It had clearly not been a middle-class revolution, however that may be defined, and what was to become the Scots entrepreneurial and middle class in the 18th and 19th centuries tended to soften its theological zeal considerably, leaving the undiluted liquor of Geneva to be drunk in the more backward regions and by the less propertied strata. Moreover, the rise of a social hierarchy independent of the old landlords and lairds undoubtedly had something to do with the great disruption of the Kirk in 1843. Very few landlords joined the new Free Church, whose links, at least in the lowlands, were with a liberalism which was acutely critical of the landed gentry. Furthermore, the characteristic ideology of industrial capitalism, and also of those of its critics who accepted industrialism, was the deist or agnostic rationalism which the world imbibed from the great Edinburgh and Glasgow professors of the 18th century Scottish Renaissance, David Hume, Adam Smith Ferguson Kames and Miller. However, Scotland certainly derived three things from its Calvinist revolution, which were of undoubted value in the industrial society. The first was its remarkably democratic educational system, which allowed the country to draw on a very wide reservoir of ability, which opened the road to talent far wider than England, and, aided perhaps by the intellectualism of Calvinist disputation, emphasized systematic thinking. The shepherd boy who became a great engineer, Thomas Telford, 1757–1834, though not as common even in Scotland as the myth has it, was less uncommon than in England. The second was the absence of an English poor law, for until 1845 the relief of the poor remained, via the Kirk, in the hands of the organized local community, and it may be argued that this contributed to preserving rural and small-town Scotland, 87% of the population in 1801 and 80% even in the 1830s, from the demoralization of so much of England. With the growth of cities and industry the system broke down, and the Scots working class was not merely, as it had always been, much poorer than the English, but also, in the vast stony tenements of its towns, filthily and shockingly poor. Thirdly, it is possible that the Calvinist ideal of perfection through labor contributed to that remarkable technical competence of the lowland Scots which was to make Clydeside the great centre of shipbuilding and to fill the steamers of the world with Scots engineers. For Scotland is certainly one of the rare backward economies which caught up with the advanced ones not merely in industry, but in widely diffused and top-quality industrial skills. How much of these effects were due to Calvinism, how much to the backwardness of Scots society which saved it from some of the inequalities and inefficiencies of more advanced ones, how much to a combination of both, must remain unanswerable. But the results are not in dispute. Few if any areas of the world have contributed proportionately more to industrialism than Scotland. A poor but developing country acquiring economic impetus through the foreign markets opened to it by union with England and exploiting its advantages, such, in brief, is the economic history of modern Scotland. It gave the Scots economy dynamism, but also great instability, except in agriculture. Here the poverty of the soil and the rawness of the climate prevented the Scots farmer from the excesses of specialization on grain crops to which the English farmer periodically fell victim, as after the Napoleonic Wars and after the 1870s. Mixed farming with some emphasis on livestock was almost everywhere his best policy, and he therefore benefited virtually without interruption from the rocketing demands of the English cities for food, which the railways enabled them to supply. Indeed, during periods of English agricultural depression, as after 1873 and between the wars, Scotsmen tended to come south to take over, and make pay, English farms which the natives had abandoned. Scots industry and trade, on the other hand, followed a more dangerous course. Its history is that of successive concentration on particular products or markets, successive bouts of glory followed by collapse, which the country surmounted only because, until after the First World War, some new and wider field always appeared ready for conquest by Scots. The tobacco trade, which made the fortunes of 18th-century Glasgow, was the first of these boom activities. It collapsed with the American War of Independence and, though it revived some time later, never again occupied its old importance in the Scots economy. Cotton, the pioneer of industrialization as in England, came next. It developed round Glasgow, the great centre of the export and re-export trade and Scotland's commercial link with the wider world, and on the foundation of the skills and experience of the linen industry, the country's basic textile. Highly concentrated on fine quality goods, it could not, after the Napoleonic Wars, sustain the competition of cheaper goods in the overseas markets of South America which Britain had hitherto monopolized, and unlike Lancashire, it was in no position to expand the exports of coarser goods to the newly opened markets of the East. The industry stagnated and eventually almost disappeared. Fortunately, from the 1830s and 1840s the country discovered an alternative base for its industries, iron and coal. The two were closely linked, for the Scots coal industry depended on the heavily coal-using iron producers. In 1830 Scotland had accounted for 5% of British iron output, but by 1855 for a quarter. This industry also grew up overwhelmingly on exports, about two-thirds of its output being loaded on ships. Indeed, between 1848 and 1854 90% of the pig iron exported from Great Britain came from Scotland. Thereafter the north of England began to compete. It is true that what the Scots, and the British, were doing in those golden mid-Victorian years was largely to build the future industrial potential of Britain's foreign competitors, but when the Scots iron industry went into a relative decline in consequence, yet another new field of expansion opened, shipbuilding and the related industries of steel making and marine engineering. From 1870 to the end of prosperity after the First World War, these were the main foundations of the Scots economy. In the record year of 1913 almost 1 million tons of shipping were built in the United Kingdom, 756,976 tons were launched on the Clyde. The point has been made that, while these developments opened up plenty of opportunities for Scotsmen, and there were times when morose English observers saw the British Empire largely as a system of providing employment and profits for their northern neighbours, it did not do much for Scotland. This is true. Scots wage rates remained on the whole much below the English level throughout the 19th century. The mid-Victorian growth industries had a tradition of harshness and compulsion. Until 1799 Scots miners were actually serfs, and recruited their labour consequently from the unorganised and helpless, and especially from Irish and Highland immigrants used neither to a decent income nor to urban and industrial life. Scots housing was and remains not only scandalously bad, but notably worse than English housing. Moreover, the squalor and dirt which came with industrial expansion, which was merely awful in the semi-rural mining settlements, became dangerous in the slightly superior but nevertheless appalling prison cells of the vast and sombre tenement blocks which grew up in the raw smoky fog of Glasgow, where more than 1 out of every 5 Scotsmen lived by 1914. The traditional institutions of pre-industrial Scotland such as the educational system lost their effectiveness in the industrial society. They broke down in the 1840s, which saw the end of the old Scots poor relief system and the disruption of the Kirk. As in England, eventually they were replaced by the homemade and informal institutions of working-class life, of which the Scots' passion for, and success at, football, is a symptom, and the formal institutions of mass parties and movements, and the welfare arrangements of the state. But in the years from the 1830s to the 1880s there was little to fill the lives of Scotsmen except work and drink. Even labour organisation remained notably feebler and less stable than in England. If the mid-Victorian years were a gloomy age in the social life of the English poor, they were a black one in Scotland. With the end of the century the Scots, buttressed this time by basic industries which were essentially skilled, recovered their identity. For the first time the Scots labour movement not only took a serious hold on its working class, but established a sort of hegemony over the English. Keir Hardie became the leader of British socialism, and his Independent Labour Party had its firmest base on the Clyde. James Ramsay MacDonald became the first Labour Prime Minister of this country, and Clydeside became, during the First World War, the synonym for revolutionary agitation, and helped to give the post-1918 Labour Party a slant to the left and the Communist Party a solid core of leaders. The collapse of Scots industry between the wars halted this development, and turned a derelict country in upon itself. This is perhaps most visible in the fringe of phenomena of a Scottish nationalist culture, which sought to create a literature in the artificially archaic idiom of Lallands, inaccessible to most outsiders, and indeed to most Scotsmen. The interwar slump was indeed a traumatic experience for the country. For the first time since the 18th century it ceased to be the cutting edge of a world industrial economy. The excitement of dynamic expansion had obscured the absence of independence, and, more important, the erosion and collapse of its native institutions, and notably of its educational system and religion. Once again Scotland searched for itself, and in spite of the post-1945 revival, though this was less marked than in Wales, the doubts and uncertainties continued. As will be clear by now, neither Wales nor Scotland, though undoubtedly nations with strong though complex national feelings, had by the 1960s developed political nationalism of the type familiar in most of the 20th century world. They had rather tended to express their national separateness and aspirations through the radical and labor movements and parties of the United Kingdom, whose character was certainly affected and partly transformed by them. The independent nationalist parties which developed in both countries during the interwar depression remained marginal to their politics. However, from the middle 1960s, disillusion with the Labour governments of that decade led for the first time to a massive migration of voters from Labour to Scottish and Welsh nationalism, in the case of Wales primarily in the Welsh-speaking zone. At the end of the century it remained a minority force in both countries, as did the demand for total independence. Both countries were granted a system of home rule in the late 1990s, with elected national assemblies whose powers were more modest in Wales than in Scotland. Finally, the Irish in Britain. Expelled by poverty and famine from their island, the Irish flocked into a Britain by which they had been conquered, and to which they had been united in 1801 against their wishes, not because they liked it, but because it was the nearest place to go that was not Ireland. They came first as seasonal harvest labourers, as waterside workers in port towns, as the miscellaneous poor. They came later for any job that was going, and, since they had no skills which had much bearing on industrial or urban life except perhaps digging, for such jobs as required strong backs and the willingness and ability to work themselves to the limit for intermittent packets of effort. There were many such, for industrial society needs not only routine regularities of labor, but also impetuous and dashing labor. They became the dockers and coal heavers, the navvies and construction gangs, the iron and steel workers, the miners, and when the English and Scots did not want the jobs, or could no longer live on the wage, those who did the unwanted work, the handloom weavers or unskilled laborers. They became, more than any other people, the soldiers of the Queen, for it is a characteristic of empires that they turn their victims into their defenders, while their sisters became the servants, nurses and prostitutes of the big cities. Their wages were lower than anyone else's, they lived in the worst slums, and the English and Scots despised them as semi-barbarians, distrusted them as Catholics and hated them as undercutters of their wages. Apart from their language, if they happened no longer to be Irish-speaking, they brought nothing with them which would have enabled them to make more sense of 19th century England or Scotland than of China. They came as members of a pauperized, degraded peasantry whose own native society had been crushed by some centuries of English oppression into fragments of old custom, mutual aid, and kinship solidarity, held together by a generically Irish way of life, wakes, songs, and so on, by a hatred of England and by a Catholic priesthood of peasants' sons and brothers. In the last third of the 19th century they also acquired additional cohesion through the rise of a national independence movement. The Scotland division of Liverpool, a city in which 25% of the population in 1851 had been born in Ireland, actually elected an Irish nationalist MP for many years, though most of the immigrants voted for the Liberals as the party of Irish Home Rule and, after it was won, for Labour as the party of the class to which they almost all belonged. Partly because they brought with them the habits of a peasantry on the verge of starvation and discouraged by the Irish landlord system from savings or investment, partly because they entered the occupations which least called for industrial routines, they were remarkably slow to adapt themselves to industrial society, though their appearance, knowledge of English and, after the initial period, their adoption of normal urban working-class clothing made them a great deal less visible as strangers than later groups of immigrants such as the Jews, Cypriots, West Indians, or Asians. They initially lived in Liverpool slums as in Munster cabins, and even generations later continued to provide a large part of the inhabitants of those decaying and socially disorganized quarters which so often developed on the periphery of the core of great cities. To the English and Scots, and especially their middle class, they were merely dirty and feckless, undesirable semi-aliens subject to some discrimination. Yet their contribution to 19th century Britain was capital. They provided industry with its mobile vanguard, especially building and construction into which they have always flocked, and the heavy industries which needed their muscle, their dash, and their readiness to work in huge spurts. They provided the British working class with a cutting edge of radicals and revolutionaries, with a body of men and women uncommitted by either tradition or economic success to society as it existed around them. It is no accident that an Irishman, Feargus O'Connor, was the nearest thing to a national leader of Chartism, and another, Bronteragh O'Brien, its chief ideologist, that an Irishman wrote the Red Flag, the anthem of the British labour movement, and the best British working-class novel, The Ragged-Trousered Philanthropists. Irish immigration reached its peak in the decades after the Great Famine of 1847, and thereafter declined, though the extent of the Irish minority is perhaps more accurately measured by the size of the Roman Catholic population in Britain, in Scotland it is still 15%, than by the census records of the Irish-born. However, with the ending of mass migration into the USA the movement into Britain revived, and since the Second World War it has become by far the greatest receptacle for the Irish emigrants, receiving some 80% of them. In 1971, according to the census figures, there were 957,830 Irish-born people in Britain, accounting for roughly 2% of the total British population, and the approximate equivalent of 25% of the population of Ireland or of 1/3 of the population of the Irish Republic. The flow went less to the traditional centres of Irish immigration, Clydeside and Merseyside, and increasingly to the flourishing areas of Middle and Southern England and London. In the 1960s, building employed most of them, almost 1/5, followed by the metal industries, 13%. Domestic service and similar occupations, nursing, occupied the bulk of the women. However, the relative backwardness of the Irish economy at that time also produced an emigration of professional people attracted by the greater opportunities of Britain. In the 1960s, 12% of all British doctors were of Irish origin. To say that this immigration has been assimilated would be misleading. However, it has increasingly become accepted, because invisible, at any rate compared to the much more obviously recognizable new migrants of the 1950s. The political separation of Ireland from Britain in 1921 has also eliminated one major reason why Englishmen and Scotsmen should be aware of Ireland and the Irish. Little by little the tensions between the communities have become less. When in 1964 the Labour Party recorded its largest national gain in and around Liverpool, one reason was that large numbers of non-Irish and non-Catholic workers in that city had at last become ready to vote for a party which had in the past been largely identified with the local Irish community. The developments changed the situation of the Irish in Britain in the last part of the century. The conflict between nationalists and unionists in Ulster, with consequent IRA terrorist actions in mainland Britain which caused substantial material damage, and the spectacular economic growth of the Irish Republic after it joined the European Economic Community in the middle 1970s. Britain and Ireland remained as inseparable as before, but the economic gap between the two countries had diminished significantly. Notes. 1. See the relevant works in further reading 3 and 4 and John Jackson, The Irish in Britain, 1961, and Uncolored Immigration Are Glass, Newcomers, 1960. A. H. Dodd, The Industrial Revolution in North Wales, 1953, A. H. John, The Industrial Development of South Wales, 1950, are useful special studies. Cecil Woodham Smith, The Great Hunger, 1962, is essential background reading about the Irish in Britain and anywhere else. For excellent accounts of Irish history see R. F. Foster, Modern Ireland 1600 to 1972, 1988, and J. J. Lee, Ireland 1912 to 1985, 1989. On Wales, as well as the item on Wales in Chapter 13, Note 1, C. D. Smith, ed., A People and a Proletariat, 1980, and A. V. John, ed., Our Mother's Land, Chapters in Welsh Women's History 1830 to 1939, 1991. In addition to the items on Scotland in further reading and Chapter 13, Note 1, there are R.M. Devine and R. Mitchison, eds, People and Society in Scotland, Volume 1, 1760-1830, 1994, W. H. Fraser and R. J. Morris, eds, People and Society in Scotland, Volume 2, 1830-1914, 1994, and C. Harvey, No Gods and Precious Few Heroes, Scotland 1914-1980, 1981. On Immigration and British Society see also Colin Holmes, John Bull's Island, 1988. 16. A Harsher Economic Climate 1. The benefits of the great international economic boom of 1950-73, the golden age of the international economy, were weaker in Britain and dwindled faster than in the other Western industrialized countries. The British economy was already experiencing serious difficulties in the mid-1960s, well before the international economic crisis over oil prices of 1973. These difficulties were shown in various ways, notably by declining competitiveness in overseas trade, a slow economic growth rate, repeated balance of payments crises, since the mid-1950s, in 1955, 1957, 1961, and 1964-7, and the devaluation of sterling in 1967. The drop in Britain's share of world manufactured exports was swift indeed during the international boom years, from 25.4% in 1950 to 16.5% in 1960 and 10.8% in 1970, but slower thereafter, before leveling out in the mid-1980s, to a 9.1% share in 1979 and 8.6% in 1990. Between 1957 and 1967 the rate of growth of the UK gross domestic product, GDP, was only two-thirds of the average rate of the other members, Western industrialized countries, of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, and was about half the French and West German rates of growth and less than a third of that of Japan. That the British economy was experiencing substantial difficulties before 1973 is well illustrated by the problems revealed in the major components of 1960s balance of payments figures. Because of overall deficits, the government had to increase short-term and medium-term borrowing substantially in 1961 and 1964-8. The British economy continued to have substantial trade deficits, but in the mid-1960s these were sufficiently large not to be offset by the usual surpluses on invisible earnings. Thus, for example, in 1965 the trade, or visible, balance was in deficit by £281 million while the invisible balance was in surplus by £153 million. In the previous decade the prices of British export goods had been rising by some 2% per annum, compared with the less than 1% per annum of her main industrial competitors, while there are many signs that performance was relatively poor in terms of delivery dates, quality, and design. Moreover, in an era of full employment and high consumer spending many manufacturers could achieve good prices for their goods on the home market. This domestic demand also led to an acceleration of imports. Overall, domestic prices, which had risen at 3.1% per annum in 1960-4, rose at 3.5% per annum in 1964-8, and 8.1% per annum in 1968-73, while average weekly earnings increased in these periods from 5.2 to 6.3 to 11.4% per annum. The British balance of payments was heavily dependent on invisible trade. In 1965 invisible payments accounted for 32% of total payments, compared with 18% in 1938. The biggest contribution to the net surplus on Britain's invisible account was from British investment overseas, with credits flowing into Britain exceeding debits flowing out from foreign private investment in Britain by £447 million. The other major contribution came from other services, such as banking facilities, royalties, and education, that earned a net £276 million. By 1965 the earnings from Britain's once massive shipping services, which had brought in a net £134 million in 1952, had dwindled to £2 million, and from the mid-1950s on Britain was usually a net buyer of shipping services. The invisible earnings from interest, profits, and dividends and other services were offset by the deficit on the government account. This had been running at an average deficit of £94 million in 1952-5, but in 1965 was at minus £446 million, very close to the net surplus from overseas investment. As we have noted in an earlier chapter, the long boom, a sizable reduction in Britain's global military expenditure would have removed many of the balance of payments deficits of those years. In 1967 and 1968 Harold Wilson's Labour government did announce the rapid and substantial reduction of Britain's military commitments east of Suez, with subsequent decreases in expenditure on military services there from £103 million in 1967 to £74 million in 1970 and £33 million in 1973. However, these cuts were offset after 1970 by increased military spending elsewhere, notably in Western Europe, which rose from £107 million in 1967 to £150 million in 1970 and £279 million in 1973. The weakness of sterling as one of the major reserve currencies in the world was marked by the 1967 devaluation of the pound, from a parity with the US dollar of 2.80 down to 2.40, a 14.3% reduction. This fragility was soon illustrated again in June 1972 after Edward Heath's Conservative government floated the exchange rate of the pound, when sterling immediately devalued by about 7% and fell further in relative value later in the year. Flexible exchange rates were maintained by Britain until 1990. In this, as so much else, Britain was a harbinger of more general weakening in the international economy. British dominance of the international economy had diminished with the First World War, and the USA's capacity to dominate had weakened markedly by the early 1970s. The US dollar, the other major reserve currency, followed the pound, no longer being convertible into gold in August 1971, and being devalued then and in February 1973. By 1973 the international financial system set up at the end of the Second World War had been undermined, with flexible exchange rates the norm and gold no longer at a fixed rate. The 1970s and 1980s saw a much wider challenge to the post-Second World War economic systems and assumptions. Keynes had been a major architect of the international economic order, ratified at Bretton Woods, which crumbled in 1971-3. His ideas, at least in simple form, had also become the new orthodoxy of the era of near full employment and burgeoning welfare states. Most policymakers in the 1950s and 1960s had operated within what they deemed to be Keynesian presumptions. Thus in 1972-4, the Conservative Prime Minister Edward Heath took it for granted, as much as any leading Labour Party politician, that to allow unemployment to rise high would be both socially and politically calamitous and that such a rise could be avoided by government intervention to boost demand in the economy. The economic problems of the US and British economies from the late 1960s undermined Keynesian prescriptions and gave some credence to the views of Milton Friedman and other monetarist economists. In particular, stagflation, the situation when economies suffer rising inflation and rising unemployment at the same time as economic stagnation, was beyond the predictions of Keynesian economics or any other system at that time. Monetarists argued against governments giving boosts to the economy at times of rising unemployment. They took the view that in the long term, expansion of the money supply increased inflation without benefits to employment. In contrast, they argued that there were natural levels of unemployment in economies which were higher than those they deemed to have been artificially maintained in the 1960s, and that these could only be lowered by removing impediments to free market forces, notably trade union activity and unemployment benefits. As for other problems in the economy, the basic answer was faith in the natural equilibrium of an unfettered free market. Alongside such views were those of the proponents of supply-side economics, who argued that cutting taxes would restore work incentives and so boost economic growth. For the seriously rich as well as middle-class taxpayers, these schools of thought offered reasons why the poor should not be assisted out of taxes, why the low-paid workers' wage rates should go lower, why organized labor's trade unions should be smashed, and why taxes should be cut. In Britain this could indeed be seen as a return to Victorian values, at least to the early and mid-Victorian conditions which helped to give rise to the labour movement of the last 2 decades of the 19th century. The British governments of the 1970s faced very different international economic conditions to those of the 1950s and 1960s. Firstly, there was a slowdown of growth as some special factors diminished, the post-war recovery of war-torn economies, temporarily sluggish industrial economies catching up with the latest technology and organizational methods, the transfer of agricultural labor into more productive sectors, and the pace of technological and scientific innovation declined. Secondly, there was less investment, due to the loss of confidence in continuing rapid economic growth that resulted from the experience of stagflation and the increasing political support given to monetarist theories. Thirdly, as already noted, there was the collapse of the post-war, Bretton Woods, financial system. Fourthly, and most dramatically, there were the shocks to the international economy of sharp oil price rises in 1973 and 1979, and later the debt crisis in Latin America of 1982. The conservative and labor governments of the 1970s were buffeted by the international and domestic economic problems of the time. Edward Heath's government took a free market stance in 1972, but faced with severe economic problems, including some brought about by unleashing free market forces, notably in the money markets, it responded by returning to more paternalistic and Keynesian policies in 1972-4. The Wilson and Callaghan governments enacted industrial relations and social welfare measures as part of the social contract made with the TUC, yet from February 1976 had a commitment to reduce public expenditure as a proportion of national output. This was followed in the summer of 1976 by the government having to make a monetarist declaration of intent to the International Monetary Fund, IMF, to secure a $3.9 billion loan. By the mid-1970s the Labour Party's leaders had lost faith in Keynesian economics but had found no substantial replacement when responding to the buffets of adverse economic circumstances. The welfare state as a whole, not just unemployment provision, came under increasing pressure. As economic growth rates slowed down, social expenditure, social security, health, housing, and education, came to be seen as a burden on the economy, with the new and right-wing economic consensus seeing it to be a major cause of economic deceleration. Yet while some free marketeers pointed to the association in the late 1960s and 1970s in OECD countries of rising social expenditures and declining growth rates, others could point to the even faster growth in social expenditure in the 1950s and early 1960s that was associated with a period of rapid economic growth. Indeed, the post-1945 economic success stories of West Germany and Japan included high levels of social expenditure during the periods of their economy's greatest growth. As in much else, British growth rates in social expenditure were lower than the average of the OECD countries, 5.9 against 8.4% per annum for 1960-75 and 1.8 against 4.8% for 1975-81. High levels of economic growth with relatively low levels of unemployment expenditure had sustained a growing provision of welfare for the populations of Britain and other industrialized countries during the Golden Age. The international economic setbacks of the early 1970s and after, which were notably severe in a relatively poor-performing economy such as Britain's, undercut countries' abilities, or at least their inclination, to sustain continuing rapid rises in social expenditure. However, high rates of unemployment, aging populations, and more expensive medical treatments, partly arising from better technology and drugs, put severe pressure on resources. In real terms, total welfare expenditure in the UK rose by about 37% between 1973 and 1988. As a percentage of the UK gross domestic product, It peaked at 25.5 in 1976-7 and fell to 23.2 in 1987-8, at a time when public expenditure had decreased from a post-war peak of just under 50% in 1975 to a low of 39% in 1988, before climbing back to 42% in 1992. However, for many beneficiaries, such as the unemployed person, the pensioner, or the person awaiting medical treatment for a non-urgent ailment, by the 1980s the welfare system was deteriorating. The poorest in society, those who were more reliant on the social wage, became slowly but steadily poorer relative to the better off and wealthy after 1975, whether measured before or after taxation, whereas from 1949 to 1975 income inequality had been very slowly lessened. The trade unions' collective bargaining activities were also vigorously questioned from the mid-1960s onwards. Indeed, as inflation had grown during the 1950s, concern grew in government about the pressure of wage rises on prices in a period of near full employment. The conservative government's white paper, The Economic Implications of Full Employment, published in March 1956, was followed by a series of wage freezes and prices and income policies over the next 23 years. Trade union legislation was, in part, seen as an alternative to prices and incomes policies. In 1969 Harold Wilson's Labor government brought forward proposals, in place of strife, which would have enacted some of the reforms outlined by the Royal Commission on Trade Unions and Employers Associations, 1965-8, chaired by Lord Donovan, as well as some more controversial additions, including compulsory strike ballots and conciliation pauses. The Heath government's Industrial Relations Act, 1971 rejected the voluntarist approach of the past, including the Donovan Report, in favor of attempting to create a comprehensive legal framework for industrial relations. The succeeding Labor governments of Wilson and Callaghan repealed the 1971 Act and legislated to provide the trade unions with the conditions which they had operated under for much of the period since the Trade Disputes Act of 1906, as well as some of the union-friendly reforms suggested in the Donovan Report. The industrial unrest of 1978-9, the winter of discontent, associated with the public sector workers' revolt against the Labour government's increasingly tight prices and incomes policies, gave Margaret Thatcher the political opportunity to target the trade unions as a priority for legislation and, after her election victory in 1979, to take a tough stance against public sector strikes and trade unionism generally. Between 1980 and 1992 the Thatcher and Major governments brought forward a series of legislative measures which restricted trade union activity and removed the safety net provisions which gave safeguards to lower-paid workers. Yet while these measures did tilt the balance in industrial relations against the trade unions, hampering their ability to be effective in collective bargaining, the so-called taming of the trade unions was not unique to Britain. In the harsher economic climate of the 1980s, trade unionism was weakened in other OECD countries, in several cases without equivalent legislation to that in Britain of 1980 to 93. Between 1979 and 1994, trade union membership in the UK fell by 37.7%, from 13,289,000 to 8,278,000. The greatest loss took place in the private sector. In 1995 union density, the proportion of employees in trade unions out of all those legally eligible, in the private sector was only 21.3%, whereas in the public sector it was 61.4%. Falls in trade union membership were lower among white-collar workers and also female workers. In 1994 the number of female trade unionists even went up by 1%, while male membership went down by 8.7%. By 1994 the proportion of trade unionists who were women was 42.5%, and rising steadily. Just as a decline in trade membership was common in industrial economies in the 1980s and 1990s, so high incidences of strikes have not been peculiar to Britain, and have not constituted a, or even the, British disease. Levels of strike activity in industrial countries have tended to rise and fall according to substantial changes in the international economy. In the 1960s, the UK was seventh worst among industrialized countries for the average number of days lost per thousand workers employed in mining, manufacturing, construction, transport, and communication. In the 1970s it was sixth worst, and in the 1980s third worst, though for the 1980s there are comparable figures for all industries, and for these the UK was fifth worst. However, within this ranking the level of lost days in the 1970s was much closer to the worst affected nations, at a time when levels were high. In the 1970s the UK's total of days lost in these sectors was 78% of the average of the six worst affected countries, whereas in the 1960s it had been 31%. Yet in the less strike-prone 1980s the UK total of days lost in these sectors was 121% of the average of the six worst affected countries, or, taking the figures for all industries, the UK's total was 85% of the average of the six worst affected countries. While there is room for arguments over whether set-piece industrial confrontations by the Thatcher government may have had various economic benefits, even medium-term ones, it cannot be claimed that Britain became in the 1980s a strike-free zone compared with other industrial nations. The early 1970s also saw financial deregulation. In 1971 the Bank of England brought forward a package of reforms of the monetary system, summarised in a document entitled Competition and Credit Control. These ended the fixing of deposit and loan rates by the main London clearing banks in favour of leaving the levels of such rates to wider competitive markets. The Bank of England also made it clear that it would not take action to prop up a weak bond market. The freeing of restrictions on loans led to a bonanza, with bank lending in 1973 alone rising by 33%. This soon forced the Bank of England to intervene to forestall a major financial crash. New market conditions led to dramatic changes in banking, building societies' activities, and the money markets in Britain in the final quarter of the 20th century. The information technology revolution transformed both banking work and stock market dealing. Complex financial calculations as well as mundane clerical chores could be done at speed, making it much easier for banks and building societies to broaden their activities. Similarly, a range of complex and up-to-the-minute financial indicators could be consulted quickly on a small computer screen, and distant banks and overseas brokers could be contacted instantly by new means of communication. As a result, banks and stock market dealers in the 1980s could compete across frontiers, with financial services being internationalized. Moreover, as markets became increasingly closely linked, governments' ability to adjust short-term interest rates weakened. In Britain the banks came under pressure both from international banking and from the building societies, which were not restricted on the interest they could pay on small deposits, nor obliged to maintain balances with the Bank of England. From the 1960s, with business in foreign currencies, especially the US dollar, growing very fast, many more banks set up branches in London, the numbers rising from 77 in 1960 to 255 in 1976 and 360 in 1981. The most rapid growth in the quickly growing business in foreign currencies was that of Eurodollars, and other Euro currencies. From the late 1950s onwards there were large numbers of US dollars held in non-US banks, notably in London, to avoid the restrictions of US banking law and to take advantage of higher interest rates, and these became negotiable between foreign lenders and borrowers. The British part of this business is estimated to have been $2 billion in 1960, $38 billion in 1970, and $67 billion in 1976. To this was added huge profits flowing from the OPEC countries after the sharp oil price rises of 1973 and 1979, adding billions of petrodollars to the market. The 1971 competition and credit control measures left the banks free to set their rates and compete with building societies and foreign banks for new deposits. Increasingly the banks offered a diversity of financial services. Subsequently, the building societies, faced with the more effective competition from the banks, were given wider powers by the Building Societies Act 1986, including lending for non-housing purposes and permission to seek their members' agreement to become banks. For the building societies, the late 1980s were notable for mergers and the mid-1990s for conversions into banks. Such changes offered prospects of bigger profits but fewer branches and employees. The ending of exchange controls in 1979 gave firms wider financing options and stimulated direct investment overseas. Firms could borrow from abroad as well as at home, and they could use retained earnings from overseas. In the immediate aftermath of the abolition of exchange controls, unit trusts and pension funds invested heavily overseas as they took the opportunity to further diversify their holdings. Outward portfolio investment rose from under £1 billion in 1979 to £3.3 billion in 1983, and £22.3 billion in 1986 before fluctuating thereafter. The money markets themselves were also subject to major change. This may have come just in time. The old all-male gentlemen's club style of the London stock market was largely swept aside by the Big Bang of October 27, 1986, when major changes came into operation all on one day. This followed on from the stock exchange reviewing its whole operation, after the Office of Fair Trading, under James Callaghan's government, had referred the Stock Exchange's rule book to the Restrictive Practices Court. As a result, the stock exchange recognized that if it were to compete in the international security market, it would have to make changes such as having larger firms with sufficient capital reserves to survive bad periods, and also make effective use of new technology. A new body was constituted, the International Stock Exchange of the United Kingdom and Ireland, which merged the Eurobond dealers with the old stock exchange dealers. By 1990 this new body had a turnover of some £1,640 billion a year, with nearly half the £600 billion of transactions in equity shares being foreign ones. In the late 20th century, the financial and business services sector grew steadily as a contributor to the overall British GDP, rising from 3.9% in 1954 to 6.5% in 1964, 11.1% in 1974, 13.2% in 1984 and 19.2% in 1994. Yet by the 1990s British competitiveness in financial services, as in so much else, was under challenge. On January 1, 1973 Britain finally entered the European Economic Community, EEC, after years of trying. Harold Macmillan's government had applied for membership unsuccessfully in 1961. For reasons first of international politics and then of domestic politics, British membership came only 11.5 years later. This symbolized and reinforced the turning of British trade away from the Commonwealth towards the industrial economies of Europe. It also marked the recognition that Britain was no longer a great power nor the center of a great empire but was primarily significant as a European state. Economic relations between Britain and the Commonwealth remained important in some areas, but in others they were allowed to decline. Moreover, the interests of such countries as Australia and New Zealand increasingly lay in trade with the growing Asian economies, and Canada's economy remained linked to that of the USA. British investment and trade in South Africa, a former part of the empire, remained important after 1973. The value of exports to South Africa rose between 1970 and 1980 from £332.2 million to £1,002 million, though they made a smaller proportion of the UK's exports, falling from 4.1 to 2.1%. However, this was an area in which Britain had a trade surplus, imports rising from £258.4 million to only £756.6 million, and proportionally down from 2.8 to 1.5%, over the same period. Hong Kong remained an important banking and international finance centre, linked to Britain until July 1997. UK trade was already increasing with the EEC countries in the late 1960s, and EEC membership reinforced this trend. During the initial 5-year transitional period of membership, 1973-8, when trade barriers were not fully removed, UK firms increased their market share in Germany by some 60%, or in Italy by 40%, and in France by 30%, while the EEC countries increased their market share in the UK by nearly 70%. In the succeeding 5 years, in spite of the appreciation of the pound, British firms' market shares in Germany and Italy grew by 17% and in France by 10%, while EEC imports increased their share of the UK market by 60%. The UK's interdependence with the EEC for trade grew during the 1980s as well as the 1970s. In 1973, 35% of Britain's visible exports went to the EEC. By 1979 this had reached 45%, and by 1991 57%, while the EEC share of the UK's visible imports rose from 38% in 1973 to 48% in 1981 and 52% in 1991. Thus UK industry competed with some success within the EEC at a time when world trading conditions were inhospitable, especially in comparison with 1950 to 73. While manufacturers succeeded in expanding their share of EEC markets, the Common Agricultural Policy was costly for the UK. Before joining the EEC, the UK had benefited from purchases from low-cost Commonwealth producers and, more generally, lower than EEC international prices, while operating under the Agricultural Acts of 1949 and 1957, an agricultural support system to protect its farmers. A European Commission analysis of 1994 gave the real income effects in million ECUs as gains for UK producers of 3,820, losses for UK consumers of 4,313 and budget costs of 2,513, giving the UK the second largest net losses, after Germany, with Italy a fairly close third. By the late 1990s the Common Agricultural Policy was a system existing on borrowed time. Membership of the EEC was not the only substantial change of the 1970s. The UK became a significant oil producer for a decade from the late 1970s. Output of North Sea oil rose from 12 million barrels per annum in 1965 to 603 in 1980 and 953 in 1985. In 1985, output amounted to 4.6% of the world total. In terms of the UK GDP, the oil contributed 1.8% in 1978, 3.7% in 1980, 6.2% in 1982, 7.2% in 1984 and 6.7% in 1985. It added strength to the balance of payments, but in so doing it contributed to the competitive problems of UK manufacturing industry as it played a part in the appreciation of the pound. The government took some of the oil profits through taxation. In the mid-1980s, at the peak of North Sea revenues, these represented 9% of total tax revenue. However, the benefits of North Sea oil were not translated directly into additional investment in manufacturing industry as many people had hoped. The EEC was not the only constraint on the British government's ability to pursue independent economic policies. It was also notably limited by the strength of multinational firms, which could move finance and employment from country to country. These transnational corporations had a base in one country but affiliated firms in many. The US was the base for the greatest number of such organizations. In 1950 US corporations of this kind had some 7,500 overseas affiliated firms. 16 years later the number had mushroomed up to 23,000. In 1980 more than one-third of such affiliates in the world were associated with US-based companies and more than one-fifth with UK ones. During the 1970s the international rate of growth of direct foreign investment by these corporations was in the order of 15% per annum, with the total more than trebling in that decade. During the 1960s and 1970s there was also a marked trend for such corporations to gain a higher proportion of their total sales from overseas. Overall, this proportion rose from 30 to 40% during the 1970s, though in the case of the USA this leveled off in the 1980s, with more investment going into the huge US internal market at a time of slower worldwide economic growth. In 1980, three-quarters of the overseas affiliated firms of the UK-based transnational corporations operated in developed countries, 35% in Europe and 14% in North America, with the developing areas with the most affiliates being South and East Asia, 10% of the overall total, and Africa, 8%. More generally, from the 1980s there was a substantial flow of direct investment overseas into services, notably finance, advertising, and transport. In the case of the UK, the share of services in such foreign direct investment rose from 20 to 35% between 1981 and 1984. As for British exports, by the early 1980s transnational corporations were responsible for more than 80% of them, with more than 30% being handled by foreign corporations. The overall level of UK overseas investment rose rapidly during the 1980s and 1990s. In 1985 total UK investment overseas, portfolio and direct, amounted to £593.6 billion, by 1990 to £909 billion and by 1994 to £1,399.2 billion. In 1985-7 the UK's share of outward foreign direct investment of the OECD countries total was a massive 23.4%, compared to the US 25.3% and Japan 16.2%. This remained large thereafter, if not such a high proportion of OECD overseas investment. As for inward investment, Britain continued to be an attractive location for overseas investors. In the 1950s and 1960s, when there was much investment from the US, the attractions included increasingly affluent consumers, the avoidance of import charges and other import restrictions, and transportation savings. After 1973, British entry into the EEC offered a further attraction to investors of many countries. In the quarter century from 1970 there was substantial Japanese investment, not only in banking and insurance but increasingly in motor vehicles, electronic and electrical equipment and other manufacturing. In 1985-7 the UK's share of the OECD countries' total inward foreign direct investment was 15%. By the 1990s British assets overseas were huge, but were balanced by foreign holders of assets in Britain. In the early 1980s, British net assets had risen markedly, from £12.4 billion in 1979 to £98.5 billion in 1986. By the early 1990s the balance was fluctuating at a much lower level, an average of a little under £5 billion per year in 1990-4. In terms of Britain's balance of payments in the 1990s, the income from the outflows of substantial long-term capital was not sufficient to offset short-term capital inflows or deficits on trade. While British banking secured substantial foreign currency business, it also built up considerable liabilities. In 1995 UK-based banks had an excess of foreign liabilities over foreign assets of US $90 billion, compared to US banks' liabilities of $282 billion and Japanese banks $376 billion. This represented a potential problem if foreign lenders were to withdraw large amounts of short-term deposits, as happened in the mid to late 1960s. As for Britain's manufacturing trade, there were serious worries in the 1980s about its capacity to sustain a major role in the economy. Between 1973 and 1989 the UK deindustrialized faster than any comparable OECD country other than Belgium, though with France not far behind. In 1973 42.6% of UK employment was in industry, by 1989 this was down to 29.4%, while the percentage of value added to the economy by industry fell from 38.4 to 29.5. Out of 15 OECD countries, the UK experienced a drop in industrial employment which was a little over two-thirds greater than the average, while the drop in value added to the economy from industry was just over a third greater than average. The closing down of much industry during the early part of Margaret Thatcher's premiership, 1979-90, resulted in consumer demand being met by imports to an even greater extent than earlier. From the 1980s onwards there were real income losses stemming from the resulting deterioration in the terms of trade and decline of the exchange rate. The smaller industrial base and the poor balance of payments made sustained economic growth more difficult to achieve by the late 1990s. The Thatcher government's policies accentuated the severity of industrial closures, industrial reorganization, and redundancies which were common to industrial economies in the harsher economic climate which followed the Golden Age. Internationally in the late 1970s and the 1980s, much tougher competition and rising unemployment created a business climate in which labor generally, and trade unions in particular, were weakened. In Britain in the 1980s and early 1990s this process was accelerated and taken further by government policy. Trade union legislation handicapped the unions in collective bargaining, and the government determined not to intervene to prevent firms, and even industries, going bankrupt. In the case of the coal industry, government policy purposely broke it up and diminished it. There was a substantial withdrawal of state subsidies. Thus, Department of Industry financial support for regions, industry generally and specific sectors such as aerospace, shipbuilding, and steel was reduced, at 1988-9 prices, from £2,707.1 million in 1981 to £2,053.1 million in 1986-7, to £1,050.1 million in 1990-91. Alongside this, privatization of the public sector often led to profit maximization by labor shedding with little new investment. In the case of transport, piecemeal privatization resulted in there being no central authority to coordinate different modes of transport and no requirement to provide services to rural communities. By the mid-1990s many commentators who had been sympathetic to the Thatcher government's economic policies were arguing that laissez-faire policies by then were going too far. A notably worrying feature of British industry in the 1980s and early 1990s was insufficient investment in research and development or in training, of both management and the labor force. In the 1950s Britain had had the highest expenditures on research and development in Western Europe, though this was skewed heavily towards defense-related projects and nuclear power. By the 1980s Britain was investing less in research and development than the USA, Japan, Germany, or France, and its relative position deteriorated after 1979, with Britain investing 15% less than the average in 1980 and 22% less in 1985. There was also insufficient investment in plant and technology. Deregulation of the financial services sector encouraged hostile takeover bids for British firms, and these were seen as one consideration which discouraged long-term investment and boosted short-term attitudes in British industry. In vocational training, Britain lagged well behind its competitors. A 1987 National Economic Development Office report called for as much as a tenfold increase in management education. In 1988-9, when there was an upturn in the economy, a serious skill shortage was revealed, even though the level of unemployment stood at 6%. 60% of engineering establishments reported difficulties in securing skilled labor for some vacancies, while there were similar or substantial problems in many other sectors of manufacturing industry. By 1990 much of the skills training that had been funded by the government before 1979 had been privatized and had then withered away. Most industry training boards, established in 1964, were abolished in 1981-2, and their disappearance removed the major support for the 700 group training associations, which provided support for small companies. By 1990 fewer than 50 of these survived. The skill centers, which had been important in such areas as training bricklayers, and which had had at their peak in the 1980s, when 300 staff trained more than 30,000 people, were privatized in 1990. However, as a high proportion of the funds came from the government, when these funds were reduced in line with the government policy that employers must accept that the major investment has to come from them, within 3 years the majority of the skill centers went into receivership. The sheer scale of the problem of a shortage of skills compared to the UK's industrial competitors suggested by the late 1990s that vocational training could not be left mostly to employers to fund, that state intervention would be necessary, and that such action would need to match government activity in other countries. Nevertheless, in the reduced manufacturing base of the 1980s and 1990s there were some UK firms which were competitive in the internationally growing high-technology areas. Between 1979 and 1988 their share of value added to UK industry rose from 15 to 19.7%, a growth which compared well with those of Germany, Japan, and the USA. However, other than the aerospace industry, this sector's better performance relative to other sectors of British manufacturing was diminishing by 1991. The aerospace industry benefited from government defense spending, especially in the early 1980s. In the last 3 decades of the 20th century Britain was a major arms exporter, in the late 1970s ranking 4th in the world. In 1974 aerospace, aircraft and guided missiles, accounted for 28% of £179 million in arms exports. In 1989 the aerospace proportion had risen to 75% of £2,408 million. Overall, the arms trade yielded a surplus on its balance of trade, £140.5 million in 1974, £1,736 million in 1989, but it remained a controversial area, especially in the business of supplying landmines. By the late 1990s conditions of work had deteriorated for many in the workforce. The internationalization of markets led industrialists to seek cheap labor for relatively low-skilled work. Production of soft toys, for example, moved from the Midlands to South Korea, Taiwan, the Philippines, and then China. In Britain the adverse economic climate of the early 1980s encouraged employers to casualize part of their labor force, usually the less skilled part. This part of their labor needs they met by hiring workers on short-term contracts, or subcontracting it. By 1986 about 1/3 of those employed could be deemed part of the flexible workforce. The highest proportions of such workers were in agriculture, hotels and catering, distribution, construction, repairs, and business and professional services. As in other industrialized countries, the expansion of part-time employment was associated with greater female participation in the workforce. Between 1971 and 1989 the number of part-time workers increased by 50%, with women some 83% of the 5.2 million part-time workers in 1989. By the mid-1990s about a quarter of the workforce were in part-time work, with 45% of women workers in such posts. Part-time work has suited many women in terms of hours if not pay. Hourly wages for such work were generally low, and in the 1980s and 1990s over 2/3 of those working part-time worked 16 hours or less, and so were not covered, until after 5 years of continuous employment, by legislation relating to maternity pay, redundancy or unfair dismissal, which had 18 hours per week as a minimum requirement. Part-time workers were usually in the lowest graded occupations, and within the part-time labor force there was often discrimination against women when workers were made redundant. In contrast, another feature of the 1980s and 1990s was more people working longer hours. In 1994 about 20% of the workforce worked either 6 or 7 days a week, and about 40% 5 days a week. In a wide range of work, the core, full-time, labor force's work was intensified as the number of employees was downsized, thereby adding to stress and, in some occupations, accidents at work. The creation of a flexible workforce, along with high unemployment in the 1980s and 1990s, led to greater earning and income differentials in Britain. Inequality grew rapidly from the late 1970s to the 1990s. Between 1979 and 1987, after tax, the top 10% of earners' incomes rose by 22% in real terms, while the bottom 10% saw only a 5% improvement. There was also more widely visible poverty in the 1980s and 1990s, with the return of large numbers of homeless people sleeping in the streets. By the late 1990s the parameters of British government action were being limited. The main British political parties were committed to holding down levels of public expenditure. The EEC's financial policies were strongly orientated towards maintaining price stability, and these policies were having a deflationary impact in the mid-1990s when applied in various EEC countries. By the late 20th century, Britain could no longer be seen as acting alone. British policy alone could not determine her economic and social destiny. Britain was effectively part of a European and of a wider world economy. Conclusion. How are we to see Britain in the 1990s? At the end of the 20th century, it was a country with a population of the order of 60 millions, about the same size as France and Italy, but considerably less than Germany. By global standards this was quite large, but it was near the lower limit of the demographic size of the 25 states of 50 or more millions in which 3/4 of the world's population live. In the last years of the 1980s, its economy created just over 4% of the world's gross product, or roughly between 1/6 and 1/7 of the USA's share, 1/3 of Japan's, and 2/3 of Germany's. In other words, in the early 1990s its GNP ranked 6th in absolute size after the USA, Japan, Germany, France, and Italy. However, Britain's GNP per head of the population ranked 17th. Per capita, Britain was less well off than, to take only the European countries, Austria, Belgium, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Italy, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, and Switzerland. In other words, it was better off only compared to Turkey, Greece, Portugal, and, not by much, Ireland and Spain. British men could on average expect to live less long than men in Greece, Iceland, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, and Switzerland, British women less long than women in Belgium, Germany, Finland, France, Iceland, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, Austria, Sweden, Switzerland, and Spain. Its infant mortality was higher than all countries except Belgium, Greece, Italy, Portugal, Spain, and Turkey. Britain had been dramatically deindustrialized. In the 25 years after 1970, the percentage of its workforce employed in manufacturing dropped by a little over half. Perhaps this was the necessary fate of an economy which had relied so heavily on the industries of the 19th century, though this hardly explains why the country no longer possessed a national motor industry, and produced little more than 10% of the cars manufactured or assembled in the European community, just over 1/3 of Germany's output and half of France's, less than Italy's and Spain's, 1993 figures. In 1963 it had produced 24% of Europe's output, CP 240, above. The island which, in Aneurin Bevan's phrase, was composed of coal and surrounded by fish, produced less than 2% of the world's coal output, but was among the 10 largest oil producers in the world, and caught less than 1% of the world fisheries catch, ranking 27th among the fishing nations. Britannia, which had ruled the waves, ranked 24th among the shipping nations. Barely 1% of the world's ships sailed under the red ensign. Among the commercial ports of the world, the largest in Britain, London, ranked 29th, a long way behind Rotterdam, Antwerp, and Marseille, and well behind Hamburg and Le Havre, to mention only its European rivals, 1993. But Heathrow was the 5th largest airport in the world, and in international passenger traffic and duty-free sales ahead of all others, though in air freight it lagged a good way behind Los Angeles, Frankfurt, New York, Miami, Tokyo, Narita and Hong Kong. Unlike Germany, Italy, and for that matter Switzerland, Britain had allowed its manufacturing industries to be decimated. It no longer belonged among the 10 European states that derived more than 30% of their GNP from industry. 12 out of the 19 European countries in the OECD, headed by Germany, employed a higher proportion of their labor force in industry. Britain remained a major, but not outstanding, exporter of goods, way behind Germany and France, though probably still ahead of Italy, although a fairly sluggish one, except in the politics-dependent field of armaments exports, which increased massively. Even so, 13 states had increased their exports more rapidly in the 10 years up to 1993. Nevertheless, Britain's situation, though not impressive, was not fundamentally different from other European economies of its generation. All of them continued to be extremely rich by world standards. The European Union, plus Switzerland, contained 13 of the richest 20 states in the world, GNP per capita, 1993, and this area of more than 350 million inhabitants thus constituted the largest accumulation of human material well-being on the globe, larger than the only two comparable regions, North America, 290 millions, and Japan, 102 millions. So long as the region did not absolutely regress, an unlikely contingency, though in the light of the social catastrophes in some other parts of the world not totally unthinkable, the situation of its inhabitants would almost certainly continue to be regarded as enviable by 4 out of every 5 human beings. Economically, even its relatively poorer parts, such as Britain, faced a reasonably comfortable future. This would be so even if new industrial economies jump over the income gap which in the middle 1990s still kept the GDP per head of their inhabitants well below the old industrial countries. It would be so, even when far more of Europe's productive and service industries migrate to countries like India and China with whose cheap labor, in spite of rhetoric about world market pressure, the European Union could not, and did not seriously intend, to compete. In short, the economy of Britain at the end of the millennium was neither a championship contender, nor did it face the apocalypse. It was also like other small or medium-sized developed market economies in Europe in other respects. Like them, it had its roots in the industrial revolutions of the era before 1914, though ours reached back rather deeper into the past than others. British agriculture lost its economic importance earlier than other industrial economies rooted in the 19th century, but by the 1990s the others were catching up. All had moved from production to services, which now produced about 2/3 of the British GDP, as in several other countries. All had to adjust to transformations in industrial production and organization, and the changing fortunes of the older industries. All had to face the rise of a new transnational world economy in the 1970s, most obvious in the unpredictability of currencies and payments, and the hazards of the troubled decades that followed the golden era of the long boom. As in other European countries, there was a dramatic reappearance of mass unemployment in the 1980s. In Britain its impact was sometimes greater, sometimes less than in other countries, but its extent was obscured by a succession of changes in official statistics and the tendency to classify non-workers of working age, and especially the young, under some other heading. Whatever the details of this much debated question, in the mid-1990s, in spite of then falling unemployment, the labor market did not provide work for almost a quarter of Britons of working age, 2.9 million men and 4.9 million women. As we have seen, a quarter of Britain's workers were in part-time jobs, 8% of males, 45% of females. 1. Most European governments reacted to the first few years of the new era of economic trouble by carrying on as before, so far as possible. However, from 1979 conservative British governments had diverged from the others by opting, earlier than elsewhere and with passionate ideological conviction, for policies of radical economic laissez-faire that deliberately broke with the politico-economic and social consensus which both Conservative and Labour parties had for so long shared. This had little long-term effect on the British economy, which continued its relative decline, though, like all other comparable economies, it continued to grow. The immediate impact on the economic face of the country was probably more dramatic, for the theological zeal of free market politicians and ideologists in the 1980s and 1990s, the priority given to the pursuit of short-term profit, and the industrial holocaust of the early Thatcher years produced a sharp break in the continuity of British life, institutions, public and business mores and values, probably a much greater break than in other countries. Indeed, it constituted a deliberate attack on much that had been regarded for a century and a half, both inside and outside this country, as characteristically British, not least the Conservative and Labour parties as they had existed for the first 3/4 of the 20th century. However, as we have seen, the economy of Britain no longer operated in isolation. By the end of the 20th century the country had been in the European Economic Community, now European Union, for a quarter of a century. The precise future of this union was both uncertain and a controversial issue in the politics of Britain and other member states, but, whatever the rhetoric of politicians, nobody seriously envisaged either an economic future for Britain outside it or, on the other hand, the imminent transformation of the country into a province of some politically and institutionally homogenized all-European entity. The linguistic diversity of the continent made this difficult. This is one reason why, in spite of the far greater freedom to seek employment anywhere in the Union, there was, in fact, surprisingly little permanent cross-border migration within it. Within the Union, Britain continued to enjoy the advantage of naturally speaking and writing the language of global communication and, perhaps the last relic of our age of world hegemony, the heritage of London, which made it, with New York and Tokyo, into one of the three genuine global cities, hubs of finance and communications in the new transnational world economy. On the other hand, Britain's labor force was less well educated than in other countries and, thanks to deindustrialization and the atrophy of apprenticeship training, it lacks skills, language, history, and a long tradition of functioning as a European bridgehead for the us-centered modern global entertainment culture, from ragtime to rock, from Hollywood to video and multimedia, also gave Britain an advantage within the wider Europe. The cultural scene in Britain, whose vigor was already noted in the first edition of this book, continued to flourish. On the other hand, the remarkable strength of British scientific research, one of the major assets of any nation in the world of the 20th century, showed some signs of slackening, although Britain's scientific output remained greater than that of all other EU countries, and second only, but by a long way, to the USA. However, smaller countries, Sweden, Switzerland, Israel, Denmark, Canada, published more scientific papers per head of their population than Britain, or for that matter the USA. 2. Events in the world economy and in Europe since the 1970s, and in British politics since 1979, drastically changed the way people in Britain lived at the end of the century. However, many of the changes in the lives of the British people simply continued trends which had long been present. Probably only three major changes were primarily due to the policies of the Conservative era: the sharp rise in Britons owning their own homes. Social trends reported a rise from just over half in 1981 to almost three-quarters in 1995, a fairly substantial growth in the number of self-employed, rising between 1970 and 1995 from under 8 to over 13% of the workforce, and the very noticeable rise in social and economic inequality, which reversed the trends of the generation following the Second World War. In 1982, 8% of Britons had an income of less than half the average. 10 years later this was 20%. At the other extreme, the top 5% of the country's households now held more than half the country's marketable wealth, other than houses, that is, more than the other 95% of households put together. 3 Nevertheless, a substantial majority of Britons at the end of the century were materially better off than ever before, and in most cases much better off. The share of Britain's income spent on food, the clearest index of primary poverty, had fallen by over half between 1963 and 1994. Between 1972 and 1995 the proportion of British households with telephones and central heating more than doubled. If what the politicians called the feel-good factor nevertheless failed to appear even in times of economic boom, it was because the price of prosperity was, and the ideologists told us must be, the end of secure employment and prospects, even, increasingly, among the middle classes. For the most part, however, the British scene reflected trends independent of changes in government policies. Women formed a rising proportion of the workforce. By the early 21st century they are expected to constitute almost 50%, but this merely continued developments since the Second World War. Both men and women lived longer, in 1994 on average to 74 and 79 respectively, but this only continued the long-established rise of the average expectation of life by 2 years per decade. We were an aging people, though far from the apocalyptic scenarios of the politicians who claimed that this would bankrupt the country. As it happened, the number of dependents per 100 people of working age looked like going down for the next half-century. We were a lonelier people, since 28% of all households, compared to 18% in 1971, now consisted of single people, the old and widowed, the young who stayed single longer, the divorced. For this reason, and because in so many households all adults went out to work, from 1993 Britons, who remained passionately attached to pets, for the first time kept more cats than dogs, they need less looking after. A sense of growing public insecurity caused the average mother to spend almost 3 hours a week driving children to school, and there was a drop of 25% since the 1970s of the distance walked by 5 to 15-year-old Britons. But all these curves had been rising for a long time. The rise of youth and the intellectuals, the new social groups noted in the 1950s, see pages 276 to 7, continued. So did the increasing rise to significance and prominence of women as a social group, which the 1960s version of the present book unaccountably neglected. Youth and the young intellectuals had at least one thing in common: they existed largely outside the labor market. The students, whose numbers were multiplied in the 1990s by a conservative policy decision, in full-time education, the non-students affected by the disproportionate impact of unemployment on the young. In 1993, 21% of males and 13.4% of females under 25 were jobless. On the other hand, the growing centrality of women to the labor market, as wage and salary earners, both reinforced and transformed their position, and especially that of the mother of younger children. The employed workforce, and even more the working class organized in trade unions, was increasingly female. The family, married or unmarried, depending on a single breadwinner was increasingly uncommon. Hence, after a long period of decline, domestic service, mainly in the form of people employed to look after the children of working parents, was expanding once again. What did the inhabitants of the United Kingdom feel as they contemplated the future at the end of the century? They lived in a country which had not only become less important in the world, but, many of them felt, had lost its old bearings and was searching for, but not discovering, any new ones. They felt, however dimly, that Britain could not go on as before, but they did not know what should be done. This may explain the paradox that the Conservative Party was able to rule the country without interruption for 18 years from 1979, in a manner which was in effect the opposite of traditional conservatism, pursuing a program of virtually uninterrupted institutional upheaval that was without parallel in this century. They came to power offering the radical change which would alone halt Britain's slow and puzzled decline. And until the economic crisis of the early 1990s, even a section of that majority of electors which always refused to vote for them wondered whether, with all the harshness and inhumanity of their proposals, they might not be right. By the middle of the 1990s the bulk of Britain's electors had come to the conclusion that they had not been right. In 1997 they voted accordingly. Major political shifts do not occur very often. The first edition of the present book ended, in effect, with the return of a Labour government in 1964 after a long period in opposition, but in retrospect this was not a date of particular importance in the economic history of Britain, nor did it mark a major turning point. The election of 1997 will be seen as the end of an era much more clearly and dramatically, because it ratified the failure of a 20-year project, the most ambitious in this century, to arrest the slow decline of Britain. Will it be seen as the start of a new era in the history of the British economy? The 21st century will provide an answer.